Chapter 51 The original owner's extra story. The god-assisted relatives are particularly kind. No, the clan leader has ordered that no one can enter. The black-clothed Uchiha is ruthless. Don't be like this. Uchiha-jin was very anxious at the moment. Now there was a mess outside, and he was worried about leaving the girl alone in the research institute. Sorry, if you keep making trouble, I can only do things according to the rules. The black-clothed Uchiha slowly drew out the sword at his waist. Let them in. The door of the mansion was suddenly opened, and Uchiha Tajima's wife came out with a tired face. Hello, aunt. Uchiha-jin saw the person coming, ran over, greeted the girl with a smile, and then turned to the girl and shouted. Come over and meet your aunt. The girl walked over and looked at the strange woman in front of her, and said nervously. Hello, Madam Clan Leader. You must be Xiao Guang, whom Jin always talks about. Don't call me so strangely. Just call me aunt like Jin. Uchiha Tajima's wife looked at her eldest nephew with a young girl. Even if she was stupid, she could understand the relationship between the two. Aunt, I won't go in. The boy who had arranged the girl with Uchiha Tajima's wife refused the invitation to enter the house. I'm going to the front line. I can definitely help my uncle. After saying that, without waiting for Uchiha Tajima's wife to stop him, Uchiha-jin made a reassuring gesture to the girl and disappeared into the darkness. I hope it's not too late. The boy running on the street prayed in his heart, and the strength of his feet increased further. He ran towards the gate of the clan land like the wind. Suddenly, a murderous aura came over him. Uchiha-jin stopped unconsciously and stared at the corner in front of him. The next moment, several strange men in black came out from the corner. Their faces were covered with blood, but their expressions were not fearful, but full of bloodthirsty breath. Who are you? The young man who had met the other party asked first. He judged from the strange appearance of these people that they were definitely not his people. At this point in time, they could only be enemies. Thinking of this, the young man activated his chakra, his nerves were highly tense, and his eyes gradually turned scarlet. Haha, there is another little ghost here. The leading man looked at the thin boy in front of him and couldn't help laughing. After that, several people clenched their fists and surrounded him. Since you are an enemy, I won't be polite. The young man who was surrounded by several people was unusually calm. After opening the Sharingan, he could clearly sense that the strength of the people in front of him was not weaker than that of ordinary fighters, at least they were all at the level of team leaders. The young man raised his head and showed a bright smile. The few people who felt despised swung their fists as big as casseroles and smashed them straight at the young man who had nowhere to escape with a mighty momentum. Kill him! Just before the men were about to beat the boy into a pulp, several fists were frozen a few centimeters in front of the boy. The leading man's face flushed at this time, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his fists. Illusion, Sharingan. Several people felt that their bodies were as if they were filled with lead and couldn't move. The boy was not vague. He used another Sharingan illusion to knock out all the others except the leading man. Then he stared at the only man who was still awake and hypnotized him with his pupil power. The hypnotized man had a dull face and stood there obediently, waiting for Uchiha-jin's decision. We are ninjas from the Kagaya clan. The man who claimed to be from the Kagaya clan answered without any hesitation. What is your purpose? To occupy the Uchiha clan's territory and capture important members of the Uchiha clan. The man of the Kagaya clan answered truthfully. Hearing this, Uchiha-jin immediately lost his composure. The other party actually wanted to steal the house and was ready to use hostages to threaten. How many of you are there, and who is your leader? Uchiha-jin wanted to know how many people had sneaked in. Now the fighting power of the clan has basically been lured away, and only 1 in 10 people left are left. If the other party succeeds, it will be a disaster for the Uchiha clan. There are 80 of us who sneaked in, led by Elder Kagaya Sosuke. 80 ninjas of the Kagaya clan can be dispatched to carry out the task of stealing the house, so their strength must not be too weak. Where did they go? Uchiha Jin, who wanted to know the specific whereabouts of these 80 people, asked hurriedly. Granary, arsenal, material warehouse, research institute, and clan leader's mansion. The controlled Hyuga clan reported several place names like the back of their hand, and Uchiha Jin took a breath of cold air. These places are the lifeblood of the Uchiha clan, especially the clan leader's mansion. Not good. Xiao Guang is still there. Thinking of Uchiha Guang, who was placed in the clan leader's mansion by him not long ago, the boy felt his heart tighten. Without the idea of questioning further, he waved his hand and threw out a few kunao, sending these invaders to the west. In this situation, it is too late to find Uchiha Tajima. He only hopes that the other party can detect the conspiracy of the Hyuga clan as soon as possible. The only thought in his mind now is to hurry back to the clan leader's mansion to protect his aunt, Xiao Guang, and others. Without further delay, Uchiha Jin immediately set off and stepped onto the streets of the Uchiha camp again. The scene is no longer as peaceful as it was during the day. Many ordinary people of the Uchiha clan Tongren fell in a pool of blood, his life or death unknown. It was the first time that Uchiha Jin saw such a tragic scene, and he was a little breathless. The pungent smell of blood made him feel nauseous. He endured the discomfort of his body and rushed to the clan leader's mansion, which he had just left. At this time, the sound of bells was heard outside the clan leader's mansion. The leader, Kagaya Sosuke, was confident of victory and commanded his men to fight the guards led by the black-clothed Uchiha. When Uchiha Jin arrived, most of the guards had been killed or injured. The black-clothed Uchiha was still struggling with red eyes and his body was covered with scars. It was discovered that it was not the reinforcements but the young Uchiha Jin who was waiting for him. He was shocked and revealed a flaw. He was hit hard by the Kagaya clan wielding a strange white weapon and flew out, falling to the ground unconscious. Ha ha ha, is the reinforcement you are talking about this brat? Hyuga Sosuke, who was watching the show on the side, laughed and looked at the boy who had just arrived, mocking him. Uchiha Jin looked around and found that the group of people had not yet entered the clan leader's mansion. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then his eyes became serious. Judging from the breath of the Hyuga clan member who was speaking, he was a tough guy. Uchiha Jin, who did not dare to be arrogant, worked hard to stimulate his pupil power. The Megatama in his eyes began to slowly rotate, and a cold chakra filled the air. Even the Hyuga clan members who were not very sensitive could see the clues. Amaterasu. This kid is not simple, take action quickly. Seeing that something was wrong, Hyuga Sosuke immediately gave an order, and the surrounding Hyuga clan members rushed forward. It was too late. Before they could touch the corner of the boy's clothes, a black flame suddenly appeared on the bodies of the few people in the front, and they could not be extinguished no matter what. In the end, the Hyuga clan members who were contaminated by the flames were burned to ashes alive. The black flame lost its carrier but did not extinguish, and continued to burn on the ground, which was extremely bright. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 The Original Owners Extra, Mangekyo without Megatama. The Kagaya clan present all looked at the unextinguishable black flames in horror, and dared not take another step forward. This kind of long-range physical damage is the most restraining method for physical ninjas like them. Kagaya Sosuke frowned and left the stage. He first observed the blazing black flames, then turned to look at the boy standing opposite him who was isolated by the flames. Your eyes, Mangekyo Sharinan. At this time, Kagaya Sosuke discovered that the eyes of the kid opposite him were not simply 3 Megatama Sharinan, but a pair of scarlet eyes with strange patterns. As a long-standing family, the Kagaya clan is not uncommon for the records of the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan. As a senior member of the family, Kagaya Sosuke naturally did enough homework before coming. Actually, I don't really want to use this pair of eyes. They're not handsome at all. Uchiha Jin shook his head, feeling the power in his eyes pouring out like a floodgate, making him feel exhausted. Uchiha Jin's Mangekyo is not as gorgeous as the family records. The legendary Mangekyo Sherinon is as gorgeous as the pattern in the kaleidoscope. But his eyes went the other way. The 3 megatama that were rotating on the periphery disappeared, leaving only a simple in the middle of the scarlet pupil. Uchiha-jin would like to call it Sherinon without megatama. Everyone in the research institute who saw his Mangekyo for the first time subconsciously thought that this kid was not talented, and the awakened Sherinon didn't even have megatama. The kid who pretends to be a ghost, fight him closely, then he won't dare to use this fire escape. Kuya Sosuke, who knew the indiscriminate characteristics of fire escape, immediately arranged tactics. The Kagaya people who were never afraid of death would naturally not retreat easily. Trouble. Looking at the Kagaya clan members rushing towards him, Uchiha-jin thought to himself that it was not good. The only skill of his Mangekyo that could cause group damage was Amaterasu. The Tsukuyomi carried by his other eye was just a single illusion, and it had no advantage against multiple enemies. Flame release, Kagutsuke. At this critical moment, a familiar voice sounded, and the black flames burning around Uchiha-jin seemed to be alive, and quickly began to extend and entangled the Kagaya clan members at an extremely fast speed. The Kagaya clan member who accidentally touched a little black flame had no time to react. The next second, the black flames expanded rapidly, wrapping him into a fireman, and after a few breaths, it turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Xiao Guang! How did you come out? Hearing the girl's voice, Uchiha-jin naturally knew that the black flames in front of him, which seemed to have self-awareness, were the ability of the girl's Mangekyo Sherinon, Kagutsuke. If I don't come out, you'll be in danger. The girl rushed out to rescue Uchiha-jin, looking nervously at the strange enemy with fierce eyes in front of her. This was her first actual combat, and her white hands were clenched tightly, and the sweat in her palms was almost dripping from her fingers. A pair of strangely patterned Sherinon looked at Uchiha-jin nervously, as if waiting for his order. Compared with the boy's simple Sherinon without megatama, the girl's Mangekyo was gorgeous, and the 3 swallow-shaped shuriken were connected at the tail, forming a beautiful pattern, which made the boy envious for a long time. Don't be nervous, just like the training in the institute. Seeing the girl's nervousness, Uchiha-jin, who was also a first-time fighter, knew that he could not show any discomfort, and immediately began to command the girl to fight. Use Amaterasu to circle them first. With Uchiha-jin's order, the girl worked hard to drive the black flame to surround Kagaya Sosuke and others. Use that again. Without the boy saying the name, the 2 people who had cooperated for a long time tacitly activated their pupil power. The Kagaya people who were surrounded by the black flames of Amaterasu and had no way out suddenly found that the white moonlight sprinkled at their feet had turned into a faint scarlet without them noticing. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and was surprised to find that the moon in the sky had turned into a red full moon, and then a pattern exactly the same as the girl's pupil slowly emerged on the full moon. Imprint moon reading. All the Kagaya people felt a sharp pain in their heads, and there were red marks on their bodies that were the same as the pattern on the moon. As the patterns were all imprinted, the originally restless Kagaya people suddenly became extremely quiet, and purple-red light flashed in their eyes. Hi! After seeing the successful planting of the mark, Uchiha-jin breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen the ability of the girl's Mangekyo 8,000 spears. As long as the mark was engraved, he could only let her control him. Now we just have to wait for Uchiha Tajima to come back. After all, there was such a big commotion. The relaxed Uchiha-jin walked to in front of the girl. He asked, "Is it barely enough?" Knowing that it was the first time for the girl to control so many people, Uchiha-jin worried that the girl could not afford it and asked with concern. If the girl felt that it was barely enough to continue, he would be ready to take action to eliminate some of the enemies to relieve the girl's pressure. "No, I feel better than ever before." The girl shook her head with a satisfied look on her rosy face. Her 8,000 spears could not only control the imprinted reporters, but also absorb chakra from them endlessly. The girl, who was controlling so many people for the first time, took a deep breath and was in great spirits at this time. After hearing the girl's explanation, Uchiha Jin stopped asking about it. He remembered that his aunt was still inside. Seeing the girl in good condition, he asked, "Is my aunt okay?" "I'm fine. Thank you, sister, for your forgiveness." Before the girl could answer, Uchiha Tajima's wife came out with 3 children. Looking at the patterns in the eyes of the 2 children in front of her that were completely different from the ordinary Sharinon, as the daughter of the former clan leader, she naturally knew that this was the legendary Mangekyo Sharinon. "I didn't expect you to have such a strong strength at such a young age. The future of Uchiha will be handed over to you too." Uchiha Tajima's wife joked with a smile. "Oh, aunt, what are you talking about?" Uchiha Jin, whose thoughts were exposed, touched his head in embarrassment, and the girl beside him had a brain freeze. "Young couple." Mumbling this unfamiliar word, Shy Red instantly covered his entire cheeks, smoke began to come out of his head, and he almost fainted. "Don't tease her, aunt, how long will it take for uncle to come back?" No matter how thick-skinned Uchiha Jin was, he was embarrassed to bring up this topic in front of the girl. "It should be soon." Uchiha Tajima's wife looked at the lights in the distance and guessed. "Hurry up. Yan, you and I will go back first." After noticing the enemy's unusual behavior, Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Yan led a team to rush back to the clan as quickly as possible. As soon as he entered the gate, he smelled a strong smell of blood and was immediately anxious. A team of people quickly rushed through the streets of the Uchiha clan, and saw many corpses of clan members and strangers they had never seen before along the way. After a few steps, they encountered a Kagaya team. Uchiha Tajima and others crushed them with their strength and quickly dealt with this team. They continued to set off according to the clues and wiped out a team of Kagaya people along the way. Using illusion from the captives, the target of interrogating the strongest elder, Kagaya Sosuke, was his own family. Uchiha Tajima was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He couldn't wait for the team to collect the prisoners, so he pulled Uchiha Yan to rush to his home first. Above the chaotic Uchiha clan land, there was a pair of eyes, watching everything indifferently. He saw the main force of the Kagaya clan controlled by Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Tajima, who was rushing towards them. A trace of determination flashed across his cold eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the jar in his hand, and a weird smile appeared on his old face. The show has begun. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. The original owners extra, immature mouth-to-mouth. At the gate of the clan leader's mansion, the Kagaya clan controlled by Uchiha Guang had dull eyes. Following the girl's order, they lined up in an orderly manner, waiting for the end of the battle outside the clan. The girl was still a little unskilled in releasing the 8,000 spears on so many people for the first time. She had no place to vent the absorbed chakra, which made her head dizzy. "Give me the extra chakra." Seeing the cute drunken look of the girl, Uchiha Yin suggested with a smile. Knowing that the boy wanted to help him share the pressure, Uchiha Guang immediately activated the Mangekyo, a blue light flashed, and a powerful chakra slowly came from the mark left by the combination technique just now. The boy's body, which had become weak after using the Mangekyo, was revived as if it had been injected with chicken blood. "Thank you, Yin." The girl smiled faintly, with a hint of shyness on her slightly red face, which made the boy dazed for a while his aunt looked at the two of them with an aunt's smile. The boy, who didn't know how to answer, was brewing words, and suddenly, the girl who was still shy a second ago burst out with a terrifying breath. The clear eyes were quickly covered with a layer of black air, and a strong pressure made the people around her breathe condensed. Uchiha Jin, who felt something was wrong, was about to step forward. Just as he raised his hand, the mark on the back of his hand suddenly felt a strong agitation, and his body stopped involuntarily. He felt that the chakra in his body was disappearing rapidly, his mouth could not open, and he had difficulty moving his eyes. At this time, he realized that in addition to himself, Uchiha Tajima's wife had also been marked with a mark at some point, and her eyes were dull as her chakra was extracted. But this scene was not the most terrifying. As the black air in the girl's eyes spread, the consciousness of the Kagaya clan members who were previously controlled by her began to recover. What's going on? Kagaya Sosuke, who regained consciousness, looked at his clan members in doubt. The last memory of them who were trapped by the black flame just now was the red full moon rising in the sky. Elder, I can't move. Kagaya Takia, who had been following Kagaya Sosuke, also regained consciousness. He found that he seemed to be under a spell. Like, unable to move at all. Me too. Me too. The rest of the awakened Hyuga clan members spoke out one after another. The only girl who could move in the whole venue swept the people around her with lifeless eyes, and finally fixed her eyes on the Hyuga clan members surrounded by black flames. As soon as she raised her eyelids, black flame obediently opened a gap, and the enchanting patterns in her eyes began to rotate slowly. With the blessing of pupil power, the Hyuga clan members controlled by her found that their immobile bodies began to move involuntarily. A Hyuga clan member produced a white bone blade from the palm of his hand. In his horrified look, he swung it down fiercely, splitting his colleague in half, and the bright red liquid splashed all over his body. No! The Hyuga clan member who was killed by him was his own brother. Before he could grieve, he looked down at the bone blade piercing his chest, and the blood in his mouth overflowed into his lungs. He fell straight on his brother's body without being able to speak. The controlled Uchiha Jin could only watch the slaughter. The members of the Kagaya clan cried and cursed, wielding weapons and killing each other, and the scene was immediately filled with blood. Elder Sosuke! Stop it! Compared to the strong bodies of ordinary Kagaya clan members, Kagaya Takia, who awakened the mutant Byakugan, was of average physical fitness. Without the corpse vein, he was naturally no match for other clan members with his bare hands. Especially Kagaya Sosuke, who was like a hedgehog in front of him, stabbed him through the heart with just a face-to-face encounter. Corpse vein willow dance. Don't blame me, Takia. The controlled Kagaya Sosuke could not stop himself from slaughtering his own clan members, and could only watch Kagaya Takia, who trusted him very much, die under his corpse vein. Evil Uchiha! I will cut you into pieces. Kagaya Sosuke grew bone spurs all over his body, trying to regain control of his body with intense pain. It's a terrifying ability to be able to do this. The old man who had been watching from the sidelines couldn't help but sigh as he watched the girl controlling the Kagaya clan to kill each other. Before in the research institute, he used Wang Liang's ability to possess her to inject many negative emotions into the girl's mind, and at the same time left a pupil technique in her mind. As long as he wanted, he could activate the pupil technique anytime and anywhere, let the girl's negative emotions burst out, and let her completely become a weapon in his hands. Why? Why do you treat me like this? At this time, Uchiha Guang's mind was filled with various scenes of being tortured, imprisoned, and studied by his clan members. In this memory, there was no Uchiha Jin, and he was used as a ruthless weapon by his clan members after opening the Mangekyo. The black air in his eyes became heavier with the ups and downs of his emotions, and his expression became very hideous. A line of blood and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes because of the excessive use of the Sharingan. The controlled Uchiha Jin looked at the girl's painful expression, and his muscles were twitching. With the strong emotion bursting out, Uchiha Jin's eyes were shrouded by a cold breath. Relying on the burst of his pupil power, the boy actually broke the shackles of the 8,000 spears. The boy who regained his freedom felt dizzy, and everything in front of him suddenly became very blurry. The boy didn't care about these anymore. He rushed to the girl with high myopia, grabbed her shoulders, and tried to make her sober. Wake up! Xiao Guang! Uchiha Jin, who didn't know why the girl suddenly went berserk, could only try to use his mouth to make the other party regain consciousness. When the girl heard the familiar voice, a trace of struggle flashed in her lifeless eyes, and her body began to tremble slightly, as if resisting something. Xiao Guang, I am Uchiha Jin. We agreed to go to the land of water to eat seafood, go to the land of hot springs to soak in hot springs, and go to the land of snow to enjoy the snow. The boy, seeing that there was a chance, told them all the promises they had made since childhood. Woo! As the boy spoke out these childhood promises one by one, the dark energy in the girl's eyes was suppressed, and her eyes gradually became clear. "Ajin, what have I done?" The girl who regained consciousness looked at the embarrassed Uchiha-jin in front of her, her body softened and fell into the other's arms, her pale mouth exhaled slightly, and asked weakly. "It's okay, I'm here." Uchiha-jin could no longer see the girl in front of him, reached out and touched her head, and promised with a firm tone. "Recovered." The panting Kagaya Sosuke suddenly paused, and the bone spur in his hand stopped in front of a tribe member who closed his eyes and waited for death. The surviving Kagaya tribe members escaped from death, and they were controlled by the Red Moon to kill their colleagues. They were all in a state of despair, and some of them had already exploded, becoming crazy and running away. End of this chapter. Chapter 54. The original owner's extra. Count how many pairs of kaleidoscopes are present. It's recovered. Uchiha-jin, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw that the girl controlled by her was awakened by Uchiha-jin. This wave of operations really surprised him. It seems that the plan to manipulate the girl to destroy the Uchiha clan has been stranded. But I still have a backup plan. The grey eyes swept across Uchiha-jin's face, and a trace of struggle appeared in the old man's eyes, but it didn't last for a few seconds. His eyes became dead silent as if they were filled with ink. The pattern in the old man's eyes changed, and a black thing separated from Uchiha-jin's shadow and moved towards the direction of the Kagaya clan. Kagaya Sosuke, who had regained his freedom, looked at the two young Uchiha clan members in the distance with fear. Wave. In this situation, there is no way to save the situation. After so much time, Uchiha Tajima must have seen through their trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. The only way now is to run away before the two young men notice it. "Where do you want to go, Elder Sosuke?" Suddenly, a ghostly voice sounded in Kagaya Sosuke's ears. He subconsciously turned back to find the source of the voice and found no trace of any strangers. Just as he was about to leave, he was horrified to see a black head sticking out of his shadow. The head smiled strangely, turned into a pool of ink and merged into his body. A sense of familiarity of being manipulated once again surged into his heart. "Ha ha ha, Uchiha's little ghosts, have you thought of your last words?" A roar broke the silence of the scene. Kagaya Sosuke, who exuded a tyrannical atmosphere, was filled with madness in his eyes. The bones produced by his hands turned into two huge bone blades, waving them and rushing towards them. Uchiha-jin frowned as he looked at the aggressive Kagaya Sosuke. The girl in his arms was extremely weak because of overdrawing the Mangekyo. He was almost blind in order to break the power of the 8,000 spears. He barely mobilized the little chakra left in his body, carried the girl on his back and flew to avoid the opponent's attack. "You can only hide? Little brat!" The crazy Kagaya Sosuke shouted loudly, and Uchiha-jin did not tolerate him and immediately activated the Mangekyo in his right eye. Kagaya Sosuke, who realized that he was locked, suddenly turned sideways, and a black flame that should have burned on his chest covered his right arm. Having seen this fire ability, he made a prompt decision and waved his hand with a bone blade to cut off his right arm. The arm that was broken was wrapped in black flames and fell to the ground. After a few breaths, it turned into a pile of ashes. Breaking the tail to escape? Uchiha-jin thought to himself that it was not good. He no longer had extra chakra and pupil power to exert the power of the Mangekyo Sharinon. After stepping away and putting down the girl on his back, Uchiha-jin gritted his teeth, took out his long unused saber, stood in front of him, and 3 Megatama appeared in his eyes. It was time to show the Uchiha fighting style. Corpse Vein, Tsubaki Dance. Seeing that Uchiha-jin was actually retreating instead of advancing, Kagaya Sosuke waved the bone blade with his only hand and faced this ignorant Uchiha kid. The consumption of Uchiha-jin with 3 Megatama was obviously much less. The Sharinon had extraordinary insight. Facing Kagaya Sosuke's violent attack, he relied on the insight and prediction of the Sharinon to take on the opponent's moves one by one. Seeing his moves being neutralized by Uchiha Jin, Kagaya Sosuke dropped the bone blade in his hand and started to fight with the opponent in close combat. Bone Veins Dance of Karamatsu. Kagaya Sosuke, who turned into a hedgehog, rushed towards Uchiha Jin. He was scratched by the opponent's bone spurs due to carelessness, and blood flowers bloomed all over his body. The intensive attacks were so intense that even the Sharingan could not dodge them all. Just as Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Jin were in a stalemate, Uchiha Yu, who was watching the show, sensed Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Yan who were rushing over in a hurry not far away, and a cruel smile appeared on his old face. "Finally here, it's time for you to feel my pain." As the black air in his eyes rolled violently, Kagaya Sosuke, who was fighting with Uchiha Jin, paused and retracted the bone spurs all over his body. Uchiha Jin looked at the Kagaya clan who had the upper hand in front of him with doubts, wondering what tricks the other party had. At this moment, the opponent's resolute square face showed a weird smile and pressed his hands on the ground. Feeling the surging chakra under his feet, Uchiha Yin knew with his butt that the opponent was going to release a large AoE skill, and turned around and ran to the girl's position, ready to take the girl out of the skill range. When he rushed to the girl, the supervision of the Sharingan made him discover something that made him tear his eyes out. His aunt and 3 children were still lying not far behind Kagaya Sosuke, who was about to release a skill. He was now in front of Kagaya Sosuke, and the distance between the two was very far. Carrying the weak girl on his back, Uchiha Yin used all his strength and ran towards his aunt like the wind, but as Kagaya Sosuke completed the ninjutsu, the scene he least wanted to see still appeared. Bone Veins Dance of Early Ferns. For a moment, a forest of bones rose up from the land within a kilometer, instantly swallowing up Uchiha Tajima's wife and 3 children who were drained of chakra and unconscious. "No!" Uchiha Jin roared in despair. "No!" Uchiha Tajima, who was trying his best to hurry on his way, watched his wife and children being buried in the gloomy bone forest. Uchiha Jin, who dodged the attack under his feet, didn't care about the sharp bone spurs around him, and rushed to the place where his aunt was buried like crazy, and Uchiha Tajima also rushed over. The two ignored the wounds on their bodies and broke the surrounding bone spurs with their bare hands. Even if they were lucky, the scene in front of them still made them collapse. The usually gentle and virtuous woman had already lost her breath. Several bone spurs pierced her delicate body from bottom to top. The child beside her was not spared either, and the sharp bones took away their young lives. Uchiha Tajima collapsed. His beloved wife and newborn child were gone. His life was cruelly taken away like this. The piercing stimulation made his eyes dizzy, a large amount of cold chakra burst out from his brain, and the 3 megatama in his 2 eyes began to spin rapidly. The strong grief sublimated his Sharingan, and as the megatama spun faster and faster, the megatama finally stuck together and turned into a windmill-shaped pattern. "Ha ha ha ha! Finally, I can get rid of the pain of my loved ones." Seeing Uchiha Tajima kneeling on the ground and screaming, Uchiha Yu held the jar in his hand and laughed like crazy, tears almost bursting out. "Wang Liang, kill Uchiha Tajima." Uchiha Yu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and ordered. Huya Sosuke, who was controlled by Wang Liang, received the order and did not hesitate to produce a bone spear with one hand again, ready to pierce the unconscious Uchiha Tajima. "Patriarch, be careful." Several kunaus with wind flew over, forcing Kagaya Sosuke, who was holding a bone spear, to retreat. Uchiha Yan, who was out of breath, arrived at this time and took a breath of cold air when he saw the tragic scene. Especially when he saw Uchiha Tajima's wife, whom he had grown up with, lying on the ground, his old eyes also burst into a strong cold air. Without waiting for him to take action, Uchiha Yin, who was also in a trance, raised his head silently at this moment. There was only a black dot in his scarlet eyes, and the small dot could be vaguely seen spinning rapidly. Amaterasu. The black flames comparable to the size of a fireball suddenly wrapped around Kagaya Sosuke's body. Wang Liang, who had been prepared for a long time, controlled Kagaya Sosuke to use the corpse bone vein to cover his whole body with a white bone shell, and then used a trick of escaping from the shell to avoid this fatal blow. Wang Liang, come back! Seeing Uchiha Jin come to his senses and Uchiha Yan arrive to reinforce, Uchiha Yan, who had achieved his goal, immediately ordered Wang Liang to come back. Who can tell me what happened? Hyuya Sosuke, who had just woken up from a dream, felt a pain in his arm and found that one of his arms was broken at the root. All he could see around him was a forest of bones. He was confused for a moment. Shotsukuyomi! A cold voice sounded in his ears. He looked up again and saw a red full moon falling towards him. End of this chapter. Chapter 55. The original owner's extra. Someone has to take the blame when something goes wrong. The red moon hanging high in the sky slowly fell, bringing huge pressure to everyone on the ground and making them breathless. Hyuya Sosuke, who was at the center, looked pale. He could sense that he had been locked by the full moon and had nowhere to escape. Tsukuyomi has turned into a physical attack. Even though he was hiding far away, Uchiha Jin could still feel the huge destructive power contained in the full moon. Kagaya Sosuke was unwilling to die in a foreign land, and squeezed the power in his blood desperately. The bones in his body began to grow rapidly, and the whole person instantly rose several meters, turning into a bone giant, with his whole body made up of grey bones, exposing white and hideous bone spurs. How can I, Kagaya Sosuke, die in the hands of such a little devil? Kagaya Sosuke's crazy roar came from the chest of the bone giant. Uchiha Jin still had no fluctuations in Kagaya Sosuke's changes. His two scarlet eyes looked at the falling red moon in the sky indifferently, and bright red blood kept gushing out of his eyes, and his strong body was also losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bone giant raised his hand and turned it into a spiral bone gun, charging his whole body with thunder and rushing towards the falling red moon. The moment the bone spear touched the red moon, a strong airflow was generated, which made everyone present unable to open their eyes. What surprised everyone was that the bone giant transformed by Kagaya Sosuke actually resisted the momentum of the red moon's fall, which made Kagaya Sosuke, who controlled the giant, raise a glimmer of hope and gradually smile. Kabang! The next second, there was a crisp kabang sound, and Kagaya Sosuke's smile full of joy froze. The bone giant's spear began to be annihilated from the tip of the spear, and a crack spread from the tip of the spear to the whole body of the giant. Kagaya Sosuke, who was arrogant and unruly all his life, did not even leave a last word, and disappeared into the world with the collapse of the bone giant. Uchiha Jin, stop it! Uchiha Yan, the only sober person in the audience, looked at the red moon that crushed the bone giant in horror, and found that its falling trend did not ease, and he could not help but shouting loudly. Uchiha Jin turned a deaf ear to his words and stood there woodenly, his face covered with blood and exuding a dead aura. Hongye slammed heavily on the ground with undiminished momentum, a huge explosion sounded, and the strong airflow generated swept several people away. When the dust cleared, Uchiha Yan raised his head and was stunned by the tragic scene in front of him. A huge deep pit appeared in the center of the Uchiha clan. The entire clan leader's mansion was razed to the ground, countless houses were destroyed, and the wailing of the survivors was endless. Uchiha Jin stood on the ground with his face up, blood flowing from the pores all over his body. The weak girl staggered to her feet and stumbled towards the fallen boy. The huge explosion woke up Uchiha Tajima, who was immersed in the grief of losing his wife and son. Feeling the surging pupil power in his eyes, he closed his eyes in pain. Another god? But what's the use of that? Uchiha Tajima opened his eyes again and showed a bitter expression. He really couldn't afford the price of this pair of legendary eyes. Master, what happened to the clan? Slowly came Uchiha Miao, who was late, was also shocked to see the ruined home, especially the deep pit in the middle, which was far beyond his understanding. You two tell me what happened. Uchiha Tajima and the others came later and were not clear about what happened before. Jin and I had already controlled the invader, but... The girl, who was still sober, looked at Uchiha Jin, who was still unconscious, with concern and told the whole story. You said that your consciousness was out of control and you used the power of the Mangekyo unconsciously. When the girl said that she suddenly lost control, used the power of the 8,000 spears to absorb everyone's chakra, and controlled the people of the Kagaya clan to kill each other, Uchiha Miao couldn't help asking. The girl nodded. At that time, she really couldn't control her consciousness. Has a similar situation happened before? As a researcher, Uchiha Miao felt that this rampage was not an accident. Yesterday, Uchiha asked me to cooperate with the experiment. I fainted during the experiment, and then I had some not-so-good memories in my mind. The girl recalled and answered truthfully, that memory also appeared when I was out of control just now. After hearing the girl's explanation, Uchiha Miao fell into a brief thought. He remembered Uchiha Jin, who was brought back from Uchiha's laboratory yesterday. At that time, the boy was also in a coma. After a while, he looked at the broken Uchiha Jin beside the girl and went out to ask, "What's the situation with Uchiha Jin?" "It's him. Everything here was done by him." Uchiha Yan, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said angrily, with a faint black air entangled in his scarlet eyes, "He used a technique that I had never seen before, and turned into a red full moon, raising our home to the ground." "No. Jin was trying to save us," the girl hurriedly explained after hearing this. "And if you hadn't absorbed the chakra of the clan leader's wife, she wouldn't have died at the hands of that Kagaya clan member." Uchiha Yan turned the gun around and vented his anger on the girl. "Ahem, who turned off the lights?" Uchiha Yan slowly woke up after hearing the quarrel, and opened his eyes with difficulty, only to find that everything was dark in front of him. "Ahem, are you okay?" The girl was overjoyed to see Uchiha Yan wake up. "Xiao Guang, stop making trouble, turn on the lights." The boy who had barely regained consciousness heard the familiar girl's voice and hurriedly urged. "No." The girl who was about to say something was stopped by Uchiha Miao. Uchiha Miao, who was well versed in the study of Sharinan, naturally saw the boy's problem, but he still had some things he wanted to confirm. "Uchiha Yin, do you remember what you did just now?" "Just now I saw." When Uchiha Yin just recalled what happened before, he suddenly fell silent. He witnessed his aunt, who treated him like his own child, being killed by the enemy, and he also lost his 3 younger brothers. "I'm sorry, I didn't protect my aunt and my younger brothers." Uchiha Jin didn't care why he couldn't see, he turned over and knelt on the ground, his forehead hitting the hard ground heavily. In exchange for Uchiha Tajima's silence. "Wu chief, please punish the guy who destroyed the clan land." At some point, the survivors around surrounded him and cried to the silent Uchiha Tajima. As more and more people came to the scene, someone said the one who destroyed the clan land was Uchiha Jin. The scene became out of control, countless doubts were heard, and then turned into vicious curses. "Master, this matter should be related to Uchiha Yu's weapon plan." Uchiha Miao quietly appeared behind Uchiha Tiendeo and whispered, he mentioned that he would brainwash 2 people to remove their will. The loss of control of the 2 people in this battle is likely related to Uchiha Yu's experiment. Uchiha Tiendeo did not speak after hearing Uchiha Miao's analysis, but nodded slightly to show that he knew. Although Uchiha Yin, who was helped up by the girl, could not see, he roughly knew everything he did after losing control from the words of the surrounding tribesmen. "Uncle, I will use my life to atone for everyone's sins." End of this chapter. Chapter 56. The original owner's extra. Uchiha's novel brain circuits. Blind Uchiha Yin can clearly perceive the extreme emotions of the surviving tribesmen around him. The overwhelming malice swept over him, making this usually optimistic and sunny boy feel extremely heavy. Even if what happened was not led by his own consciousness, it was his own power that caused the tribe members to suffer painful injuries. "Jin, what did you say?" The girl who was concerned about Uchiha Jin heard what he said and asked hurriedly. "Jin, this matter is not your fault. I fell into the enemy's trap. If you hadn't stopped them, the tribe might have suffered a catastrophic disaster." After several chapters, Uchiha Tajima finally spoke. "No, if I don't stand up and take the blame, the tribe members will never forgive me." Uchiha Jin shook his head and stared at Uchiha Tajima with empty eyes. "Do you really want to do this?" Feeling the boy's determination, Uchiha Tajima frowned and asked. He did not blame the boy for the tragedy that happened in the clan land. Uchiha Jin had done everything he could. "Anyway, I can't see now, and I will be a useless person in the future." The boy, who had guessed that he had gone blind due to overuse of his eyes, said self-deprecatingly. "No. I don't agree. You have promised many things but haven't completed them. You are not allowed to leave me." The girl, who felt that the boy was getting farther and farther away from her, had crystal tears in her eyes and held the boy's thin arm tightly. "Grandpa Miao, when I'm gone, you will transplant my eyes to Xiao Guang, so that she won't be blind." Ignoring the girl's retention, Uchiha Jin turned his head and said to Uchiha Miao. The boy had read Uchiha's plan book on war weapons. There was a plan to complete the ultimate weapon on the last few pages. When one of the weapons reaches its limit, its manjikyo can be removed and transplanted to the other. There is a high probability that one person can have all the abilities of two pairs of manjikyo and will not be affected by vision loss. "Okay." Seeing that the boy was determined to die, Uchiha Miao did not refuse. "Xiao Guang, I'm sorry, even without me, you have to live freely, take my eyes and see the outside world." Finally, the boy stroked the head of the girl beside him, and gave earnest instructions, each word hitting the girl's tender heart like a hammer. "No. Please, don't." Pull out his arm from the girl who tried to keep him, and regardless of the girl's humble plea, Uchiha Yin slowly walked to Uchiha Tajima. "I have lost 4 relatives today." Uchiha Tajima's voice came, "I don't want to lose another one." He regarded Uchiha Yin as his own son, and he couldn't do it anyway. "Besides, your parents sacrificed themselves to save me. If I treat you like this, my sister and brother-in-law in the Pure Land will not forgive me." Uchiha Tajima recalled the mission that year. Because of the wrong intelligence, they were ambushed and suffered heavy losses. He and Uchiha Jin's parents were chased by the enemy. At the last moment, Uchiha Jin's parents sacrificed themselves to win a glimmer of life for him. But, hearing the rejection in Uchiha Tajima's tone, the boy frowned. "I also awakened the manjikyo." After experiencing the death of an important person, Uchiha Tajima also awakened the legendary eye of the Uchiha clan. "My pupil technique is called Koda Amatsukami, which can modify people's will." Uchiha Tajima talked about the ability of his manjikyo. "I decided to use Koda Amatsukami to modify the will of everyone on the scene, so that they would forget the culprit who destroyed the clan land." He looked at the people present and proposed his plan. "Master, can you modify the wills of so many people at once?" As a researcher who has studied the Sharinan for many years, Uchiha Miao raised his doubts. It is impossible that the ability of Koda Amatsukami is unlimited, otherwise the Uchiha clan will unify the warring states in no time. Indeed, I can only modify the will of one person at a time, and there is a long vacuum period after using it. Uchiha Tajima, who knows his manjikyo ability, explained. "But, there is Jin." Uchiha Tajima pointed his finger at Uchiha Jin, who was stunned, and the other party was confused. "You mean, use his Tsukuyomi?" Hearing the meaning of Uchiha Tajima's words, Uchiha Miao suddenly realized. Uchiha Jin's Tsukuyomi has strong compatibility. Since it can cooperate with Uchiha Hikari's 8,000 spears, then Koda Amatsukami, who has similar abilities to 8,000 spears, may also be compatible. "But my eyes are already." The boy who understood Uchiha Tajima's meaning pointed helplessly at his dull eyes. "If you go blind, try to let Wuming replenish your chakra and pupil power." Uchiha Miao instructed. After hearing this, the girl hurriedly transmitted the chakra and pupil power in her body through the mark on the back of Uchiha Yin's hand. "Ah!" The dry body received the chakra from the girl, and the boy moaned comfortably, which made the girl blush. As the cold pupil power was slowly injected, the boy's eyes that had lost their sight could actually see a blurry figure. It's not very clear, but it's much better than blindness. The boy who regained his sight was very happy, and at the same time tried to activate the chakra of his eyes. A touch of scarlet bloomed from the boy's eyes. Sharingan can also be used. Uchiha Yin only felt that his whole body was full of strength, the whole person was in high spirits, and his mental state was much better than usual. "Uncle, come quickly." The boy clenched his fists, feeling the great power flowing through his body. Facing the spirited Uchiha Jin, everyone else was happy for him, except Uchiha Miao, who frowned. Looking at the boy's injuries, he shook his head imperceptibly, walked up, and whispered in Uchiha Tajima's ear for a while. After listening, Uchiha Tajima frowned, and a hint of apology flashed in his eyes. "Jin, have you thought about how to change the will of the clan members?" Uchiha Tajima asked the excited Uchiha Jin. Hearing Uchiha Tajima's question, the boy who was still excited a moment ago became silent. The clan land was invaded by the enemy, but in the end, he and the girl could not deny the result. Shirk responsibility. Turning his head to look at the girl who was at a loss and grasping the corner of her clothes, Uchiha Jin already had his own thoughts in his mind. In this incident, the girl's sudden loss of control was an important factor in the sacrifice of her aunt and others, and she herself went berserk and destroyed most of the clan's land, and countless clan members were killed and injured. Uchiha Tajima modified the will of other clan members to make everyone forget the culprit. But as a caster, Uchiha Tajima's memory will not change, which means that he will always live with this painful memory. "Uncle, if you want to modify it, I hope everyone will hate me." The boy raised his head with sincere eyes and asked Uchiha Tajima. "Even if the clan members can forget this memory, I can't forgive myself after all. It can't be said that there will be no guilt if you rely on the pupil technique to solve it. This is not in line with the character of the Uchiha clan. Those who can awaken the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan are almost all people with delicate emotions and value feelings, because they have a very deep love for people and things. So there will be deeper hatred after loss, and the change of emotions has shaped the unique bloodline of Sharingan. Let me atone in this way." The boy's eyes showed determination, and he would bear this sin alone. "Are you sure?" Hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Uchiha Tajima's face was a little moved. "You don't have to bear this at all." Knowing the boy's physical condition, he really couldn't bear Uchiha Jin to make such a choice. Feeling the tug of his clothes, Uchiha Jin lowered his head to the girl's tearful eyes, put his fingers on her forehead, and said apologetically, "Xiao Guang, this time, please forgive me." End of this chapter. Chapter 57. The original owner's extra, the reason for being hated is found, end. The three megatama in his eyes flashed, and a simple illusion hypnotized the unsuspecting girl. Looking at the unconscious girl, the boy's tired eyes were full of apology. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Tajima stood side by side on the ruins, their scarlet eyes looked at each other, and the megatama in their eyes began to spin rapidly. Uchiha Jin's three megatama disappeared in his pupils as they spun, turning into his unique Mangekyo without megatama, while Uchiha Tajima's eyes turned into a kaleidoscope with windmill patterns. Moonlight reading. As Uchiha Jin's pupil power rose, a red moon rose slowly, and the blood-red light enveloped the entire Uchiha clan. The survivors raised their heads and looked up at the sudden scene. Uchiha Tajima's eyes widened, and the two windmills in his eyes began to spin faster. Koda Amatsukami. The pupil power of the two intertwined with each other, and a windmill-shaped emblem slowly emerged above the full moon in the air. As the huge windmill slowly turned above the red moon, everyone present felt dizzy, a strong mental force surged into their brains, and a windmill-shaped emblem appeared in their minds. Success. Uchiha Jin struggled to maintain the Tsukuyomi. He had only cooperated with the girl in the combination of Mangekyo before. I didn't expect that he and Uchiha Tajima would be so compatible. It should be that the two cousins have close blood, so the cooperation of Mangekyo is so smooth. What should we call this technique? Uchiha Tajima looked at the red moon emitting a seductive light above his head and asked. Let's call it limited Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Jin touched his curly hair. He was bad at naming and couldn't think of a good name. This technique might be his last one, so it was appropriate to call it this name. Just be happy. Uchiha Tajima glanced at his nephew and couldn't complain. Master, I have something to ask of you. All the tribe members under the Red Moon were trapped in the illusion, and their wills were being modified, including the girl who also had the Mangekyo. Looking at the girl standing quietly, Uchiha Jin spoke solemnly. You say? The first time he heard Uchiha Jin call him the tribe leader, Uchiha Tajima knew that the boy's next request was very important. When the spell is over, I hope to transplant my eyes to Xiaoguang, my body. The boy brought up the old things again. He had experienced the exhaustion of pupil power and felt the fear of blindness. When he ran away before, his Mangekyo overdrew a lot of vitality from his body. Now his body has been irreversibly damaged. His eyes may never be used again, and even chakra is out of his reach. Uchiha Tajima did not speak, but nodded gently to the boy. Uchiha Miao had just revealed Uchiha Jin's physical condition to him. At this time, the boy was already a candle in the wind, and it was a question whether he could survive afterwards. Everyone in the clan and those who had just returned were bathed in the red moonlight. In a corner far away, an old man with a hideous face fell into a stagnant stillness, and it can be seen that he was also hit by the limited moon reading. After an unknown amount of time, the full moon in the sky slowly dissipated in the black night sky. In the ruins, Uchiha Jin smiled and made a V sign to Uchiha Tajima. Before Uchiha Tajima could say anything, the boy's face suddenly changed, and countless blood spurted out of his eyes and nose. The boy bathed in blood fell on his back. Jin. Uchiha Tajima was quick-witted and dodged to catch the boy. Reaching out and feeling the faint heartbeat of Uchiha Jin, he breathed a sigh of relief. The people who were hit by the limited Tsukuyomi of Kota Amatsukami woke up one after another. Seeing the messy clan land, the surviving clan members were all grief-stricken and cursed the enemies who attacked the clan land, but no one mentioned Uchiha Jin again. The wills of all the people in the clan land were rewritten. In their current cognition, the culprit who destroyed the clan land was not Uchiha Jin, but a group of mysterious enemies. It is only known that the clan leader's mansion and several important places were attacked, the clan leader's wife and several children were killed by the enemy, most of the clan land was razed to the ground, and the survivors were unknown. Uchiha Miao and Uchiha Yan, who also woke up, saw Uchiha Jin, who was covered in blood, held by Uchiha Tajima, and flew forward to check. Clan leader, Uchiha Jin's condition is not optimistic. Uchiha Miao, who is proficient in the human body, saw at a glance that Uchiha Jin was already exhausted. If he was not treated, he would probably die. I'll go after these despicable guys now. Uchiha Yan was more concerned about the whereabouts of the enemy, and his slightly red eyes searched for traces of the attackers. These two people were not spared from the limited moon reading. Their memories were no different from those of ordinary clan members, except that they followed the clan leader on the road and found Uchiha Jin lying in the ruins covered in blood. No need, Uchiha Jin has already wiped out all the enemies. Uchiha Tajima, who was holding Uchiha Jin, said shockingly. How is it possible? Uchiha Yan was shocked. In his cognition, Uchiha Jin was a nasty kid who was usually unlearned and had no strength to open the Sharingan. Uchiha Jin opened the legendary eye under the stimulation of the enemy. Uchiha Tajima, who had thought of the wording in advance, said nonsense without blushing, but this kid seems to have overdrawn the power of his eyes. Let's check it out first. He handed Uchiha Jin in his hand to Uchiha Miao, turned around and ordered, Elder Yan, go and collect the enemy's body and see where the other party came from. Hey? Why is Wu Ming here? Uchiha Miao, who checked Uchiha Jin's body, saw the girl fainted beside him and asked in confusion. I brought her here. Maybe the scene was too exciting and she fainted for a while. In the cognition of others, the girl became a test subject of the research institute because she awakened the special ability of the Sherinon. Then I will take her back too. It's the same whether you take one or two. Uchiha Miao carried 2 people on his shoulders and ran to the research institute. Ah! Where is my research institute? How can it just disappear? The stunned Uchiha Miao looked at the research institute that was also raised to the ground and wailed in disbelief. With the evaporation of the research institute, all the information about Uchiha Jin also disappeared from this world. No one could prove how excellent he was and how cheerful his personality was. At this time, everyone's rewritten memories had a little disgust towards Uchiha Jin. This was Uchiha Jin's own request. Even if the clan members forgot his sins, he still couldn't forgive himself and wanted to use this method to lash out at himself. Another paranoid curly-haired man, Shisui, and Yutaki were not able to help him. In a dark corner, the old man with a ferocious face also woke up. He looked around in confusion and felt a chaos in his mind. Before he could insert anything into his memory, the old man felt a sudden sourness in one eye, and the scarlet eye slowly turned grey. At the same time, a large section of memory began to play backwards. Huff, huff, I almost fell into Uchiha Tajima's trap. The sweaty old man touched his blind eye with relief and said with hatred. Izanagi. The forbidden technique called Izanagi can turn things that happened within a period of time that are unfavorable to oneself into nothing. Only choose things that are beneficial to oneself to become reality. The activation time varies according to each person's ability, but the Sherinon that casts the technique will be blind after using it. The cautious Uchiha wrote Izanagi in his eyes when he saw the red moon rising. When attacked by other techniques, Izanagi will be released actively to offset the negative effects of the technique. Now, there is one more person in the world who knows the truth. Wang Liang, let's go. Uchiha Tajima opened the Mangekyo. He is definitely not its opponent with one eye now. He gently stroked the Sherinon in the jar in his arms. The 2 eyes recorded the cruel scene of Uchiha Tajima murdering his son. Every time he read it, he couldn't sleep at night, and his hatred became stronger. The clone named Wang Liang followed the old man, and a trace of gloom flashed in his dull eyes. The several pairs of Mangekyo that appeared this time are not in the only remaining medical point in the clan. Clan leader, Uchiha Jin's body is overdrawn too seriously, and the cells in his body are close to collapse. The backlash of the Sherinon pupil technique has corroded his body. If no measures are taken, he may not survive tonight. Uchiha Miao, who took off his mask, said with a worried look. Let's transplant his eyes to Wuming. Uchiha Tajima said, it's a burden to keep his Mangekyo Sherinon now. Let's replace him with ordinary eyes later to reduce his burden. Yes. Uchiha Miao immediately accepted the order. In his cognition, the research institute originally only had Wuming's pair of Mangekyo, but he didn't expect that the usually annoying Uchiha Jin would also awaken. It was destroyed just after awakening. It's his fault. Who told him to do that? Uchiha Miao, who was complaining subconsciously, suddenly stopped talking and frowned to think. When did Uchiha Jin offend him? Was it yesterday or last month? Yan, go find me a pair of ordinary people's eyes. He couldn't figure out why he hated Uchiha Jin, so he could only work first. The research institute was destroyed before, and all the experimental materials were also destroyed. Various organs had to be collected again, and his workload was heavy again. The chubby Uchiha Yan received the order and was ready to go to the prison to find a lucky person. When he passed the morgue, he stopped and thought of the enemy's body that had just been buried. He felt that he didn't need to make another trip. Randomly opened a bed and saw a male corpse with a terrified expression. The eyes were still intact. Uchiha Yan didn't pick and choose. He took off the eyes of the man with a big hole in his chest, threw them into the nutrient solution, and went to report to Uchiha Miao. The comatose boy underwent an eye replacement operation. The removed eyes were soaked in nutrient solution. The boy with the new eyes had a bandage on his face and lay unconscious on the bed. Master Clan Leader, I will go to transplant eyes for Wuming first. Uchiha Miao, holding Uchiha Jin's eyes, left first. Jin, is it really worth it? Looking at Uchiha Jin who tortured himself to pieces, Uchiha Tajima said with some heartache. Ahem. This is the pain I should bear. Uchiha Jin, who woke up at some point, answered weakly. Jin, do you have any other requests? Uchiha Tajima, who couldn't bear to see his nephew in such pain, said bitterly. If possible, seal my memory too. I can't face other people now. Uchiha Jin's tone was a little lonely. Now the whole world has forgotten his past, and his former relatives and friends are now strangers. Okay, I promise you. Uchiha Tajima said, putting his hand on Uchiha Jin's head, and a windmill-shaped kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes. Pour the pupil power into Uchiha Jin's brain, seal all his memories after awakening the kaleidoscope, and rewrite his memory to be the same as others. Who? After doing this, Uchiha Tajima closed his eyes breathlessly. After using the power of the kaleidoscope twice in a row, his body began to suffer backlash. Feeling the cessation of fetal movement in his eyes, Uchiha Tajima knew that his kaleidoscope had entered a cooling period, but he didn't know how long this time would be. On the other side, Uchiha Miao took advantage of the girl's coma and performed a transplant operation on her. After the operation, the girl was pushed into the ward and waited for her to wake up. Woo! After shaking her long eyelashes a few times, the girl who had been unconscious for a while finally woke up. Feeling the unprecedented sense of relief in her eyes, the girl's heart trembled, and she picked up the small mirror beside the bed and began to look at her eyes. Opening her Mangekyo Sharinon, the girl felt the familiar power from the slightly changing patterns, and looked at the black dots in the middle of her patterns. Tears flowed unconsciously. Wuming, are your eyes still adapting? Uchiha Miao, who pushed the door open with a report, asked, but when he saw the patterns in the eyes of the girl who turned her head, he said excitedly. It seems to be successful. Where is Yin? Wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, the girl stood up and stared at Uchiha Miao and asked. What are you talking about? Uchiha Miao, whose memory was modified, frowned and asked. In his memory, Uchiha Yin and Wuming had no intersection. Take me to see him. The girl with a terrifying look in her eyes spoke again. Feeling an unprecedented pressure, Uchiha Miao surrendered immediately and took the girl to the door of a ward. The clan leader is inside. Be careful when you speak. Uchiha Miao reminded the suddenly terrifying girl, fearing that she would conflict with the clan leader. I can go in by myself. Ignoring Uchiha Miao's words, the girl pushed the door open and walked in. What she saw was a familiar boy lying on the bed. At this time, the boy fell asleep with a smile on his face, as if he had dreamed of something beautiful. Standing by the bed was Uchiha Tajima. At this time, the clan leader looked a little weak and kept rubbing his eyes. Clan leader, how is Yin? The girl asked carefully, without any of the arrogance she had just shown when facing Uchiha Miao. Wuming? Why are you here? Uchiha Tajima, with his eyes a little confused, saw that the person who came was actually a girl who had a very good relationship with Uchiha Jin, but she should have been hit by the limited moon reading. I still remember. I still remember it. The girl said incoherently. She knew the plan of Uchiha Jin and the clan leader. She was afraid that she would forget about Jin when she woke up before she fell into a coma. But from the current situation, she is immune to the influence of the limited moon reading. Uchiha Tajima frowned. He was very confident in his ability. Anyone who was hit by his Kota Amatsukami would be affected, unless... Uchiha Tajima looked at the girl's eyes and found that the pattern of her kaleidoscope had changed slightly. He asked with emotion. Did you successfully transplant Jin's eyes? Yes, Jin's eyes have been integrated into my body. The girl touched her eyes and was sad. Said. Uchiha Tajima immediately remembered Uchiha Jin's plan for war weapons. It was indeed written at the end that when Uchiha Jin's two Sharinon merged, a pair of unlimited Mangekyo would be born, which would not be limited by pupil power and would not affect vision. It seems that after the girl merged with Jin's Mangekyo, her Mangekyo level was much higher than her own, which could explain why the girl was immune to her own Kota Amatsukami. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tajima shook his head and said, "I'm glad you didn't forget Jin, but..." As he said that, he turned his head and looked at Uchiha Jin, who was in a coma. "Jin's memory has been sealed by me, and now he can't remember you." Uchiha Tajima was a little sad after explaining. The boy thought the world had forgotten him, but he never thought that the most important person to him hadn't forgotten him, but he had chosen to forget others. What a bloody plot! Is it a medieval Korean drama? Why? The girl cried while lying on the boy's bed. Maybe he loves this family too much. Uchiha Tajima sighed. Uchiha Jin, who possessed the legendary eye, destroyed most of the clan's territory. He could have chosen to eliminate all opposing voices and cover up the truth to become a hero, but he chose the most difficult path. The power of the Uchiha clan comes from the eyes, and the key to open the eyes is emotion. The outside world's prejudice against the Uchiha is cold and ruthless. The truth is that a ruthless Uchiha will never be able to open the Sharingan in his lifetime. Those who open the Sharingan are basically clan members with great love and hatred. The reason why Uchiha Jin was able to open the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan at a young age is because he loves his home and family too deeply. "Please let me become a weapon." The girl wiped her tears and raised her head and said resolutely, "Let me carry Jin's eyes and continue to protect the family he loves deeply." A few years later, the girl who fought for her family was ambushed and sealed by the enemy, and her whereabouts have been unknown since then. Uchiha Tajima, who was settling accounts after the event, captured Uchiha, the culprit who caused Uchiha Jin and Uchiha to lose control, with thunderous means, and imprisoned him in dungeon number 0. The information about the weapon plan was found in his house and was also secretly sealed by Uchiha Tajima. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. The most trustworthy person in the dark dungeon. There was a swish of turning pages. Uchiha Jin frowned and read the document in his hand carefully. This was a plan that Uchiha took out to prove what he said. Touching the rough texture of the document, it was indeed a bit old. On the old cover, it was written, "War Weapon Cultivation Plan. Author, Uchiha Tajima. Editor-in-Chief, Uchiha Miao." Unable to complain about this file name full of loopholes, he read it word by word. The content of the file is relatively long. The first half focuses on the original owner and Wuming's Mangekyo abilities and the defects of the abilities. Then it points out that the two people's Sharingan are highly compatible, and the simultaneous release of abilities can simultaneously increase the destructive power of the Mangekyo. Uchiha Miao believes that the emotionality of the Uchiha clan's bloodline is much higher than that of other people. This is especially true for teenagers. Once the emotions of two boys and girls whose ages and abilities do not match lose control, it will bring great losses to the family. Fearing this situation, Uchiha Miao proposed to duel the two people. On the premise of retaining their abilities, the instability of the two people's autonomous consciousness is eliminated, making them weapons without emotions to fight for the family. Uchiha Jin felt a headache after reading these contents. The original owner had a high degree of trust in Uchiha Tajima, and the Uchiha in front of him took out this document with the intention of killing him. Reading the last few pages, the document highlighted the solution to the irreversible decline of the power of the Mangekyo. According to the past records of the clan, when the power of a pair of Mangekyo is exhausted, the body function declines, the immunity declines, and the most critical vision declines. The solution tried is to transplant another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. If there is no rejection of the two pairs of Mangekyo, the power of the eyes can be restored, and there is a chance that the full capabilities of the two pairs of Sharingan can be used. So, my Sharingan was taken away. Uchiha Jin raised his head and asked Uchiha Yu, who was sitting beside him. The other party nodded after hearing it. Yes, your Sharingan was taken away by Uchiha Tajima afterwards and successfully transplanted to Wuming, who was easier to control. Sure enough, the original owner's eyes were not his own. From the surprised reactions of Uchiha Tajima and others when he returned from the mission, Uchiha Jin could guess that his current eyes might not even belong to the Uchiha clan. What happened to Wuming in the end? Uchiha Jin was more curious about the final fate of Wuming. According to the information Wang Liang sent back, Wuming's strength increased greatly after transplanting your Mangekyo. She was sent by Uchiha Tajima to perform cruel war missions. Her strange abilities made other families very wary. With a faint black light in his one eye, Uchiha Jin said slowly. Not long after, she was ambushed by the Senjo clan and the Sarutobi clan while performing her mission, and was sealed in an unknown place. She was actually sealed. Frowning, Uchiha Jin didn't know why, subconsciously wanted to find this girl called Wuming. For a moment, his heart was filled with the agitation made him a little breathless, and there was a faint stagnation of air in his chest, making him feel like he had to vent. You led me here and told me these secrets. Do you want me to do something? Although this man named Uchiha Jin is his grandfather by blood, his purpose is definitely not as simple as recognizing him, otherwise why would he go to so much trouble to instill so many so-called truths in him? That's right. Uchiha Jin admitted generously. In fact, I could have fought with Mangixi a long time ago, but Uchiha Tajima is too powerful, and you and I can't match him. What's more, you have lost your Sharingan and your strength has already fallen to the bottom. Uchiha Jin knew that on that day 6 years ago, after Uchiha Jin overdrew his Mangekyo Sharingan, his whole body functions were close to collapse. Although the Sharingan was removed in time, the meridian foundation of his body had already been damaged by the backlash of the Mangekyo pupil technique. If he was lucky, he could still retain a trace of chakra, but if he was unlucky, he would be a useless person. From the current situation, he is lucky. Then why are you looking for me now? Knowing that the original owner's strength is indeed not good, Uchiha Yan asked again. Uchiha Yan captured a ninja from the Sarutobi clan some time ago. Uchiha Yan's eyes gleamed. That guy knows where Wuming is sealed. So that's it, this Uchiha Yan is planning to attack Wuming, Uchiha Yan suddenly realized. Although he has not seen Wuming's battle directly, judging from the several abilities she possesses after the transplant, her combat power is no weaker than Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Suzuki who use the Mangekyo. As long as Uchiha Yan tortures out the sealed place of Wuming, then Uchiha Tajima will definitely take action immediately to break the seal and regain his most proud war weapon. Uchiha Yan stared at Uchiha Yan's eyes and said firmly, as long as you follow Uchiha Tajima and others to unlock the seal, I will have a way for you to control Wuming before him. By then, no one in the Uchiha clan will be your opponent. Why? Because the author is handsome? Or the reader is handsome? Hearing Uchiha Yan's plan, Uchiha Yan's first reaction was, why can he follow Uchiha Tajima to participate in such a confidential mission? From what Uchiha Yan said, he had stabbed Uchiha Tajima in the back, and the other party did not kill him because of the blood relationship. Who would reuse a person who once betrayed him? As long as you say you want to go on a mission with him, he will definitely agree. Seeing Uchiha Jin's doubts, Uchiha whispered with an inexplicable look in his eyes. I can only say that Uchiha Tajima is now in this world, and the only person he can trust is you. Hearing Uchiha's hoarse whisper, Uchiha Jin's brain crashed directly. The Uchiha clan was immersed in the silent night. In the mansion where Uchiha Tajima lived, Madara and Izuna had already gone to bed early. The candles in the study were still on. Uchiha Tajima sat cross-legged on the couch with his eyes closed in the room. A cold breath was flowing around him. At this moment, he was tempering the chakra in his body. Who? After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Tajima took a deep breath and opened his closed eyes. At this moment, his eyes were not the three megatama that can be seen normally. A windmill-shaped pattern slowly rotated in his pupils. Feeling the majestic pupil power, Uchiha Tajima thought to himself. It seems that I have almost recovered. Recalling the incident 6 years ago, Uchiha Tajima closed his eyes painfully. If God could give him another chance to start over, he would rather give up this pair of the strongest eyes than let that happen. Because of that incident, not only did he lose his beloved, but also made his beloved nephew the target of public criticism. End of this chapter. Chapter 59. You were stabbed to death by the door. In the number 0 dungeon, Uchiha's face looked very pale and weird under the flickering candlelight on the wall. After listening to his story, Uchiha Yin couldn't help but think about it. The old man in front of him might really be the grandfather of the original owner. Uchiha Yin was shocked when he told the secrets of the past from his mouth. The uncle Uchiha Tajima, who was very caring to the original owner in his memory, turned out to be such a cruel man. Not only did he kill his parents and imprison his grandfather, he also controlled him to brainwash and dig out his eyes. He looked up at the old man in front of him again. The other party looked at him with a loving and genuine look. If it were the original owner, he might have believed it, but he was not the real Uchiha Jin, and he subconsciously did not want to be involved in the vortex of the original owner's fate. At this time, he still had an incomplete system on his body, which could go crazy at any time. First, set a small goal for yourself, to live until the founding of Konoha. Jin, don't worry too much. You just need to find the whereabouts of Wuming with Uchiha Tajima. After finding Wuming, you will put this on her. As he said that, Uchiha took out a simple headband from his body and put it in front of Uchiha Jin. I installed a control device inside. It can take control of Wuming from Uchiha Tajima. When you come back, I can control Wuming and remove her Sharinan and transplant it to Jiaosu, and his grandson can avenge their hatred and unify the Uchiha clan. You will be the clan leader then. There is a kind of bewitching power in the old man's words. Uchiha Jin, who is not very firm in mind, slowly shows a feeling of longing in his eyes, and is about to fall into the trap of this old thief. Suddenly, a coolness came from his eyes, and Uchiha Jin immediately regained his consciousness, and at the same time broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the old man with a little vigilance, Uchiha Jin thought to himself that this old man really had no good intentions and started to make big promises for him. The rich experience of social animals in his previous life told him that those who make big promises are not very reliable. Okay, Grandpa. We are united as grandpa and grandson, and we will be able to break metal with our strength. I will go and prepare now. Feeling that the situation was not good, Uchiha Jin immediately backed out. But the situation was stronger than the person, and it was not appropriate to tear the face with this old man. Putting away the headband, holding the old man's hand affectionately, Uchiha Jin's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was a little trembling. Grandpa! You have worked hard all these years, and your grandson will definitely rescue you. This sudden change made Uchiha Jin confused for a while. His eldest grandson didn't seem to be very smart. Could such a guy really complete his plan? Or should he just let Wang Liang possess him? I am staying in this dungeon not because I can't get out, but just to avoid unnecessary suspicion from Uchiha Tajima. You don't have to worry about my situation. The important thing is to find Wuming first. The old man shook his head with a haughty look. In that case, grandson will take his leave first. Uchiha Jin was ready to slip away. You go back first. I'll let Wang Liang notify you if there's anything. Uchiha Yao didn't try to keep him. He nodded to show his departure. Uchiha Jin was about to turn around when he heard Uchiha Yao's voice behind him. At this time, Uchiha Luiying has returned. I'll let Wang Liang take you back. After that, the weird old jailer emerged from the dark corner. Unlike his expressionless appearance in the past, he had a faint smile in the corner of his eyes at this time, which made Uchiha Jin shudder. That's really a great help. Licking his dry lips, Uchiha Jin knew he couldn't escape. The old jailer turned into a black shadow and wrapped him up. Uchiha Jin felt that his five senses were lost, and then his body moved quickly. Within a few breaths, the light reappeared in front of him. He was already outside the dungeon gate, and the old jailer was nowhere to be seen. Looking up at the sky, forget it, the amount of information received today is a bit too much, go home to sort out your thoughts, and skip work. On the way home, the Uchiha clan members around him still had the same expression of keeping a distance from him. However, in the past few days, Uchiha Jin has long been accustomed to it. The original owner is right to take the blame, and he has no psychological burden. Why did you come back so early today? Did you get off work so early? Senjo Banma, who was wearing a home suit, was cleaning with a broom. Seeing Uchiha Jin coming back early, he asked in surprise. It's better not to go to this B class. Uchiha Jin squinted his dead fish eyes and yawned and complained. You kid is quite familiar with others. Looking at Senjo Banjian's posture, Uchiha Jin said with a teasing expression. Evil Uchiha, who is familiar with you? Hearing Uchiha Jin's ridicule, Senjo Banjian blushed and threw the broom, turned around and fled back to the bedroom, slamming the door shut. What a kid who can't help being teased. Uchiha Jin shook his head, the kid was still too thin-skinned. Cousin, I'm coming in. As the door was kicked open, Uchiha Izuna rushed in. Uchiha Izuna, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, you will be buried with my door. Looking at the crumbling gate, the angry Uchiha Jin grabbed Uchiha Izuna's hedgehog head and threatened with hatred. Woo woo woo! Izuna, who was caught, cried in pain. Don't, you're going to become bald. I have something important to ask you. Tell me, what's the matter? On hearing this, Uchiha Jin let go of his hand. Izuna, who was covering her head, had tears in her eyes. Dad asked me to tell you a message. What does uncle have to say? Uchiha Tajima actually contacted him again. Did he find out about his little trick? There is a mission in 3 days. Dad asked me to notify you and we will go together then. Uchiha Izuna, who turned over, puffed up his little face and said seriously. What's the mission content? What kind of mission actually let Izuna, a little kid, notify? Generally speaking, it is conveyed by a special person. It is suspected to be confidential. It cannot be disclosed for the time being. You will know when you go. Uchiha Izuna turned sideways, his eyes rolling around, and whispered mysteriously. Bang! Uchiha Jin punched the arrogant Uchiha Izuna on the head. Then why don't you go and fix the door for me? Uchiha Izuna, who had a big bump on his head, huddled there with a hammer and nails and started to fix it. After a while, Uchiha Izuna, with a proud face, supported the restored door and said. I'm a professional at repairing doors. But you were still stabbed to death by the door later. Uchiha Jin, who knew the plot, thought of the cause of death of the kid in front of him, and couldn't help rolling his eyes and complaining in his heart. What do you think you are thinking about? Seeing Uchiha Jin's strange eyes, Uchiha Izuna, who was confused, couldn't help asking. Izuna, be nice to your cousin, maybe your cousin can save your life from the gate in the future. Touching Uchiha Izuna's little head, Uchiha Jin said seriously. Ah! You hit my bag. The sudden tenderness did not move Izuna. The boy who jumped up and down in pain covered his head and hurriedly said goodbye. If he stayed here, his life would be in danger. Seeing the miserable Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Jin felt very comfortable. The pressure accumulated today was swept away. He touched his empty stomach and asked inside the house. What do you want to eat tonight, kid? End of this chapter. Chapter 60. A gentleman takes action instead of talking. Ah! Senju Itama, who was peeking at the conversation between Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Izuna, immediately retracted his head back to the bedroom. When he heard the word eat, his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth just curled up. Then he thought of his character as a member of the Senju clan and shouted stubbornly, "You damn curly-haired gorilla, don't try to corrupt me with Uchiha's sugar-coated bullets." Hearing his new nickname, Uchiha Jin's fists hardened, and he swore to treat this stinky kid well afterwards. Really not eating? I'm going to make sweet and sour fish. Uchiha Jin tempted with ill intentions. Even if I, Senju-itama, starve to death and jump off from here, I will not eat a bite of your food." Recalling the sweet and sour pork tenderloin he had eaten, Senju Banjian swallowed hard and continued to be stubborn. Fish is his favorite food. When his elder brother and second brother are free, they will take him to the river to fish. The grilled fish is fresh and fragrant. Oh, this sweet and sour fish is so delicious. Looking at Senju Banjian, who buried his head in the bowl and ate it in silence, "Are you sure this kid is not called Senju Jings? After all, this kid is just a 5-year-old child, who can easily handle food. Eat slowly, be careful of fish bones." Worried that the kid who ate so fast would be choked by fish bones, Uchiha reminded him. "The mission has not been completed yet. If the kid is choked to death by fish bones, it would be too unfair for him." Hearing this, Senju-itama paused with his chopsticks and raised his head in confusion. When did he get on the table? What happened to the sour and sweet fish in his mouth? Despicable curly-haired gorilla, he actually used illusion on me. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Senju-itama showed an expression of seeing through everything. He was actually caught in the illusion of the Uchiha in front of him, otherwise he would never eat a bite of this guy's food. "Don't let me imagine it. Go and clean up after eating. I have something to go out for." He slapped Senju-itama, who was lost in his fantasy, and woke him up. After making all the arrangements, he stood up and walked towards the backyard. Looking at the bare ground behind his house, Uchiha stroked his chin and thought, "I don't know what skills I can get today. Anyway, except for fighting 1 against 7, everything is fine." As he prayed, Uchiha felt the aura around him condense. "It's coming, it's coming." The sky suddenly changed color, and a charming red moon slowly appeared. A grey-white wall with rippling water flashed in the empty backyard, and a familiar old friend walked out of it. ******. A beautiful national quintessence that could not pass the review process burst out from Uchiha-jin's mouth. While speaking, his eyes instantly entered a combat state, and the 3 black megatama in the bright red Sharingan slowly rotated. Since he was promoted to 3 megatama, Uchiha-jin's strength has been close to that of a jonin. It's only because the original owner's body is so weak, otherwise the right eye can be used beyond the specification. With Amaterasu, he should be able to compete with future Xiaoqiang mentors. Amaterasu. Uchiha-jin chose to take the initiative. Those who tried to test him were all idiots. For the enemy, he should kill him as soon as he met him. The dark flames ignited from Uchiha attack his body out of thin air. Seeing that he hit it so easily, Uchiha-jin was delighted. Could it be that he would succeed this time? Unexpectedly, the next second, Uchiha Itake, who was hit by Amaterasu, turned into a flock of crows and fled. The black flames had no target and stopped in the air for a few seconds before dissipating. Crow clone technique. Dozens of crows quickly gathered in front of Uchiha-jin and turned into a human figure. This is one of Uchiha Itake's signature ninjutsu. Tsukuyomi. Before he could react, Uchiha-jin's eyes met the other party's cold Mangekyo Sharingan, but Uchiha Itake, who should have no emotions at this time, actually had a hint of playfulness in his eyes that Uchiha-jin did not notice. Without any suspense, Uchiha-jin was pulled into Uchiha Itake's illusion space again. Alas, I can't escape it after all. Coming to the familiar space and nailed to the familiar cross, Uchiha-jin even felt like going home. Without opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he really couldn't fight against Uchiha Itake. Come on, don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Looking at the huge 1-on-7 in front of him, Uchiha-jin directly chose to play badly. It was just Tsukuyomi, and he would just endure it. He was not a petty person like Wuvyukai, who would stay in the dark for a long time after taking a shot. 72 hours passed quickly, and the tortured Uchiha-jin knelt on one knee. The negative elimination of the system has not started yet, but Uchiha-jin feels that there is not much trauma, as if he has a certain immunity to Tsukuyomi. With a coolness in his mind, Uchiha-jin's fatigue after Tsukuyomi was swept away. The system prompt sound that he had not heard for a long time sounded in his mind. The backyard refreshes the random skill illusion Tsukuyomi every day, and obtains Tsukuyomi fragments *10. Tsukuyomi fragments, 20/40ths, collect 40 pieces to synthesize the illusion Tsukuyomi, and the skill Mangekyo Sharinan can be learned. I didn't expect that 10 pieces of Tsukuyomi would be directly exploded this time. Uchiha-jin looked at the system prompt in surprise. Congratulations to the host, the skilled Tsukuyomi fragments are more than half, and a Tsukuyomi experience card, single, is obtained. Tsukuyomi experience card, after use, you can release Tsukuyomi once at no cost, and the effect does not change due to the enemy's strength. There are also additional rewards. Uchiha-jin looked at the Tsukuyomi experience card in the system backpack and said that the system finally became a human being. This Tsukuyomi experience card gave him some confidence. Next time he met a supermodel enemy, he could just hit him and make him unable to take care of himself. After patting the dirt on his knees happily, Uchiha-jin hummed a little tune and returned home. He gently pushed open the door that Uchiha Izuna had repaired with all his efforts. If it weren't for the fact that this kid had some skills, the repaired door didn't creak. When he looked up, he saw a sticking out little butt. At this time, Senjuidama was lying on the ground and wiping the floor. There were a lot of food residues scattered on the ground. It seemed that this kid had done something bad. Staring at the shaking little butt, Uchiha-jin felt itchy. While the other party didn't notice, he quietly walked over and slapped Senjuidama's sticking out butt. Ah! Senjuidama, who was suddenly attacked, jumped up with his butt covered, and looked at the culprit in front of him with shame and anger. Kai! Surprised by the soft and elastic flesh on the kid's buttocks, Uchiha-jin clapped his hands and said with a smile. You Hitai Uchiha, I'm going to fight you. Hearing Uchiha-jin's ridicule, Senjuidama blushed from head to toe, dropped the rag in his hand, and rushed towards Uchiha-jin with his teeth bared. It is detected that the host is in a battle, and the heart steel treasure chest begins to accumulate. Uchiha-jin actually triggered a battle with this kid. The heart steel treasure chest began to accumulate. Uchiha-jin raised his eyebrows. Isn't this a gift? Uchiha-jin, who had a plan in mind, did not dodge or evade Senjuidama's attack. The opponent had already jumped over at this time, and the impact pushed Uchiha-jin to the ground. The Senjuidama riding on him was already overwhelmed, and he hammered and scratched Uchiha-jin without any scruples. Finally, he felt so angry that he opened his mouth and bit Uchiha-jin's face fiercely. Uchiha-jin, who was enjoying Senjuidama riding on him and giving him a massage, was stunned by the sudden bite. A gentleman should not talk but fight. I admit defeat, it stinks, get off quickly. Wipe the crystal saliva on his face, Uchiha-jin raised the white flag with a look of disgust. End of this chapter. Chapter 61. To make a child happy, you have to take out something practical. Host failed, got 10 heart energy, and the heart steel treasure chest reward has been unlocked. Current accumulated heart energy, 33. The pleasant prompt sound of the system sounded in his mind, and Uchiha-jin's mouth corners couldn't help curling up like AK. Although he didn't finish the losing streak this time, he was much stronger than the last time. Looking at the magic ball of the heart steel icon falling on the system chessboard, Uchiha-jin endured it. He was ready to wait until the evening to take a bath, change clothes, burn incense, and pray before opening it. Little ghost, don't hang on me anymore, hurry up and clean up. In a good mood, Uchiha-jin didn't bother with the stinky little ghost Senjuidama, and patted his butt with his hand, telling him to do what he should do. Ah! The little ghost whose butt was attacked again shuddered and screamed. Ah, your head! Hurry up, do you still want to eat vegetables tomorrow? Uchiha-jin gave him a righteous slap on the head, which stopped the kid's sonic attack. Woo woo woo! Senjuidama, who was covering his head, bit his cheeks and stared at the man in front of him with a bitter and vengeful look. Ignoring the kid's murderous gaze, Uchiha-jin hummed a little tune and went out for a stroll. When he went out, he always felt that his backyard was too monotonous, so he decided to renovate the backyard so that he could be more comfortable when waiting for skills. Walking on the main road of the Uchiha clan, there were neat wooden houses on both sides. From the newness, it looked like they were built not long ago. Some houses were converted into shops, selling daily necessities and special products from other regions transported by caravans. "Boss, how much is this?" Uchiha-jin picked up a strange mask on the street stall and asked the stall owner. "Shengui 100 taels." The stall owner greeted Uchiha-jin enthusiastically. He didn't seem to dislike him, which made Uchiha-jin look at him a few more times. "Isn't the boss from the Uchiha clan?" Seeing the familiar red hair on the other person's head, Uchiha-jin asked. "Oh, brother guessed right, I am a traveling merchant from the land of whirlpools." The stall owner is a cheerful middle-aged man, who looks like he can make money by being friendly. "The Uzumaki clan?" Uchiha-jin asked again. "As for the land of whirlpools, you know, they are all Uzumaki clan, but I am not a ninja, I am just an ordinary person." The boss explained with ease, probably because he had been questioned many times. Although chakra exists in this world, the number of people who can refine and use it is not the majority. The proportion of ninjas in the ninja world is actually very low, and it is mainly composed of ordinary people. There are also people in each ninja clan who cannot awaken and use chakra. These people will carry out some production and trade activities under the protection of the family to increase the family's income and provide basic living needs. "I see, I want this mask." Knowing the other party's origin, Uchiha-jin did not care much, and took out the currency that he had exchanged for gold in advance from his arms and handed it to the boss. "Okay, what else do you need?" After the Uzumaki clan's boss made a deal, he happily continued to promote his specialty to Uchiha-jin. "Do you have toys that can make children happy?" Uchiha-jin thought for a moment and asked. "Do you have a child? How old is he?" The boss heard that the other party wanted a toy for children, so he asked in detail. "No, it's a relative's child, about 5 years old, not very obedient." It's true that the Senju and Uchiha were from the same family thousands of years ago, and it's not an exaggeration to call them relatives. "Then I recommend this." The boss fumbled in the backpack behind him for a long time and took out a doll. "This?" Seeing the appearance of the doll, Uchiha-jin was a little surprised. "This thing is called a tailed beast, living near our country of whirlpools. Don't look at this doll as cute, it is said that the real thing is very huge and extremely ferocious." The boss explained it like the back of his hand. "I want it." Uchiha-jin made the decision immediately. 3,000 taels. The boss was grinning from ear to ear. He couldn't sell any of the dolls he bought in batches. After so long, he finally found a great buyer. "We're not short of money." Gently throwing the banknotes in his hand to the boss, Uchiha-jin picked up the doll and looked at it carefully. Three-tailed Isabu, one of the tailed beasts that did not appear too many times in the original work, lived in the water for a long time. He was caught by Senju Hashirama and sold to the land of water together with the six-tailed beast. The next time he appeared, he was sealed in Harano-rin to give birth to the angry child. After that, he was recovered by the land of water and stuffed into the pseudo-shot boy Gota Kibana Yagura. After Yagura died, he returned to nature until he was captured by the Akatsuki organization. The tailed beast doll in his hand was made very delicately. The Q version of the three-tailed Isabu was ugly and cute. According to Uchiha-jin's aesthetics, it must be suitable for both men and women, young and old. "Very good, boss, my name is Uchiha-jin, if there are any tailed beast dolls in the same series, remember to notify me." Uchiha-jin, who liked it more and more, felt itchy in his heart, and his strange collecting habit broke out again. Okay, my name is Uzumaki Joshien, if there are other tailed beast goods, I will notify you as soon as possible." The boss regretted selling at a low price when he saw that the other party did not bargain directly. He thought to himself that he would bid according to the number of taels next time. Whirlpool? What a strange name! Waving goodbye to the boss, Uchiha-jin put the strange mask he bought on his head, holding the ugly and cute three-tailed doll in his hand, and walked towards the grocery store he went to last time. Boss, this and that, I want them all, send them to my home. Uchiha-jin came to the grocery store, and was received by the same boss as last time. He walked around the furniture area, selected a stone table, a wooden recliner, and went to the ninja tool area to select a set of training targets and dummies. After paying, he gave the address to the boss and asked him to deliver and install them as soon as possible. We still need to find a carpenter. The handmade fence in the backyard is not very good. The fence that Uchiha-jin had erected by hand in the backyard was too sloppy. It would fall down when the wind blew, and it also affected the appearance. I had to find an expert to customize it. I have too much work on hand. I just twisted my waist yesterday and couldn't do anything. No. I went to several companies in a row, but they all refused with various reasons. The last one was too lazy to find a reason and wrote disgust on his face, which made Uchiha-jin confused. He hated it, but he was a bastard who didn't make money. There was no way. It seemed that he had to do the fence in the backyard himself. With a sigh, Uchiha-jin was ready to go home to give a surprise to the kid Senjuidama. Unexpectedly, he ran into an acquaintance before he took a few steps. Captain Feng Guo. Uchiha-jin saw his former captain from a distance and waved to say hello. Uchiha Feng Guo, who was on vacation, had a rare chance to go out for a walk. Unexpectedly, he heard a familiar voice behind him before he had walked for long. He turned his head in confusion and saw a curly-haired man smiling and waving at him from afar. For a moment, he seemed to have traveled through time and space, giving him the illusion of time and space dislocation. He subconsciously murmured, "Brother Jin." When the figure walked in, Uchiha Feng Guo put away his reminiscing expression and asked coldly, "Uchiha Yin, didn't you go to the dungeon to work? How come you still have time to hang out here?" "Hey, I came out to buy some things after work." "Is Captain Feng Guo still on vacation?" Uchiha Yin, who was embarrassed to say that he skipped work, smiled and perfunctorily passed it over. "Yet." Uchiha Feng Guo nodded indifferently, keeping a distance from him. Ji's expression. Knowing that the original owner had a hidden buff that was hated by others, Uchiha Yin was not angry. Instead, he scratched his head and asked with a smile. "Captain Feng Guo, do you know a man named Uchiha Jin?" End of this chapter. Chapter 62. Same beginning, different ending. Uchiha Jin. Hearing Uchiha Yin's question, a gentle and warm figure appeared in Uchiha Feng Guo's mind. The same curly hair, narrow and long phoenix eyes, and always a smiling expression, but the feeling given by him is completely different from that of Uchiha Yin in front of him. "I know him." Uchiha Feng Guo did not hide it, because there was no need. People who were familiar with Uchiha Jin naturally knew the identity of Uchiha Yin. What kind of person is he? Uchiha Yin, who knew basically nothing about his father, couldn't help but ask. "This is not a place to talk. Come with me to a place where we can talk slowly." With a sigh, Uchiha Feng Guo suppressed the inexplicable disgust in his heart and invited Uchiha Yin to find a place to talk. Uchiha Yin naturally had no objection. He followed Uchiha Feng Guo to a tavern. After pushing the door open, he took Uchiha Yin into a small compartment with ease. After ordering a bottle of wine, he closed the door of the compartment. The two sat cross-legged and observed each other. When the wine was served, Uchiha Feng Guo poured a glass for both of them, and then drank alone. "You and your father are really alike, especially in appearance. They are exactly the same." After drinking a glass of wine, Uchiha Feng Guo, whose face turned slightly warmer, stared at Uchiha Yin's face and said slowly, "Do you know my father?" From Uchiha Feng Guo's tone, he must have a close relationship with his father. "More than knowing each other, your father was once my captain and half my teacher." Uchiha Fengguo, who raised his head and drank a glass of wine, sighed and said with nostalgia. Brother Jin was the strongest genius at that time, no one else. He opened his eyes at the age of 8, and was proficient in using 3 Megatama at the age of 12. He was good at 5 escape techniques and sealing techniques and completed various difficult tasks alone. He made great achievements in the war. Uchiha Fengguo listed the various feats of Uchiha Jin in a torrent of words, and he was so excited, but his face suddenly darkened as he spoke. What a pity! What a pity! Uchiha Yin, who had been listening with great interest, asked hurriedly. What a pity, he died young, otherwise it would be hard to say who would be the leader of the clan. Uchiha Fengguo shook his head melancholy and said with a look of regret. His father almost became the clan leader? I heard Uchiha Jin boasting in the dungeon, and I thought he was just bragging, but I didn't expect he was really awesome. Can you tell me the details of this incident? Uchiha Yin, who was eager to find the truth, couldn't help but ask curiously. Regarding the details of Uchiha Jin's sacrifice, Uchiha Jin gave him a story. If Uchiha Fengguo knew Uchiha Jin, would it be consistent with what Uchiha Jin said? Outside the compartment, the Uchiha clan members were toasting and it was a lively scene. Rubbing his fingers on the wine glass, Uchiha Fengguo's calm face showed a rare nostalgia. I was a teammate of the same team with and the chief of the Tajima clan. Your father was our captain. Uchiha Fengguo shook the empty cup in his hand, signaling Uchiha Yin to pour the wine. After a glass of sake was filled, he drank it without stopping, with the intention of drinking to relieve his sorrow. It was the last mission of our team. There was no problem with the preparations beforehand. In order to take care of me who was weaker, your father arranged me as a secret sentry. The mission was going very smoothly, but at the last moment, an accident occurred. Uchiha Fengguo's voice was low and sad. When he said the word accident, his hand holding the wine glass was so tight that veins popped out. He looked extremely unstable, his eyes were about to burst, and his usual calmness was swept away. There is a traitor. Someone secretly leaked our mission route, and enemies several times ours ambushed us on the road we had to pass. There were 3 teams on the mission with us, and they were all destroyed. Your father tried his best to lead the team members to break out. Were you there at the time? Uchiha Yin listened to the same story as Uchiha Yu and couldn't help asking. Of course I was there, and I witnessed your parents' sacrifice. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Uchiha Fengguo said with a choked voice at the end, and continued with tears in his red tiger eyes, I'm a coward. The captain ordered me to leave, but I just left. I'm sorry for the captain's care for so long. Tell me more. Uchiha Yin, who found some differences in the details, asked, what was the final situation? Your parents took the unconscious Tajima clan leader to break through the bloody siege, but the enemy could not be shaken off. I also joined the battle as a secret sentry, but it didn't play any role. I was not strong enough and could only become a burden. Uchiha Fengguo closed his eyes in pain, and the words he said seemed to have drained all his strength. At the last moment, your father ordered me to evacuate with the injured and unconscious Tajima clan leader, and the couple covered our retreat. Chief Tajima has been in a coma? Thinking of the story told by Uchiha Yu, this is obviously different from what the eyewitness Uchiha Fengguo said. Yes, Chief Tajima was seriously injured at the time, and he came back for treatment for a few days before he woke up. Did my parents have any last words? Wanting to know if his parents said anything important before they died, Uchiha Yin asked. No, the situation was very urgent at the time, and no one had time to say anything. Uchiha Fengguo shook his head and said with regret. Thank you Captain Fengguo for telling me so much about my parents today. Uchiha Yin stood up and saluted Uchiha Fengguo. I am unworthy of this. I watched your parents die but was powerless. I should apologize to you. After saying that, Uchiha Fengguo knelt up and prepared to kowtow to Uchiha Yin. Captain Fengguo, there is no need to do this. Since my parents have chosen this path, they are ready to sacrifice their lives at any time. Uchiha Jin quickly reached out to support him, and then said comfortingly. After asking almost all the questions, Uchiha Jin stood up to say goodbye, while Uchiha Fengguo was still drinking one cup after another alone. Before leaving, Uchiha Jin, who was thinking, faintly heard the drunken Uchiha Fengguo muttering behind him. "Why didn't you dodge that sword, brother Jin?" Because he learned a lot about the truth of his parents' sacrifice after meeting Uchiha Fengguo by chance, Uchiha Jin, who was a little confused, had no intention of looking for a carpenter to decorate his backyard. Uchiha Jin, wearing a mask and holding an Isabu doll, walked to his hut. The store has already arranged the tables and chairs and training targets, and the originally bare backyard has become a little more upscale. Touched Uchiha Jin nodded with satisfaction at the brand new training dummy. Now all that was left was to rebuild the fence. It would be much more convenient if he could use wood release. What a pity! After cleaning up the backyard and preparing to enter the house, Uchiha Jin suddenly paused, raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand to straighten the strange mask slung across his body, and gently pushed open the door. At this time, Senju Itama was sitting on the sofa in a daze, not noticing the figure coming in from outside the door. He quietly walked behind Senju Itama, and Uchiha Jin, who had bad intentions, put one hand on the other's shoulder and put his masked head close to him. Senju Itama, who was sitting alone on the sofa in a daze, suddenly found that there was an extra hand on his shoulder. He turned his head in shock and saw a terrifying face. "Ah! Ghost oh!" The frightened Senju Itama just screamed, then foamed at the mouth and fainted. "Tisk tisk tisk, why is this kid so timid?" Uchiha Jin, who found that the other party had fainted before he could even perform, took off his mask in disappointment and complained. "Hey, hey, hey, wake up!" He squatted down and patted the unconscious Senju Itama, and found that the other party had no reaction. Uchiha Jin's heart tightened. "Don't, you're so scared, then I'll be GG too." End of this chapter. Chapter 63. A system that makes whatever you think come true. Trembling, he put his finger under the mouth and nose of Senju Itama, who was spitting white foam, and found that there was air coming in but no air coming out. Uchiha Jin's heart immediately sank. He quickly took off the shirt of this stinky kid, put his ear on his pink chest and listened carefully until he could hear the faint heartbeat. Uchiha Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was just frightened and fainted. Uchiha Jin, who was relieved by the false alarm, put on Senju Itama's clothes, cleaned the dirt from his mouth and nose, and dragged him to the bed in the bedroom, leaving him to fend for himself. The vitality of the Senju clan should be very tenacious, right? Uchiha Jin thought with a guilty conscience after closing the door gently. Looking at the three-tailed doll in his hand, Uchiha Jin sighed. Fortunately, he bought a gift. He hoped that this stinky kid would not seek death when he woke up tomorrow. After hiding the gift, Uchiha Jin was exhausted, so he took a bath first. After the bath, he burned incense and worshipped the ancestor Indra of the Uchiha family in the void. Everything is ready except the opening of the prize. Entering the system space, looking at the steel ball of heart calculated on the chessboard during the day, Uchiha Jin rubbed his hands, stepped forward carefully with trepidation, and muttered to himself. "Look at me, the European Emperor is possessed, open it for me." Feeling the coming, Uchiha Jin slapped the orb on the left without hesitation, and saw a dazzling golden light covering the heart steel orb. Seeing the golden light, Uchiha Jin's heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became rapid. Is he really going to take off? Gold bricks *5 universal currency, can be used for real consumption. WTF. The golden light slowly dissipated, and 5 heavy gold bricks were lined up on the ground. Uchiha Jin almost couldn't catch his breath. With red eyes, he gritted his teeth and barely calmed down his irritable mood. Turning his head to look at the other heart steel orb, Uchiha Jin thought. Isn't there another one? The previous one can be used as a cushion. This one will definitely produce good goods. Putting his hands together, Uchiha Jin bowed deeply and devoutly to the only remaining orb, and the delivery was entrusted to him. Open. Uchiha Jin, who had prepared himself mentally, was neither sad nor happy. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the magic ball. A burst of blue light suddenly enveloped the entire space. After a few breaths, the blue light turned into 2 light balls, floating quietly in front of Uchiha Jin. He opened the first one casually. Hyuga clan's physical constitution *1 after using, you will get a small amount of Hyuga clan blood, and your attributes will be slightly improved. Hyuga clan? Uchiha Jin was stunned when he saw the first reward. How could he, who had never seen the Hyuga clan before, have the physique of the Hyuga clan? And wouldn't the blood of the Hyuga clan require the Byakugan? My eyes are real Sharinon. Even if they were cousins, they are still far apart. Putting this strange reward aside for the time being, Uchiha Jin opened the second light ball. As the faint light faded, a few words slowly emerged. Uchiha Jin, who was sharp-eyed, saw the 2 words "would release" written in front and almost jumped up in excitement. At this moment, his hands were shaking, and his mind had already begun to imagine the beautiful scene of himself clapping his hands to set the wooden man. As Uchiha Jin's breathing became increasingly rapid, the following words slowly emerged. Wood release, 4 pillars can instantly create a complex wooden house, which is quite convenient to use. My family, what is this system giving me? Uchiha Jin rubbed his red eyes vigorously, changed several angles, and confirmed that the ninjutsu in front of him was not written wrong. It is indeed the wood release ninjutsu used by Yamato, who is known as the future Kohashirama, and its main function is to build a house. Uchiha Jin pinched the Qingming point between his eyes and found reasons to comfort himself. It's okay, it's wood release after all. It's just right that we don't need to hire someone to repair the fence in the backyard, right? Uchiha Jin, who had forced himself to persuade himself, waved his hand in the air and integrated the 2 rewards into his body. In an instant, he felt a warm current flowing into his eyes. The vision of his eyes without the Sharinon was greatly improved. It seems that both Uchiha and Hyuga have the characteristics of enhancing vision in their blood. The wood release 4 pillars family ninjutsu is also engraved in Uchiha Jin's mind. There is no restriction. It can be used without the blood of the Senju clan. Cursing and leaving the system space, Uchiha Jin, who had gained a lot, first came to the backyard and tried to launch a ninjutsu according to his memory. Wood release, 4 pillars. With the operation of chakra, several wooden strips broke out of the ground in the open space in the backyard, and were arranged neatly in sequence according to what Uchiha Jin thought in his mind. Several pieces of wood were orderly arranged horizontally and vertically around the backyard, and finally they were firmly combined together, and a row of exquisite fences was born. Looking at the fence that was no different from the design in his mind, Uchiha Jin nodded with satisfaction. Although it was not as delicate as the dog head carved on the wall of the 5-5 earth flow, it was also beautiful and generous. Clapping his hands and humming a little song, Uchiha Jin returned home and first looked at Senjuitama, and found that the other party had returned to normal and was drooling and sleeping soundly. It's good to be a child, you can be carefree. Uchiha Jin, who sighed that growing up was not easy, turned his head and lay on the sofa and fell asleep. The next day, Uchiha Jin got up early and made breakfast. He ate 1 portion with great relish, left another on the table, packed up and went to work. Walking on the main road of the clan members who were going to work passed by one after another. Thinking of the series of events he encountered yesterday, Uchiha Jin's mind was a little confused. Originally, he just wanted to understand what happened in the tragedy of the clan 6 years ago, but he accidentally found his imprisoned grandfather and told him some big news. The original owner was a kaleidoscope but was dug out by his hypocritical uncle. His uncle killed his parents and took the throne of the clan leader. His eyes were about to be born, and he could take off and become the head of the clan above thousands of people if he took them back. As a result, before these news were warmed up, he met Uchiha Fengguo, the former younger brother of the original owner's father, who told him about the events he had experienced, making the words of his grandfather imprisoned in the dungeon unreliable. Can't there be less dark routines? Where's the light-hearted and funny story? Uchiha-jin rubbed his curly hair fiercely and couldn't help complaining. Cousin! What are you doing so early? Uchiha Izuna, who was clamoring, interrupted Uchiha-jin's thoughts and brought him back to reality. What else can I do? Go to work. I have become a pathetic adult. Izuna, cherish your happy time now. With a sigh, Uchiha-jin touched the little hedgehog head of Uchiha Izuna, who looked silly in front of him. Are Uchiha who look like this silly when they were young? I don't understand. Anyway, I don't have to go to work when I grow up. My family is rich. Uchiha Izuna impatiently slapped the hand of the stinky adult in front of him and proudly puffed out his chest and said. Bang! Uchiha-jin's classic righteous violent chest. So I hate self-righteous brats. After shaking his sore hands, Uchiha-jin walked towards his post without paying attention to Uchiha Izuna, who was squatting on the ground in pain and in autism. Master Uchiha-jin, have you seen the old jailer? As soon as Uchiha-jin sat on the stool in the office and had no time to take out the teacup to make tea, Uchiha Lucha's head stuck in through the crack of the door and asked cautiously. I saw it. Thank you very much for your help, Brother Lucha. For Uchiha Lucha, who was very efficient, Uchiha-jin did not hesitate to praise him. Brother Lucha is so talented, how can he stay in the position of guard for a long time? It's better to join me, so that you can show your skills and make great achievements. End of this chapter. Chapter 64 A Man's Love in a Dream. Uchiha Yin, who really didn't want to work by himself, used all his life's learning to fool Uchiha Lucha, wanting him to work for him. But, I can't decide on such things. Uchiha Lucha, who was confused by Uchiha Yin's trick, did not agree immediately. Although he was a little tempted, the change of position still had to be decided by the leaders above. I will report this matter to Elder Yan, you can do it with confidence. Uchiha Yin naturally knew what he was in trouble for, and immediately brought up Uchiha Luiying's immediate boss to guarantee. Then Uchiha Lucha was still hesitating, and frantically weighed the feasibility of this matter in his mind. What are you hesitating about? I'll leave this to you. Without saying anything, he stuffed the file in his hand into his hand. Uchiha-jin gave him a keep going, I'm rooting for you look and ran away. Let me go to the dungeon to investigate a prisoner. The free labor that was delivered to the door was not wasted. Uchiha-jin threw off the burden and walked to the gate of the number 2 dungeon with a happy and unconcerned pace. The ones on duty today were still Uchiha Lucha and Uchiha Taidan, who failed to change shifts. Since Uchiha Lucha was pulled by Uchiha-jin to be a free laborer, only Uchiha Taidan was left guarding the prison door. Lucha said he was going to the toilet, why didn't he come back for so long? Did he fall in? Thinking of Uchiha Lucha who had not returned for a long time, Uchiha Taidan, who was bored to death after guarding alone for a long time, whispered. Brother Taidan, right? Let me in to check. A strange voice sounded in his ears, and Uchiha Taidan, who was still in a daze, was startled and looked up at the person who came. Uchiha Jin. What caught his eye was his nightmare in recent days, the man named Uchiha Jin. Any problem? Seeing the frightened tribesman in front of him, Uchiha Jin raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. No problem at all, please come in. Uchiha Taidan, who had just woken up from a dream, opened the door of the dungeon neatly and invited him in respectfully. I'll find this prisoner, please help me lead the way. Just now, before leaving, Uchiha Jin casually drew a file of the prisoner in the number 2 dungeon without looking through it. Now he directly handed it to Uchiha Taidan to help lead the way. This prisoner. Okay, please follow me. Uchiha Taidan glanced at the prisoner's name and nodded in response. Brother Lucha will help in the archives room recently. I will report to Lord Lu Ying to reassign you a teammate. Uchiha Yin, who was following Uchiha Taidan, said. Uchiha Taidan felt sad when he heard this. Could it be that his good brother had been killed and it was all his fault that he had implicated him? Uchiha Taidan, who was thinking wildly, took Uchiha Yin to the door of a cell and pointed inside to indicate that this was it. Hehe, are you here to torture me again, Uchiha boy? Use whatever tricks you have. If I, Yamanaka Soichiro, frown, I'm not a hero. A middle-aged man with brown hair was imprisoned in the cell. At this time, his hands were tied behind his back, and his indigo eyes stared at them fiercely, as if he wanted to eat them alive. There's a fly on your forehead. Uchiha Yin stared at him and suddenly said something without thinking. Ah! Hearing this irrelevant words, Yamanaka Soichiro subconsciously shrugged his eyebrows. Hey, you see, he frowned, didn't he? Uchiha Jin, who had achieved his goal, pointed at him and shouted loudly. The awkward atmosphere instantly filled the entire space. Not only did the person involved, Yamanaka Soichiro, remain silent, but Uchiha Taidan, who was standing next to him, also seemed to be silenced, staring straight at his feet on the ground, as if counting how many fingers he had. Ahem, Lord Yin, you interrogate yourself first. There is no one guarding the prison door now. I'll go back first. Unable to continue this embarrassing topic, Uchiha Taidan made an excuse to leave first. It's really boring. People in the past didn't have any humor cells at all. Shaking his head, Uchiha Jin said with regret. You kid, are you fooling me? Yamaka Soichiro, who had just reacted, asked with gritted teeth. Just kidding, don't you have the most basic tolerance at such an old age? Uchiha Jin flipped through the information in his hand and said in a relaxed tone. Yamanaka Soichiro, good at spiritual secrets, arrested at the same time as Yamanaka Ichino and others. I heard that your Yamanaka clan's secrets are very powerful. Uchiha Jin walked to the bound Yamanaka Soichiro meaningfully, looked at his tied hands, and said thoughtfully. But, it was still countered by our Uchiha clan's Sharinan. Humph! If it weren't for you bullying the few with your numbers, how could we fall into your hands? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Yamanaka Soichiro was furious and struggled to defend himself. Okay. Uchiha Jin touched his chin, nodded and said seriously. Ah! Yamanaka Soichiro, whose hands were suddenly free, didn't react and was stunned. No way, you yelled so fiercely the result is a weakling? Uchiha Jin, who found that the system was still silent, could not help but add fuel to the fire. It is detected that the host is in battle, and the heart steel treasure box begins to accumulate. The corner of his mouth curled up, and it turned out that the provocation method was still effective. Damn Uchiha boy, to thank you for letting me go, I will let you go peacefully. Yamanaka Soichiro, who found that the restraints on his body disappeared, stood up, raised his hands with a fierce smile, and made a weird gesture. Seeing this gesture, Uchiha Jin, who was familiar with the plot of Naruto, recognized this signature move of the Yamanaka clan at a glance. The secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan are all Yintun Chakra ninjutsu targeting the spirit, which are good at spiritual attacks, reading memories, and controlling the enemy's consciousness. Ninjutsu heart-turning technique. Yamanaka Soichiro raised his hand and used the signature ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan. Heart-turning the technique is a ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan that allows them to release their spirits and occupy the enemy's body for a short period of time and move freely. A man's dream love technique. As the spiritual power of Yamanaka Soichiro attacked from a distance, Uchiha Jin subconsciously activated the Sharinan. I don't know if it was the ability of the Sharinan, but he could vaguely see a stream of Yintun Chakra wrapped in spiritual power rushing straight to his forehead. Uchiha Jin, who was still thinking about whether he should pretend to slide and kneel to cheat the number of layers, dodged the opponent's charged attack sideways. Ha, do you think you can easily dodge it? I was not surprised by Uchiha Jin's evasive action. Yamanaka Soichiro twisted his hands, and the mental power actually turned. In horror, Uchiha Jin, who had no time to dodge, could only watch Yamanaka Soichiro's mental power break into his consciousness. It stands to reason that the Yamanaka clan's mind-turning technique can only attack in a straight line, but it was unexpected that Yamanaka Soichiro, after years of hard training, could actually change the attack route of the mind-turning technique. It was really terrifying. Uchiha Jin found that he could no longer control his body to make any movements. A mental power suddenly broke into his mind, making him feel dizzy and nauseous as if he had been on a roller coaster for 3 days and 3 nights. Hehe, stupid Uchiha boy, you didn't expect my secret technique to turn. A strange voice came out of Uchiha Jin's mouth, and the tone of his voice was completely different from before. Yamazhong Soichiro seemed to have lost consciousness, and his body collapsed to the side. Let me make you feel the end of the pain. Yamazhong Soichiro smiled grimly and controlled Uchiha Jin's body, took out a kunao from the ninja bag, and stabbed it towards his neck tremblingly. End of this chapter. Chapter 65. Just eat it while lying down. At this moment, in Uchiha Jin's sea of consciousness, Yamanaka Soichiro locked his consciousness body into a small dark room. Uchiha Jin's entire consciousness was occupied by his spiritual body. Yamanaka Soichiro, who was laughing wildly, looked at the sea of consciousness occupied by him. Everything here was the same as the people he had invaded. Uchiha Jin's sea of consciousness was also a void. Yamanaka Soichiro, who didn't care, was about to control Uchiha Jin's body to commit suicide. Suddenly, he found that there was something flickering in Uchiha Jin's sea of consciousness. Yamanaka Soichiro, who had never seen this situation, was driven by his curiosity and cleared the fog there. A strange door slowly appeared in front of him. The door was black and tightly locked with a big lock. XXXX. Yamazhong Soichiro walked forward and looked at the big lock. The lock was bronze in color, but there was no keyhole to unlock it. There was a windmill pattern on the surface of the lock, which faintly emitted a red glow and had a strange attraction. It was the first time that Yamanaka Soichiro, who was quite old and curious, encountered such a situation. He temporarily delayed Uchiha Jin's suicide plan and began to study the door lock in front of him. When his palm touched the lock, it was not as cold as he had imagined, but a scorching hot feeling came. Touching the pattern on the lock, Yamanaka Soichiro was surprised to find that there were several tiny cracks on the lock surface. As a member of the Yamanaka clan who mainly practiced spiritual secret arts, he could clearly sense that someone had placed a seal on this Uchiha's mind. What secrets does this seal hide? Yamazhong Soichiro couldn't help but use his mental power to spy on the cracked lock in his hand. Just when his mental power touched the lock, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared out of thin air in front of him, and a strong force came from the pattern of the big lock in his hand and threw him away. The backlash of mental power instantly fed back to his body. Yamanaka Soichiro, who had occupied the magpie's nest, was shocked by this blow and had to choose to escape from Uchiha Jin's sea of consciousness. In reality, the kunao controlled by Yamanaka Soichiro paused before it was about to pierce his throat. After a brief struggle, the hand holding the kunao fell down weakly. The unconscious Yamanaka Soichiro suddenly shuddered, his eyes widened with shock. What on earth is in your head? Ah! Uchiha Jin, who suddenly regained consciousness, looked at Yamanaka Soichiro, who was holding his chest and panting, with a confused face. Uchiha Jin, who had just received a heart-turning technique, felt a black screen in front of his eyes and found that his consciousness could not control his body. His spirit body was locked in a dark corner by Yamanaka Soichiro, who turned into a god of war in the sea of consciousness. I was considering whether to use the Tsukuyomi experience card to Yamanaka Soichiro's spirit body is going to make a big move. If his spirit body faces the illusion of the Mangekyo directly, the effect is not doubled, but 10 times 10. Uchiha Jin's consciousness can observe the movements of his body. Just before Yamanaka Soichiro controlled his body and was about to stab the throat with a kunao, Uchiha Jin took out the Tsukuyomi experience card produced by the system. Just when he was about to use it, he saw Yamanaka Soichiro stopped his movements and walked into the depths of nothingness in the sea of consciousness alone. After a few breaths, Uchiha Jin, who was holding the Tsukuyomi experience card and watching the changes, saw that Yamanaka Soichiro, who was still very inflated just now, was thrown out, hit the ground heavily and bounced out. No way, is it over? Are you old dang weak? Why did you wither halfway through the control? Uchiha Jin, who regained his freedom, still had a stable output, and he was an old yin-yang man as soon as he opened his mouth. Uchiha brat, don't be so arrogant. I haven't used all my strength yet. I will definitely crush you to ashes with my next move. Yamanaka Soichiro was injured by the backlash, but he was a veteran secret technique master after all, and he could minimize the harm of the backlash in a short time. As expected of an old senior of the Yamanaka clan, you are very energetic. I, Uchiha Jin, would like to claim that you are the strongest in the dream mind control ninjutsu. I, the junior, admit defeat. Uchiha Jin changed the subject and raised his thumb with admiration. I was thinking that the Uchiha brat in front of me would say something outrageous and vulgar, but I didn't expect the other party's attitude to change 180 degrees. The strong contrast made Yamanaka Soichiro unable to catch his breath. He was so angry that his eyes turned black and he fainted. Host failed, gain 10 heart energy, and can unlock the Heart Steel treasure chest reward after 3 more battles. Current accumulated heart energy, 10. A beautiful system prompt sounded. Uchiha Jin nodded with satisfaction, went over to tie up the unconscious Yamanaka Soichiro again, hummed a happy little song and closed the cell door. Today is a good day to eat steel. He greeted Uchiha Taidan who was on guard, and Uchiha Jin, who had finished his heart steel routine today, stayed here without intention. He was ready to skip work like yesterday, but he didn't expect to meet someone who surprised him halfway. Elder Miao, good morning. A familiar withered figure was seen from a distance, and Uchiha Miao, who was indifferent, actually came to the dungeon, and he didn't know what he was doing. Since they had met, it would be wrong not to say hello, so Uchiha Jin took the initiative to step forward and respectfully said, Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Miao was also surprised to meet Uchiha Jin here. What are you doing here? He briefly told Uchiha Miao the whole story of how he was transferred to the dungeon to organize files. After listening, Uchiha Miao thought for a while and said, this job is indeed suitable for you. It avoids going out to do missions and does not need to contact clan members. He had heard a little about Uchiha Jin's notorious deeds. Even he felt a little disgusted with the seemingly harmless Uchiha in front of him, but he was too cunning to show it easily. Your eyes, don't feel any discomfort. Suddenly thinking of something, Uchiha Miao stared at the other person's eyes and asked. No, I have awakened the Sharingan, and my eyesight is great. Uchiha Jin boasted to him. Sharingan? If you have time, come to the institute and I'll check it for you. Leaving this sentence, Uchiha Miao walked into the depths of the dungeon without looking back. Uchiha Yin was a little confused. He learned from Uchiha Yan that his current eyes were not original, and the person who operated on them was most likely Uchiha Miao just now. He should know the situation of his eyes very well. Why did he show curiosity about his eyes? Uchiha Yin, who was thinking wildly, left the dungeon. Not far away, Uchiha Miao, who watched him disappear at the dungeon gate, appeared from the darkness. I clearly asked Yan to take a pair of ordinary people's eyes, why did you open the Sharingan? Uchiha Miao, who was full of doubts, was ready to find Uchiha Yan, the provider of the eyeballs at that time, to ask clearly. I don't know if the little brat Senjo Banjian has woken up. I'll go back and give him a gift later. It should make him feel better. Senjo Banjian's life is closely linked to him. As long as he is not sent back to the Senjo clan, Uchiha Jin will not be at peace. He cooks for him because he is afraid that the brat will starve to death or commit suicide due to depression, so he prepares gifts for him. I am really a kind-hearted Uchiha. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin nodded with self-recognition. cousin. Why are you wandering around here instead of going to work? End of this chapter. Chapter 66 New Skin or Old Routine. A familiar voice sounded, and Uchiha Jin, who had just walked out of the dungeon, turned his head and looked at the two teenagers not far away. He had thought of the words in a flash. Izuna, Madara, do you know what kind of conditions are required to be a qualified leader? Izuna, who originally wanted to tease Uchiha Jin, was confused by the other party's question. He was young and had never thought about such questions. The power to sweep everything. On the contrary, the precocious Uchiha Madara touched his chin and thought about it and answered tentatively. That's right, but this is only one of the most basic conditions. Uchiha Jin nodded and shook his head, with an expression that said you are too superficial, which made the two teenagers angry. Then, you say. The angry Uchiha Izuna waved her fist and said. Hehe, let me show you how to do it. Uchiha Jin looked around and found no one else, so he waved his hand to the two brothers to come closer. The two brothers did not doubt him, and came over driven by curiosity, ready to listen to what Uchiha Jin had to say. In addition to strength, the most important thing is. What else? The two teenagers' eyes flashed with a gleam of curiosity. This. Uchiha Jin stretched out a hand mysteriously, with his palm facing up, and his thumb and index finger circled into a circle, making a universal gesture. Underscore. The two teenagers had question marks on their faces. Tisk, as a leader, you have to have gold coins in your hand, so that everyone will follow you wholeheartedly. Uchiha Jin said with a look of disappointment. Too superficial. The impatient Uchiha Izuna complained. Don't worry, this is just one of the reasons. There is another most important point, which most people cannot achieve. Shaking his finger, Uchiha Jin signaled the boy not to worry, and then posed a pose that he thought was very handsome, and said confidently. Handsome. Just like me, I can get my colleagues to help me with my work by relying on my extraordinary appearance. Underscore, Sigma, BB. After explaining why he could leave work early, Uchiha Jin ignored the two dazed boys and turned around to leave them a chic back. I have never seen such a shameless person. Uchiha Izuna, who realized it late, was stunned for a long time before reacting, and his face flushed with anger. Uchiha Madara next to him looked thoughtful. Uchiha Jin hummed a little song and strolled to the door of his house. He opened the door and saw Senjuitama slumped on the sofa in a GEU-like posture, in a daze. His shirt was slightly lifted, one hand was scratching his exposed belly boredly, his eyes were dull and he was yawning, looking like a typical salted fish. You little brat, you are so leisurely. Thinking that he worked hard to get up early to go to work, but this little brat was lying at home, Uchiha Jin felt extremely unbalanced. Do you know who is making money to support the family? Ah? Why are you back so early again? At this time, Senjuitama, who only realized that Uchiha Jin had returned, turned over and stood away from him very vigilantly. Tell me, you only eat and sleep all day long, you can't do anything, and you don't leave anything left after eating. The angry Uchiha Jin's fingers almost poked Senjuitama's round little face. Ah! It hurts, let go. The brat in front of him bit his finger unexpectedly, and the pain spread all over his body in an instant. Uchiha Jin tried his best, but the brat refused to let go. Seeing that the hard way didn't work, he could only try other methods. I have prepared a gift for you, let go quickly, I'll give it to you. Gift. Hearing the word gift, Senjuitama's eyes lit up and his bitten mouth relaxed slightly. Really, it's in the cabinet, go and see for yourself. Uchiha Jin, who found something going on, said hurriedly that if he didn't let go of his finger, he would be in the brat's stomach. If you lie to me, I'll bite you to death. Senjuitama threatened angrily after letting go of his mouth, and then turned to look for it in the cabinet. Damn you little brat, my Uchiha clan has always been honest and simple, and we keep our promises. Uchiha Jin looked at the reddish tooth marks on his finger, which were covered with Senjuitama's crystal clear and sticky saliva, which made him feel sick. He raised his bitten hand with disdain, went into the bathroom and scrubbed it several times, until his hand turned white and peeled. "Wow, what a cute turtle!" Senjuitama, who found the three-tailed Isabu doll, exclaimed in accordance with his age. "Humph, a brat is a brat." Looking at Senjuitama, who was spinning excitedly with the Isabu doll, Uchiha-jin curled his lips and said with a wandering look. Senjuitama, who received the gift, never bothered him again, and Uchiha-jin also gained a rare quiet time. In the evening, Uchiha-jin personally cooked a few dishes. Senjuitama, who never let go of his doll, ate 3 bowls of it and took the initiative to help clean up after the meal. The power of the three-tailed doll is so terrifying. When night fell, Senjuitama, who was tired of playing, fell asleep with the Isofu doll in his arms. After the little ghost fell asleep, Uchiha-jin came to the backyard as usual. The new decoration made him feel very happy. He lay on the wooden recliner he bought, waiting for the refresh of skills. This is life. Stretching his body comfortably, Uchiha-jin thought happily. Lying down is the kingly way. Suddenly, Uchiha-jin felt the surrounding atmosphere condense, and it finally came after waiting for a long time. A light curtain covered with water ripples appeared out of thin air, and a figure slowly walked out of it. "Why did you change your skin?" Looking at the old friend who changed his skin in front of him, Uchiha-jin asked with some surprise. The person who came was still his old friend, teacher Tsukuyomi, fighting 7 people alone, but unlike the previous times, he was wearing a regular Akatsuki uniform. He appeared a little embarrassed for the first time. His classic battle robe had disappeared. He was wearing a close-fitting fishnet shirt and his face was extremely pale. Looking at the weak appearance of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha-jin did not take it lightly. His perception that was higher than that of ordinary people clearly told him that the skin-changing Itachi in front of him was much stronger than the ones that were brushed out before. Without waiting for the opponent to make a move first, Uchiha-jin, who was familiar with the process, took the lead. His eyes instantly opened 3 Megatama, and his right eye condensed. Amaterasu appeared as he wished. In an instant, the black flames in the sky enveloped Uchiha Itachi, who was still in a daze. It was so easy to hit. Uchiha-jin, who could control Amaterasu through his eyes, could clearly sense that he had hit the target. Just as the black flames burned more and more fiercely, a pair of orange hands slowly tore open Uchiha-jin's Amaterasu, and a transparent orange skeleton slowly appeared. Susanoo. Uchiha-jin stepped back vigilantly, looking at the ghost-like half-body giant in front of him, and slowly said its name. The stubborn black flame was gently pinched by Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo and dissipated between heaven and earth. Amaterasu, as his strongest trump card, was easily controlled. Uchiha-jin couldn't help feeling a little powerless. Now he really didn't have the ability to match Gundam unless he drove a Gundam. He stared at Uchiha Itachi in Susanoo, guarding against the other party controlling Susanoo to suddenly burst out and give him a joke. The nervous Uchiha-jin was highly focused. The next moment, his eyes met with Uchiha Itachi's charming kaleidoscope. A familiar feeling came over him. Uchiha-jin's eyes went black and he came to the happy old home. And Uchiha-jin, who was cursing, was invited to enter the Tsukuyomi space. End of this chapter. Chapter 67. You are really brave to roll up if you are given a chance. This Uchiha young man has no martial ethics. He came to cheat. He came to sneak attack, my 69-year-old old comrade. Is this good? This is not good. In the illusion space of Tsukuyomi, Uchiha-jin, who was nailed to the cross, looked at the endless 1-on-7 in front of him, and a feeling of helplessness as an old senior arose. Unfortunately, the old senior's earnest teachings could not resonate with Uchiha Itachi, but instead accelerated the movements of his hands. For a while, the lower 3 roads were bombarded like bombardment. 72 hours passed quickly, and Uchiha-jin could feel that this time's Tsukuyomi was more violent than the previous ones. After all, the stab was particularly painful. Falling face to face on the recliner, Uchiha Jin, panting, covered his head. The after effect of this Tsukuyomi was too strong. Now his head still hurts. It was not until the system's debuff removal feature took effect that Uchiha Jin recovered. The backyard refreshes the random skill illusion Tsukuyomi every day, and obtains Tsukuyomi fragments *10. Tsukuyomi fragments, 30/40ths, collect 40 pieces to synthesize the illusion Tsukuyomi, skill can learn the Mangekyo Sharinan. Finally, I have collected enough fragments of Tsukuyomi. Once I have collected them, I should no longer have to be taken care of by 7 people. Thinking of his wonderful future life, Uchiha Jin couldn't help laughing. Straightening up, Uchiha Jin walked back home with a step that didn't recognize his relatives. Looking at his long-used house, he touched his chin and thought, since he has learned wood release and 4 pillars, should he take the time to renovate this house, or just demolish it and rebuild it? Forget it, I'll think about it when I wake up tomorrow. Yawning, Uchiha Jin was too lazy to think about such a small problem, so he lay on the sofa and fell asleep. The next day, as a social animal, Uchiha Jin got up early as usual, cleaned up simply, made a breakfast, ate a few bites, and went to work. He walked to the door of his archive room with ease, and after pushing the door open, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. "Brother Lucha, you are here really early." Seeing Uchiha Lucha sitting at his desk with his back to him, Uchiha Jin reached out and said hello. "Good morning, Lord Jin." With a little tiredness in his tone, Uchiha Lucha turned his head with 2 big panda eyes, and his eyeballs were filled with red blood. From a distance, it looked like he had opened his eyes. "You won't work here all night, will you?" Uchiha Jin, who noticed that Uchiha Lucha was not in a good state, asked carefully. Uchiha Lucha nodded, put a blue file in his hand into the bookshelf and said, "Yes, I worked from yesterday to today without closing my eyes." Brother Lucha is really a role model for our generation. His dedication to his work really opened my eyes. Uchiha Jin praised Uchiha Lucha without hesitation. No, it's my honor to share Lord Jin's worries. Tisk, this kid is quite capable, he speaks fluently, he is really a talented person with great potential. Brother Lucha, your health is the capital of revolution, you should take a good rest first, and leave the next work to me. Uchiha Yin said with a righteous face, after all, he is not a devil, it is not advisable to exploit employees, sustainable development is the kingly way. Uchiha Lucha looked at the few files left on the desk, and rolled his eyes in his heart, but he had to compromise because he was in a stronger position than people. "Then I'll trouble you, Lord Yin." Uchiha Lucha got up and left the archive room, handing the simple finishing work to Uchiha Yin. Carefully stuffed the last file into the bookshelf, Uchiha Yin, who was relieved, breathed a sigh of relief. "It's so hard." Void wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, Uchiha Yin felt said with a sigh. Looking at the archive room that had been sorted out with satisfaction, Uchiha Jin randomly pulled out a file from one of the shelves. "It's decided to be you. The dungeon is a good place to brush up. People locked up in it will never get out until they die. Even if you pretend to slide down, the news will not spread. The prisoner drawn today has no special features, so Uchiha Taidan takes him over. After he leaves, Uchiha Jin has a friendly exchange with the prisoner. The host fails, and gets 12 heart energy. After 2 more battles, you can unlock the Heart Steel Treasure Box reward. Current accumulated heart energy, 22. Hearing the system prompt sound, Uchiha Jin patted the dirt on his body with satisfaction and waved goodbye to this kind person. There was nothing to do in the dungeon today, so Uchiha Jin chose to leave early again, humming a little song, and slipped out of the dungeon door. Walking on the main road of the Uchiha clan, enjoying the hard-earned free time, Uchiha Yin scratched his curly hair. Suddenly, he remembered Uchiha Miao whom he met yesterday. The other party asked him to check his Sharinan when he was free. It is better to do it today than to wait for a day. I will go to him to check myself. I always feel that my eyesight has improved rapidly recently. According to the original owner's memory, after turning around in the clan land, he finally came to a building far away from the clan land. Seeing Uchiha Yin approaching, the guard at the door immediately intercepted him. This is a serious experimental site. No entry for idle people. Elder Uchiha Miao asked me to find him. I didn't expect the security here to be so strict. Uchiha Yin was not angry because of the other party's attitude, but explained to him seriously. Please wait, I will go in and ask. The guard heard this and did not question whether what Uchiha Yin said was true or false. He turned around and went into the research institute to report. After a while, the guard returned to the gate and said to Uchiha Jin, who was waiting quietly. Elder Uchiha Miao asked the media to go. As he said that, he stepped aside to make way. Uchiha Jin nodded in thanks and walked into this place he had never been to before. Uchiha Jin, right? Elder Miao asked me to lead the way for you. A thin young Uchiha was waiting inside the gate. Seeing Uchiha Jin approaching, he asked. Then I'll trouble you. As the thin man walked a long way, Uchiha Jin thought in his heart. No wonder someone was asked to pick me up. It turned out that it was so empty inside. The facilities in the institute seemed to be relatively new. It was obvious that they were newly built in recent years. This is it. Go in by yourself. I have something else to do. After the thin man gave Uchiha Jin instructions, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Elder Miao, are you there? Through the crack of the door of the office in front of him, Uchiha Yin saw a ray of light and knocked on the door. Come in. A cold voice came from inside, and Uchiha Yin pushed the door open without hesitation. Uchiha Miao was wearing a white coat and was working on something at the desk. Seeing that the other party was still busy with his work, Uchiha Yin did not disturb him and observed the laboratory by himself. There was a row of bookshelves on the wall, on which many folders with labels were stored, and countless glass jars were placed on the display cabinet next to it. When you walked in, you could see various human tissues and organs soaked in the glass jars, which made people shudder. Uchiha Jin, I didn't expect you to come to me today. Stopping what he was doing, Uchiha Miao turned around and looked at him deeply. Elder Miao, you personally told me, so I naturally came here as soon as possible. Uchiha Jin lied without blushing. In order to come earlier, I stayed up all night yesterday to complete the work assigned by Elder Yan. After listening to him, Uchiha Miao said meaningfully. You seem to be in a hurry. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. People are still hard-mouthed after 3 days of death. In Uchiha Miao's dusty memory, when the clan was attacked 6 years ago, Uchiha Jin awakened the legendary eye of the Uchiha clan in despair. Due to excessive use at one time, his body was backfired by the pupil power, and the genes in his whole body were close to collapse. As a last resort, Uchiha Tajima ordered him to remove Uchiha Jin's eyes and transplant them to Uchiha Wuming, who was also cultivating the Mangekyo. Uchiha Jin, who lost his eyes, was arranged to have a pair of ordinary people's eyes implanted to calm the conflict in his body. Unexpectedly, 6 years later, Uchiha Jin, who had been mediocre during this period, awakened his Sharingan again when he was on a mission. This incident made him feel unbelievable as a scientific researcher. Afterwards, he specifically asked Uchiha Yan, who provided the eyeballs at the beginning. The other party repeatedly guaranteed that the eyes transplanted into Uchiha Jin's eyes were taken from the bodies of invaders. This made him very interested in Uchiha Jin's Sharingan, so when he met him on the street, he invited him to check it out. Before your Sharingan awakened, did your eyes have any discomfort? Uchiha Miao, who has been conducting human experiments for many years, knew very well that there was a high probability of rejection after transplanting other people's eyes. Discomfort? After opening my eyes, I felt so happy that I never felt uncomfortable. I just felt that these eyes were more suitable than my original ones. No, everything was normal before I opened my eyes. There was no abnormal reaction. Uchiha-jin, the situation was reported to Uchiha Miao truthfully. There was no rejection. Uchiha Miao frowned. According to his research, even if someone with the Uchiha bloodline transplanted eyes from other people, there would be some slight rejection, not to mention the transplanted eyes of non-Uchiha bloodline. What is the current level of your Sharinan? Uchiha Miao changed the question. Uchiha-jin did not speak, his eyes were stained with scarlet as he thought, revealing his eyes filled with coldness. Well, it has reached 3 megatama. A hint of surprise flashed across Uchiha Miao's cold face. He knew Uchiha-jin's physical condition best. The broken body 6 years ago was still vivid in his mind. If it had not been treated in time, Uchiha-jin, who was severely backlashed by the pupil power, would have died long ago. Lucky luck. Uchiha-jin said very modestly. Leave me some of your eyeball samples. Uchiha Miao pondered for a moment, took out a set of collection tools from the drawer, handed it to Uchiha-jin and said. Looking at the tools used to collect eyeball samples in his hand, Uchiha-jin nodded. After a while of operation, rubbing his red eyes, Uchiha-jin handed the collected samples to Uchiha Miao. It's nothing. I'll send someone to notify you after the results come out. After receiving it, the other party immediately issued an order to expel him. Uchiha-jin was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. He left Uchiha Miao's laboratory directly. After leaving the institute, Uchiha-jin touched his shriveled stomach and remembered that he only ate 2 meals a day, morning and evening. If he continued like this, his weak body would not be able to support his excellent soul. No, I have to go have a good meal. But eating alone seems to be boring. Uchiha-jin looked at the bustling crowd on the streets of the clan land, and an inexplicable sense of loneliness arose. As an outsider, he seemed to have not really integrated into this world. Anyway, the original owner was also alone, and he didn't have to manage any family relationships too much. It was also an advantage, but he felt lonely occasionally. Uchiha-jin, who seemed out of place with passers-by, looked for food in the clan land according to the original owner's memory. When passing by the market, he saw a familiar figure from a distance. Boss, how much is this fish? Senjuitama, who always carries the Isafashi doll wherever he goes, actually came out alone to purchase. The people selling in the market are basically foreign vendors, who are protected by the Uchiha clan to conduct trade activities here and pay taxes to the Uchiha clan regularly. Are you here to buy things for your parents, kid? The fishmonger is strong and powerful, with no trace of chakra on his body. He is just an ordinary businessman from outside. Yes. Senjuitama, holding the 3-tailed doll, looked at the fat fish in the vendor's hand with a greedy face, imagining how delicious it would be if it was made into sweet and sour fish. Ha ha ha, the kid is really capable. He can run errands for his family at such a young age. The fishmonger laughed very heartily, looking at Senjuitama, who was staring at the fresh fish in his hand, and said, I'll give you half price for this fish. Really? Thank you, boss. Senjubanjian, holding the doll, jumped up happily, with little stars in his eyes. Holding the fresh fish bought at half price, Senjubanjian walked towards home happily. Before Senjubanjian took a few steps, he ran into a tall figure head-on, and he staggered because he couldn't hold back. Whose child are you? The figure that was hit lowered his head and looked at the unfamiliar Senjuitama in front of him, and asked indifferently. Because Senjuitama was wearing Uchiha-jin's childhood clothes, and the round fan embellished on his clothes was very eye-catching, it was normal for the Uchiha clan to mistake him for a fellow clan member. I am. Senjuitama, who was interrogated for the first time, was a little at a loss for a moment, and his hand holding the Isabu doll began to tremble nervously. Looking at Senjuitama with erratic eyes, the Uchiha clan member who was asking was a little alert, and his eyes swept up and down at the nervous kid. Hey, you kid, why did it take you so long to buy a fish? Uchiha-jin, who had been observing from a distance for a long time, discovered Senjuitama's predicament and appeared in time. You are. The Uchiha clan member who interrogated Senju Itama saw Uchiha-jin who interfered, and his eyes flashed with obvious disgust. "Take care of your kid, don't run rampant on the road." The man who recognized Uchiha-jin did not continue to pester her, and turned away coldly. "Come home with me." Uchiha-jin sighed, looked at Senju Itama who bowed his head and said softly. The two walked home one after the other. Uchiha-jin glanced at the silent kid behind him helplessly. It was his fault. He had told the kid to go to the clan to purchase. But he didn't expect that even Senju Itama with black hair would still arouse suspicion from interested clan members. If you go out and meet someone questioning you in the future, just say that you are the child of Uchiha-jin's family, and ordinary clan members will not embarrass you. After organizing his words, Uchiha-jin said to the kid behind him. Hearing this, Senju Itama raised his head in surprise. He thought that after this incident, Uchiha-jin would put him under house arrest, but he didn't expect that the other party would let him go out as his family. "Humph, return your child, that's a nice thought, why don't you come to our Senju and be my son?" But the pride of the Senju clan does not allow him to give in. The main feature of the Senju clan is hardness, from head to toe. "Don't want to eat fish." Uchiha-jin rolled his eyes angrily when he heard the little devil's words against Tiangang. He used his trump card. It's not easy to catch a little devil. "Woo woo woo, Godfather, don't." Once again, I declare that this article is a happy article. End of this chapter. Chapter 69 First Experience of Real Estate Tycoon. You have been eating fish for several days in a row, don't you get tired of it? Uchiha-jin stared at Senju Itama, who was showing off his rice with fish, and couldn't help asking. This kid is young but eats a lot. The rice at home was eaten up in 2 days. Senju Itama, who was busy eating, paused when he heard the words, raised his bulging head, and looked thoughtful. "Is there any food that tastes better than fish?" The fish-eating kid asked a soul-searching question. The kid's unbelievable expression made Uchiha-jin speechless. It seemed that the kid had never eaten good food. "Are you Senju clan poor?" "What do you mean?" Feeling offended, Senju Itama bared his teeth and said. "There are so many delicacies in the world, why do you only like to eat fish?" Knowing that it was not due to the limitations of conditions, Uchiha-jin couldn't help but ask curiously. "Is it okay if I just like to eat?" Senju Itama, who didn't want to explain more, continued to eat. Uchiha-jin felt bored and didn't ask any more questions. Senju Itama, who buried his head in the rice, had wet eyes at this time, eating the fish with big mouthfuls, but what emerged in his mind was the wonderful time when they went to the river to catch fish. The 3 brothers often took him to the river to catch fish when he was young, especially the second brother who loved eating fish. Every time they caught fish, they would make grilled fish on the spot. The brothers ate until they were full, but such times are probably gone forever. As Senju Itama's emotions collapsed, his body trembled with sobs, and Uchiha-jin was a little confused. Until the kid in front of him suddenly started to twitch, he jumped up immediately, rushed over and pulled him up, and opened Senju Itama's mouth with his hands, complaining. "I told you to eat slowly, look, the fish bone is stuck in your throat." As he spoke, he dug his fingers into Senju Itama's throat. The little ghost who was unable to speak due to the stuffing rolled his eyes and had only one thought in his mind. Is this guy probably seriously ill? Uchiha-jin, who dug out a handful of saliva after a long time, frowned. Did he swallow it? What should I do? He glanced at the vinegar used for seasoning on the table, and remembered the folk remedy in his previous life. He immediately picked up the vinegar pot and unscrewed it to pour it into the mouth of Senju Itama who was retching. "Woo woo woo woo." Senju Itama waved his hands weakly, but he was not as strong as Uchiha-jin, so he was forced to drink a whole pot of vinegar. "Hi, this should be fine." Uchiha-jin wiped the sweat from his head and said to the little ghost who was drunk but waved his hand to thank him. "No need to thank me, this is what I should do. I really will thank you." Before he fainted, Senju Itama almost roared out this sentence. What a polite kid. Uchiha-jin couldn't help but nodded and praised. After throwing the unconscious Senjuidama into the bedroom, Uchiha-jin stared at the small room for a while, clapped his hands and decided to expand it. It's not a good idea to sleep on the sofa like this. It hurts the waist in the long run. He is still a young man and can't overdraw his fighting power like this. Walking out, looking at this old house where the original owner had lived for many years, he gestured with his hands how to renovate it, and drew a framework in his mind. Uchiha-jin put his hands together. Shoot! Would release 4 pillars family. With the infusion of chakra in the body, countless branches broke out from the bare ground, and began to merge and fold according to the drawings conceived by Uchiha-jin, climbing up layer by layer. After a puff of smoke, a brand new 2-story small Western-style building rose up close to the original owner's old house. Uchiha-jin, who let go of his hand, looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Pushing open the door, the home decoration inside was also presented by wood release, and all wooden furniture was available. It is worthy of the famous house-building technique. After patting the solid furniture, Uchiha-jin was more satisfied. He walked to the side of the wall. He had specially left a secret door here. He only needed to make a hole in the wall of the original owner's house, and the 2 houses could be connected. After buying some bedding and daily necessities, he could move in with his luggage. Uchiha-jin made a list and walked to the market in the clan land with money in his pocket. It was still the familiar grocery store. When the boss saw that the visitor was Uchiha-jin, an old customer, he did not show any resistance and greeted him with a smile. What does Lord Yin need? Do you have everything on it? Uchiha-jin handed the list in his hand to the boss. Just some daily necessities, all in stock. The boss quickly browsed the items listed on the list and said after confirming that there was no problem. That's good, send it to my house when it's ready. Uchiha-jin nodded, then took out an irregular gold nugget from his arms and handed it to the boss. A lot more. The one who took the gold nugget, the boss weighed it and said in panic. It's okay, just put it on the account if there's more. I'll buy more in the future. Uchiha-jin didn't make it difficult for the boss. Okay, Lord Jin. Hearing this, the boss accepted the gold nuggets with confidence. When he walked out of the grocery store, he met Uchiha Madara. Cousin, are you here to buy something? Uchiha Madara looked a little worried at this time, and he didn't raise his head until Uchiha-jin spoke. Well, I'm here to buy some ninja tools. Uchiha Madara's eyes were erratic, and the excuse he used was also very lame. As the son of the clan leader, he could directly get ninja tools from the clan's ninja tool warehouse, and the quality was much better than those sold outside, so there was no need to buy them from such a place. Buy gifts. Uchiha-jin said suddenly. I won't give it to him. Uchiha Madara, who was not thinking about this, subconsciously defended himself, then realized that he had said the wrong thing, and shouted with a flushed face. Cousin! You don't go to work and hang around here, I'm going to tell my father. Okay, I didn't see anything. Uchiha-jin said teasingly, and the awkward smile in his eyes made Uchiha Madara's face even redder. Humph! The teased boy snorted proudly and walked into the grocery store without looking back. Hee, young people are really energetic. Uchiha-jin smiled and nodded, sighing at the boy's youthful years. After walking out of the grocery store for a few steps, Uchiha-jin found a sneaky figure in the corner of the wall, and touched over quietly. Little cousin, what are you doing? Putting his hand on Uchiha Izuna's shoulder, he asked in a low voice. Ah! Woo! The little cousin who was concentrating on peeping at Uchiha Madara through the window of the grocery store was startled by the sudden appearance of Uchiha-jin and almost wet his pants. Shh, it's not good to make such a loud noise if someone hears it. Uchiha-jin quickly covered his little cousin's mouth, so that his decibel level was not high enough to be noticed by others. A secret mission. Uchiha Izuna frowned and said in a tangled manner. Follow your brother. Uchiha-jin asked. How do you know? Did your father tell you? Uchiha Izuna was shocked. Did his father give this mission to someone else? Wasn't it agreed that it was his exclusive mission? Your intention is too obvious. There's no need to guess. Uchiha-jin said speechlessly. It's okay, it's okay. As long as we kill them, no one will know my mission. The unconscious Uchiha Izuna took out a kunao from behind and muttered with a dull look in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 70. Let's play crossword puzzles. You are so young and don't learn well. You are imitating the blackening of elementary school students. Uchiha-jin raised his hand and hit Uchiha Izuna violently, making him scream. Isn't this quite handsome? This is very popular in the clan recently. Uchiha Izuna covered the bump on his head and said with tears in his eyes. These days, the children in the clan don't know where they learned the blackening game. They put on smoky makeup and covered their faces and said some inexplicable strange words, which confused the adults. Tomorrow is the third day. What exactly is the mission the clan leader mentioned? After finishing the boy with the second-year syndrome, Uchiha-jin asked while touching his fluffy curly hair. Last time, Izuna informed him that he would go on a mission with Uchiha Tajima in 3 days. It seems that the time is almost up. I was just about to talk to you about this. Uchiha Izuna had an expression of I remembered it. He was going to talk to Uchiha-jin about this. Unexpectedly, he met Uchiha Madara with a look of fascination on the way. Curious, he immediately put the previous things behind him and just followed his eldest brother. Come to our house at noon tomorrow. Father will make arrangements. Uchiha Izuna recalled his father's instructions and delivered them to Uchiha-jin in a methodical manner. Without disturbing Uchiha Izuna, who turned into a stalker, Uchiha-jin, who passed by the market and bought some ingredients, walked towards his new home in a swagger. After putting the ingredients in his newly built small Western-style building, the grocery store's order also arrived. Several deliverymen who had been here once rubbed their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the luxurious small Western-style building that had sprung up from the empty land not long ago. There was nothing there last time? Where did such a big building come from? Uchiha-jin, who had no time to explain such a problem, was only concerned with clearing the goods. Several people were also a little afraid and did not continue to ask, but left quickly after confirming that everything was correct. It was still a bit difficult to clean up the stall by himself. With the mentality of not using it for nothing, Uchiha-jin returned to the old house and woke up Senju-itama, who was still snoring. Get up and work, kid. Woo-woo, I can't eat any more. Senju-itama, who was still immersed in his sleep, relied on his thick skin and flesh and was not woken up by the slap. Uchiha-jin's eyes fixed on the other party's round and fleshy butt, and slapped it mercilessly. Pa! The sound of this powerful blow was very loud. Ah! The force worked wonders, and the man who was sleeping like a dead pig just now, Senju-itama, was instantly surprised, jumped up and covered his swollen buttocks, looked at the smug culprit with shame and anger, and the steam on his head was visible to the naked eye. You hentai, I will fight you. Senju-itama, who could no longer bear it, decided to die together with the hateful Uchiha in front of him. Stop it, there's business. How could Hong Wen be so easily angry? Putting a finger against the angry Senju-itama, Uchiha-jin said with a smile. I'm moving. What about me? Hearing this, Senju-itama was stunned at first, then blurted out. You're still living here, I'm moving out, this sofa is really uncomfortable for people to sleep on. Uchiha-jin explained indifferently. Then I can sleep on the sofa, okay. After holding back for a long time, Senju-itama blurted out a sentence, then turned his head away and continued in an inexplicable tone. I'll sleep on the sofa, you go to the bedroom, can you not move out? That expression seemed to have made a decision that went against his ancestors. Can't bear to part with me. Hearing that the other party actually compromised and gave up the right to use the bedroom, Uchiha-jin asked in surprise. I'm just doing this for the sake of the sweet and sour fish, don't be ungrateful. The stubborn Senjo Banjian found a perfect excuse for what he said just now. So I'm just a cook in your mind? Uchiha-jin said heartbroken. Otherwise, you don't think I have other intentions towards you, do you? Senjo Banjian raised his head and stared at Uchiha-jin with disdain. He is Senju, how could he have any emotion other than hatred for an Uchiha? Tisk. So I hate, brat. Uchiha-jin sighed and shook his head with a tired look. Ignoring the high-nosed Senjo Banjian in front of him, Uchiha-jin gestured on the wall of the old house for a long time, and in the shocked eyes of the stinky brat, he used strange force to hit the wall. Pa, bang! With the sound of explosion, the old wall was punched through by Uchiha-jin, and with the strange force, the punched wall collapsed instantly. If you want to move out, don't demolish the house. What should I do? Seeing the forced demolition, Senjo Banjian was anxious and kicked Uchiha-jin on the calf. Calm down, are all you Senjo clan members so impatient? Patting the dust off his body, Uchiha-jin said helplessly. After the bloodline bonus rewarded by the system, his physique has made a great leap. He is no longer the chicken who can be at a disadvantage when fighting with the kid in front of him. Ah! Hearing Uchiha-jin's words, Senjo Banjian, who was still jumping, turned his head to look at the punched wall. There was a different world on the other side of the wall. The curious kid left Uchiha-jin and went through the hole like a rabbit. Wow! Stunned by the other side of the wall, Senjo Banma lost his ability to speak. Looking at the house decoration he had never seen before, he could only wow. The interior of this small Western-style building was designed by Uchiha-jin according to the big house in his previous life. The avant-garde decoration inside is far beyond the current era. No wonder Senjo Banma, a native, sighed like this. Is this staircase still rotating? What's this hanging thing for? Senjo Banma, who came back to his senses, looked at the strange and novel decoration, and asked questions. Why are you asking so many questions? You are not allowed to live here. Uchiha-jin held down Senjo Banma who was running around, supported his head and announced with a smile. No, I want to live in a new house too. Hearing that he was not destined to live in this house, Senjo Banma lay on the ground and started to make a scene, and kept yelling about Uchiha abusing prisoners and not killing them if they surrendered their guns. There was no benefit. Uchiha-jin couldn't stand being irritated, an angry symbol appeared on his forehead, he stretched out his sandbag-sized fist, and gestured a few times in front of Senju Itama who was crying, making a fuss, and going up. Think about your identity clearly. Uchiha-jin's threat was very effective. The kid who was spinning on the ground got up quickly, ran back to the old house at a very fast speed, and poked his head out from the wall pitifully and said, "What should I do with food? If you can't live in the new house, you can't have no food. You can come over for dinner, and go back to sleep at night." Adhering to the concept of not overstimulating this kid, Uchiha-jin appropriately released his authority. Great! Don't be happy too early, you still have to clean up here for me during the day, otherwise you won't be able to eat. Of course, you can't let this kid eat for free, it's also difficult to clean up such a big house. Did you hear me? Uchiha-jin asked loudly. I heard it. Senju Itama, who compromised with the food, had to put away the dignity of his Senju clan, clenched his fist, and swore in his heart. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor. End of this chapter. Chapter 71. Goodbye my friend. It's impossible to work while commanding the Senju kid to move the purchased things into his big house. Uchiha-jin made an excuse to leave, and while Senju Itama was busy, he strolled to the backyard and prepared to fight today's refreshed NPC. Sitting on the recliner with a cup of tea, Uchiha-jin thought about what tomorrow's task would be. What, is it really as Uchiha-jin expected, that it is a mission to unseal Uchiha Hikaru? He picked up the warm tea and took a sip. What Uchiha-jin said has always been a thorn in his heart, making him uneasy when he was about to lie down. Here. Uchiha-jin, who was still thinking about it, felt the air condense, and a light curtain of water ripples suddenly appeared in the distance. After flashing, a figure slowly appeared. I knew it. Looking at the familiar old friend in front of him, Uchiha sighed. If he is lucky, he can collect enough fragments today. Come on. Let's have a hearty battle. With his hands clapping, Uchiha-jin's momentum suddenly increased. Chakra has increased geometrically under the blessing of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Now he basically doesn't need to consider saving chakra. Take my mercy fire release first. He formed seals with both hands, and the burning chakra condensed in his mouth. After a few seals, the guided chakra turned into a raging fire and rolled towards Uchiha Itachi, who was still in a daze in front of him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Using one of the few offensive ninjutsu in the original owner's memory, Uchiha-jin opened his Sharingan and stared at Uchiha Itachi, waiting for his next move. Just when the huge fireball was about to engulf Uchiha Itachi's thin body, bursts of black appeared on the fireball. A few strands of Amaterasu's black flames quickly devoured Uchiha-jin's great fireball. In just a few breaths, the huge fireball was completely devoured by a few strands of black flames and dissipated between heaven and earth. Amaterasu can actually be used like this? Uchiha-jin looked at the black flame that could devour fire in shock. He had no time to hesitate. He caught Uchiha Itachi's skill after he had just performed it. The pupil of his right eye flashed slightly, and black lotuses bloomed on his body. Looking at the blazing Amaterasu, Uchiha-jin thought to himself, after so many times, it's time to hit it once, right? Contrary to his wishes, Uchiha Itachi, who was stained with Amaterasu, shattered at the touch, and his body turned into a flock of crows and fled. Uchiha-jin used the classic crow clone technique. His eyes moved up and down and left and right at high speed, searching for Uchiha Itachi's trace. After the crows dispersed, Uchiha Itachi did not appear for a long time. There was silence all around. Uchiha-jin, who was standing in place and on guard, suddenly elbowed back. The secret of Uchiha Taijutsu, a solid elbow. Feeling the touch of the back elbow hitting the entity, Uchiha-jin smiled. Uchiha Itachi, who had appeared behind him at some point, was finally hit for the first time. Perhaps because of the fusion of Hyuga bloodline, Uchiha-jin could actually capture the traces of the opponent's chakra through his eyes, and his field of vision became much wider. Every move of Uchiha Itachi, who had just hidden behind him through the crow clone and was waiting for an opportunity to attack, was seen clearly by these eyes. The strong elbow strike used by Uchiha-jin was integrated with strange power, and it was no problem to split mountains and break rocks with one elbow. Uchiha Itachi, who was hit by the strange power, flew dozens of meters horizontally, and finally fell heavily on the rocks next to the backyard, and there was no movement for a long time. Uchiha-jin, who had not heard the system prompt for a long time, frowned and walked closer to check carefully. Just when he wanted to reach out and touch this old friend, he saw Uchiha Itachi, who was lying there in a mess, turned into a puff of white smoke. Not good. This is a shadow clone. Alarm bells rang in his head. Uchiha-jin, who sensed the danger, was about to leave when a pair of orange hands quietly appeared. He was grabbed in the next moment when he had no way to avoid it. Despicable. A small 1 against 7 bullied me, who was old and weak, and could bear to drive a Gundam to attack. I didn't expect that NPCs would also play military tactics. Uchiha-jin sighed that the world was fickle and AI was in power. Uchiha Itachi, who was wrapped in an orange Susanoo, was not having a good time either. The elbow strike from Uchiha-jin just now was a real hit. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Itachi knew that he had little time and had to finish it as soon as possible. Resisting the pain in his chest, his eyes turned into windmills, and a cold chakra attacked Uchiha-jin, who was caught in his hand. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha-jin, who was struggling in Susanoo's hand, was caught again without any defense. Uchiha-jin, whose consciousness was sucked into the Tsukuyomi space and nailed to the cross, shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, he still couldn't defeat the NPC. Looking at the huge crowd of 1 against 7 in front of him, Uchiha-jin said resignedly. "This is the last time, can you please not stab?" Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi had already encouraged the sharp knife and stabbed at the place where he hadn't spoken yet. "You little brat, wait for me. Even if I have to survive, I will survive until you are born. See how I deal with you then." Uchiha-jin, who was stabbed to death, used up his last strength to threaten Uchiha Itachi, who was ruthless. These words did not have any effect, but instead accelerated Uchiha Itachi's stabbing efficiency. Among the countless clones of Uchiha Itachi, one clone holding a knife showed a different expression from the other cold clones. The clone with a very subtle expression stepped forward and stabbed the lower 3 roads as a routine. After turning his head, the corners of his expressionless mouth slightly raised. 72 hours finally passed. Uchiha-jin gasped and lay weakly on the ground in the backyard. The backyard refreshes a random skill illusion Tsukuyomi every day, and obtains Tsukuyomi fragments *10. Tsukuyomi fragments, 40/40ths, collect 40 pieces to synthesize the illusion Tsukuyomi, and the skill Mangekyo Sherinon can be learned. Finally, he collected enough Tsukuyomi fragments. Uchiha-jin's eyes were filled with tears. He finally didn't have to suffer the torture of Uchiha's 1 versus 7. He stretched out his fingers tremblingly, clicked on the Tsukuyomi fragments, and tried to synthesize them. Illusion Tsukuyomi synthesis successful. The fragments that he had worked so hard to collect floated in the void and blended. A flash of light flashed, and the serious Tsukuyomi skill card was successfully synthesized. Click to learn. Uchiha-jin couldn't wait to click the learning option frantically, imagining the scene of taking off after mastering Tsukuyomi. Learning failed. A big red cross appeared in front of Uchiha-jin, which made him stunned. Why? How many fragments did I eat to get Tsukuyomi, and I failed to learn it? Did I suffer in vain? %UN #UN at %UN and %and. Uchiha-jin couldn't help but utter sweet words in anger, showing the beautiful Chinese culture to the fullest. The host has not awakened the Mangekyo Sherinon, so this skill cannot be learned. The cold reminder of the system came late. At this time, Uchiha-jin remembered that the description of the Tsukuyomi fragments marked that the skill Mangekyo Sherinon could be learned. He thought that Tsukuyomi was the same as Amaterasu, and could be used without opening the eyes, but he didn't expect that need to awaken the Mangekyo. With a sigh, Uchiha-jin, whose debuff was cleared by the system, got up and patted the dust on his body. This trip was fruitless. The Tsukuyomi learning card could not be used for the time being. His pair of Sherinon was not original, and he didn't know if he could awaken the Mangekyo. Touching his eyes, Uchiha-jin considered the issue of opening his eyes. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. In this situation, there is really someone who can help him solve his doubts. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. There is no such thing as a simple and honest Uchiha. Uchiha-jin, who had already considered it, did not stay in the backyard for long. He returned to the old house to cook. After a while, Senjuitama came over from the new house with the smell of fragrance. "Have you finished cleaning?" Uchiha-jin, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, frowned and asked. "Of course, this little thing can't be difficult for me." Senjuitama, who was dirty all over, raised his little fists and said proudly, but his face was covered with dust and sweat, which made his words look unbelievable. "Convinced? You'd better take a shower first." Uchiha-jin, who covered his nose, waved his hand in disdain. "Humph." Senju-banjian, who found that he really needed to wash up, raised his head and snorted, and before walking into the bathroom, he stuck his head out and warned with a vigilant face. "Don't peek. Who would peek at a stinky brat like you?" Hearing this, Uchiha-jin, who was cooking, almost sprinkled a jar of salt into the pot, and retorted with a black line on his head. Perhaps he learned from the last lesson. This time Senju-banjian washed the dishes very quickly. When Uchiha-jin brought out the last dish, he was already sitting at the table, waiting for the meal to start. You are really good at nothing but eating. Seeing the kid so fast, Uchiha-jin mocked him. Stop itching, let's eat. The greedy Senjo Banjian ignored the mockery of his mortal enemy, staring at the sweet and sour fish in Uchiha-jin's hand with a salivating expression. I'm going to eat. Seeing the sweet and sour fish that he had been thinking about, his index finger moved. Senjo Banma didn't care about anything else and started the mode of eating up everything. Sweet and sour fish for lunch, sweet and sour fish for dinner, and then we'll have a feast. Uchiha-yin picked up a chopstick of his masterpiece and savored the sweet sauce carefully. He thought maliciously without reflecting on how much he loved sugar. Uchiha-yin, who ate faster, put down his empty bowl first, looked at the kid who was still fighting, picked his teeth and said, I have something to do in class, remember to clean it up for me. With his mouth full of food, Senjo Itama couldn't speak, and could only make a sound of to indicate that he knew. Walking out of the house, Uchiha-jin walked towards the dungeon where he worked. Entering the gate, he walked to the door of dungeon number 3. The two boys who were guarding the door were still the same ones he had seen a few days ago. Brother Jilin, are you on duty again today? Uchiha-jin greeted the honest boy with a square face familiarly. You are my brother's friend. Uchiha Jilin was stunned when he saw the other party calling out his name. He thought quickly in his mind and remembered that the other party was his brother's friend. That's right, I forgot to introduce myself last time. My name is Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin introduced himself with a smile, as warm as a big brother. Brother Yin, are you here to check the prisoners again? Remembering the other party's identity as an archive officer, the boy asked. Yes, there are some doubts in the file, so I came to check it out. Please let me in. Uchiha Yin found an excuse and tricked the boy into letting him in. No problem. The honest and upright Uchiha Jiro immediately opened the cell door and let him in. Thank you, brothers. Uchiha Yin saw that his goal was achieved and smiled and waved goodbye to the two. Jiro, don't you think this guy is suspicious? Wait until Uchiha Jin walked away, and Uchiha Huohi, who had not spoken the whole time, frowned and asked. What's suspicious? He is my brother's teammate. I asked my brother a few days ago. It is indeed this person. He is easy to recognize with curly hair. Uchiha Jiro, who had dealt with Uchiha Jin for the first time, went home that day and asked his brother Dallin about Uchiha Jin. The other party just said with a strange look that he was indeed his teammate, and told him not to care about this person. But the name Uchiha Jin, I seem to have heard someone mention it somewhere, and it has a bad feeling when it is mentioned. Uchiha Huohi touched his little head, and he couldn't figure out why he had the idea of resistance. You are not hallucinating because of the glue at night. A hint of shy smile appeared on Uchiha Jiro's honest face. It seems that honesty is just his protective color. This Uchiha is cut open and yellow. What is glue? The ignorant Uchiha Huohi was exposed to a new term for the first time, and the doubts in his eyes were about to overflow. He couldn't help asking. Hehe, I'll show you something good after get off work. I stole it from my brother. Uchiha Jiro glanced at the empty space around him and whispered in Uchiha Huohi's ear. Uchiha Yin fumbled in the dungeon number 3 according to his memory, and finally saw the target of his trip. In the dim corridor, a hunched figure was slowly cleaning with a broom. Uchiha Yin walked up, stared at the familiar back, and said, I want to see Grandpa. Hearing this, the hunched old jailer raised his pale and withered face and said expressionlessly, Okay. The voice gave him goosebumps like nails brushing against glass. As the word good came out of his mouth, the old jailer turned into a pool of black mud and quickly crawled towards Uchiha Jin, crawling up along his legs and wrapping him up in an instant. Resisting the discomfort in his body, Uchiha Jin took a deep breath and did not resist the old jailer's swallowing. Then he saw black in front of his eyes and his body seemed to be moving at high speed. When he saw the light of day again, Uchiha Jin found himself back in the cell where Uchiha was imprisoned. The old man he had seen a few days ago was still writing at his desk. He raised his head silently when he heard the noise behind him. Seeing that the person coming was Uchiha Jin, he asked in surprise. "Jin, how come you are here so soon? Have you done it?" Uchiha, who mistakenly thought that Uchiha Jin had controlled Wuming, was very surprised, but Uchiha Jin shook his head and replied. "No, Uchiha Tajima didn't move." "Then what are you doing here?" The old man just stopped writing, stood up and stared at him with his intact single eye and asked. "I want to ask about my Sharinan." Uchiha Jin asked directly. In the entire Uchiha clan, except for Uchiha Miao who he had met during the day, only Uchiha in front of him had a deep study of Sharinan. It was not appropriate for him to ask Uchiha Miao directly, which might arouse Uchiha Tajima's suspicion, but Uchiha didn't have these concerns. He could sense that the old man had ulterior motives, but adhering to the style of doing things as much as possible, Uchiha Yin asked boldly. "Is your eyesight declining?" Uchiha asked with a frown. He knew the origin of Uchiha Yin's eyes very well. After transplanting the original Mangekyo to Wuming, he replaced them with the eyes that Uchiha Yan took from the corpse of the Kagaya clan. He vaguely remembered that the owner of those eyes was the follower beside Kagaya Sosuke, but unfortunately he was stabbed by his leader. "No, I just want to ask, can I still awaken the Mangekyo with these eyes?" Uchiha Yin's eyes widened slightly, and a pair of 3 Magatama Sharinan appeared in front of Uchiha Yin. The old man could clearly sense the surging pupil power contained in these eyes. As expected of Jin's child, he can actually nurture eyes that are not his own to this extent. End of this chapter. Chapter 73. Buffs are stacked. Your current eyes were taken from the body of the invader by that guy Uchiha Yan. Uchiha Yan explained the source of Uchiha Yin's current eyes. You are not supposed to be able to open the Sharinan. The old man stared at Uchiha Yin's slightly red eyes, and was a little surprised when he knew that Uchiha Yin had opened his eyes. Eye replacement is not uncommon in the clan. Because of some forbidden techniques, ordinary Sharinans can be used as consumables. What about my eyes? Touching his eye sockets, Uchiha Yin recalled the process of opening his Sharinan, which seemed to be inseparable from the system. Could it be because of the system reward? There are several possibilities. Uchiha Jin thought for a moment and then explained. First, these eyes may have been swapped. The eyes you replaced are indeed from your clan. This possibility is not high. Uchiha Miao and Uchiha Yan knew Uchiha Jin's physical condition very well. If they rashly replaced him with Sharinan, it might increase his physical burden and cause secondary damage. Second, the eyes may have been assimilated by the Maina. Assimilation? The first time Uchiha Jin encountered this kind of knowledge blind spot, he was shocked. He looked at Uchiha Jin with a question mark on his face, hoping that he would explain it to him. There are countless blood vessels and lymphatic vessels in the human eyeball, which maintain the normal operation of the eyeball. After the eyeball is replaced, your blood occupies the eyeball, and the fundamental nature of this eyeball is changed by the blood. Uchiha Jin whispered his guess to Uchiha Jin. This is the most likely possibility. After all, even if I have studied the mysteries of the human body for a lifetime, I have not been able to fully solve them. Uchiha Jin could not deny it. In fact, I have another guess. I thought that Uchiha Jin's guess would stop here, but he seemed to remember something after a long time and spoke. What? Uchiha Jin interrupted his own imagination and couldn't help asking. Over the years, I have been committed to the research of blood. Our family has obtained many experimental materials in the war. After studying many experimental materials, I accidentally found some interesting things. Uchiha Jin's intact eye moved slightly, as if recalling something. Uchiha Jin didn't interrupt, but listened attentively. I found that several unrelated ninja clans have similar gene chains in their blood. I thought it was the result of thousands of years of communication, but some ninja clans have been enemies for years, and there is no possibility of communication and marriage. Senju, Uzumaki, Hago Romo, Hyaga, Kagaya. Uchiha Yu spoke the names of several ninja clans. And Uchiha. Are these not all descendants of the Otsutsuki clan? Uchiha Jin, who knew the plot, naturally knew that the above-mentioned ninja clans were all descendants of the Otsutsuki clan that had descended. And your eyes are from the Kagaya clan, and they are a mixture of Kagaya and Hyaga. Uchiha Yu only showed his cards to Uchiha Jin at this time. My eyes were taken from a hybrid of the Kagaya clan and the Hyaga clan? Wait, let me sort it out, the relationship is a bit confusing. Uchiha Jin was stunned when he heard the old man's words. The original owner's eyes were so complicated. He was an Uchiha, his eyes were Kagaya and Hyaga, and the system gave him Uzumaki bloodline. Now he only needed Senju and Hago Romo to stack enough buffs of the Otsutsuki clan to rush into the universe. Because of the same gene fragment group in the blood, your eyes have adapted to your body and automatically transformed into Sharingan. If you are a member of the Hyaga clan, you will most likely awaken the Byakugan if you replace this eye. So it's still adaptive hot swap? Since you can open the Sharingan, it means that these eyes are very compatible with you. Take good care of them, and you will be able to open the Mangekyo in no time. Uchiha looked at Uchiha Jin, who was frowning, mistakenly thinking that the other party was very repulsive to outsiders, and comforted him. It's not difficult for you to open the Mangekyo. The main thing is that you lack a suitable opportunity. Uchiha Jin once awakened the Mangekyo, which means that he is gifted and it is not difficult to open it again. Okay. Uchiha Jin naturally knew the secret of the opportunity mentioned by the other party. But he didn't have anyone he loved in this world, nor did he have a deep bond with anyone. How could he open this Mangekyo? I have a way here, but I don't know if it will work. Uchiha noticed Uchiha Jin's anxious mood and thought for a while before speaking. Grandpa, help me. There is such a good thing. Uchiha Jin immediately bowed his head. What is the grievance for Tsukuyomi? Actually, I don't want you to know about this so early. The old man shook his head and turned around, opened a secret compartment on the wall, and reached out to take out a glass jar from it. This pair is your father's Sharingan. With a gloomy face, Uchiha put a glass jar with eyeballs in front of Uchiha Jin. A pair of scarlet Sharingan soaked in the turquoise nutrient solution. Even though it has lost its owner for many years, Uchiha Jin can still feel the majestic pupil power from it. This pair of eyes records the whole process of your father being murdered by Uchiha Tajima. If you read it, you will most likely awaken the Mangekyo. Uchiha stroked the glass jar with deep hatred in his tone. Who is telling the truth? Uchiha Jin's head hurts a little when he brings up this topic again. Except for his grandfather Uchiha, everyone else tells that his father sacrificed himself to cover his teammates. This time, let him witness the incident with his own eyes. You use the power of the Sharingan to penetrate it, and the picture sealed in it will naturally appear. Following Uchiha Yu's guidance, the Megatama in Uchiha Jin's eyes turned slightly, and a cold chakra merged into the Sharingan in the glass jar. A hint of unclear expression flashed in Wang Liang's grey eyes standing beside him, and he quietly watched the operation of the grandfather and grandson in front of him. With the contact of the eye power, Uchiha Jin felt his body lighten and entered a third perspective. A curly-haired man was rushing on the road in a hurry, followed by several tribesmen wearing the same clothes. At this time, several of them were injured, and kunao and shuriken passed by their sides from time to time, reminding them that they were being chased. Captain, they are following too closely. The young man who spoke, from the face of Uchiha Jin, could vaguely recognize that he was his cousin Uchiha Tajima. At this time, he was about 20 years old, but his temperament was as calm as an old man. Don't panic, I'll hold them back, you just retreat. The curly-haired man's voice was as gentle as jade, and it made people he can create a good impression, and his tone of voice is full of confidence, which makes people feel at ease. Jin, don't be a hero, I will go with you. A cold and beautiful woman next to him glared at him and said with gritted teeth. I will stay too. The young man Uchiha Tajima also spoke. Stop making trouble, I can go alone, you will only be a burden to me if you stay. Uchiha Jin shook his head. You go and meet Feng Guo first, I will catch up soon. As he said, Uchiha Jin turned to face the enemy. Damn guy! The cold and beautiful woman saw Uchiha Jin who was alone and left, and she was furious. She turned to the young man Tajima and said, Tajima, you retreat first, I am worried about your brother-in-law. After that, she ran after the man's back. Uchiha Tajima stopped walking with uncertain eyes, and finally seemed to make up his mind and turned around to follow. Why are you still here? I told you to go first. Uchiha Jin, who was trapped in the encirclement, saw the two people rushing over and shouted anxiously. How can I abandon my family? The cold and beautiful woman drew out her weapon with a slightly cold face, and the young boy Tajima beside her just nodded, then opened the Sharingan to prepare for battle. After a bloody storm, the three fought and retreated. Seeing that the delay was almost over, they were about to speed up their escape, but a dramatic change occurred. Tajima, what are you doing? The tired Uchiha Jin looked at the samurai sword piercing his stomach in disbelief, and turned his head with difficulty to look at the crazy Uchiha Tajima. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, if you don't die, I can't inherit the position of the clan leader. As he twisted his hand hard, a huge amount of blood gushed out of Uchiha Jin's wound, and the whole person trembled and fell backwards. No. The last scene was the cold back of Uchiha Tajima and the desperate call of the cold and beautiful woman. End of this chapter. Chapter 74, Breaking Up the Couple. After extracting consciousness from the memories recorded by the Sharingan, Uchiha Jin did not awaken the Mangekyo under the stimulation of losing his loved ones as Uchiha had thought. Failed. Uchiha's face darkened. He had been stimulated by this scene to open the Mangekyo. He thought that Uchiha Jin could do the same, but unfortunately he did not succeed. Maybe I don't have a deep memory of my parents. After all, they died when I was very young. Uchiha Jin, who felt a headache, rubbed his temples and found a reasonable excuse for himself. You also saw that it was that guy Uchiha Tajima who murdered your parents. Uchiha stroked the Sharingan belonging to his deceased son and said in a cold tone. Don't be fooled by his current appearance. When we control Wuming, it will be the time for us, the grandfather and grandson, to take revenge. Yet. Uchiha Jin, who was still thinking about the scene recorded in the Sharingan, nodded perfunctorily. Then I'll leave first. I'll come to you when there's news about Wuming. Since he couldn't make his Sharingan go further, Uchiha Jin proposed to leave. Then let Wang Liang send you off again. Uchiha had no intention of continuing to keep him, and waved his hand to order the old jailer standing by to send Uchiha Jin off. Wrapped in black liquid and diving underground again, Uchiha Jin didn't have much stress response this time, and even reached out and touched Wang Liang in liquid form. Do you have self-awareness? Uchiha Jin tried to ask. I am the incarnation of the Master's will. What the Master thinks is my consciousness. After a moment of silence, a black face emerged from the black mud, opened his mouth and explained to him with a smile. What are your hobbies? Uchiha Jin suddenly changed the subject and asked a question that made no sense. Wang Liang was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Since you have self-awareness, you must have your own interests and hobbies. For example, I like sweets. Do you have anything you like to do? Uchiha Jin chatted casually, and didn't mind that Wang Liang was not a real human. Well, in addition to completing the master's orders, I don't have any other hobbies. If I have to say. For the first time, a thoughtful look appeared on the black face. When I have nothing to do, I will look up at the moon. Good fellow. A strong sense of déjà vu came over him, making Uchiha Jin a little unsure. This guy was too juju-zi. After a few simple exchanges, the two of them said nothing more. After a while, Uchiha Jin was sent out of the dungeon by Wang Liang. When he turned around and looked again, the black mud had sunk into the ground and disappeared. Before he came here, he was not sure who was telling the truth and who was lying, but now after communicating with Wang Liang, the other party's words were equivalent to exposing his identity. Now Uchiha Jin can be 100% sure that the original owner's grandfather, Uchiha Yu, was fooled by his so-called incarnation of wool. It seems that this place can't be visited in the future. In his heart, he was sure that Wang Liang was Juju Zi in disguise. Uchiha Jin decided not to contact this so-called grandfather again in the future, so as not to be targeted by the mastermind and get into trouble. Back to his new home, the big house that had been tidied up by the Senja boardroom was not bad. Lying on the newly bought bedding, Uchiha Jin slept very sweetly. The next day, Uchiha Jin woke up from his sleep, rubbing his curly hair and strolling back to his old house to make breakfast. "Stinky brat, get up and help!" Uchiha Jin, who was still angry after getting up, kicked the bedroom door open and shouted loudly. Every time he got up early to cook, the stinky brat Senjuitama slept until noon. Uchiha Jin, who was extremely unbalanced, decided to inform the brat that his good days were over. "Wow! I can't eat any more." Uchiha Jin pulled Senjuitama out of the quilt in a daze. He was only wearing a pair of small underwear and talking in his sleep. "Eat, eat, eat, are you from the Senju clan or the Akimichi clan?" Uchiha Jin, who originally wanted to complain about why the brat slept naked without clothes, was so angry when he heard the brat's talk in his sleep that he slapped the raised round little butt without saying a word. "Pa! Uchiha big hentai, put me down!" Feeling the perfect elastic touch from his palm, Uchiha Jin looked at Senjuitama, who was awakened from his sleep, and left with satisfaction after leaving him behind. "Come out and help quickly, or you won't have any food for the whole day." The wronged Senjuitama hugged the quilt, with a face full of shame and anger, wishing to eat Uchiha Jin alive. "You little brat don't know how to be grateful at all. If it weren't for me, you would have been chopped into meat paste and sent back to the Senju clan." Uchiha Jin, holding the bowl, rolled his eyes and said to Senjuitama, who was staring at him with extreme hatred, "And if you don't eat it, the rice will get cold." Senjuitama glared at him fiercely, looked at the delicious breakfast on the table and swallowed his saliva, silently saying in his heart that only food should not be let down, and then quickly turned on the dry rice mode. "That's right. You can think about other things only after you have a full stomach." Uchiha Jin clapped his hands in satisfaction, got up and went out, leaving a sentence before leaving, "Remember to clean up, otherwise there will be no food when you come back." Senjuitama could only nod like a bullied wife. The food was really too delicious. Uchiha Jin, who went out, did not go to the dungeon to fish like in the past, but went straight to Uchiha Tajima's mansion according to his memory. After knocking on the door, Uchiha Izuna stuck his head out of the door and saw that the person coming was Uchiha Jin, so he opened the door and welcomed him in. "Where's Madara?" Following Izuna on the long tatami, Uchiha Jin couldn't help asking when he found that there was no one else in the mansion. "Big brother went out early in the morning." Uchiha Izuna, who led the way in front, said in a sullen voice, with a lot of resentment in his tone. "Going on a date again?" Uchiha Jin teased with a smile. "That's right." When Izuna, who was leading the way, heard what Uchiha Jin said, he said angrily, his two little feet stomping on the wooden tatami, "Father, my cousin is here." He opened a door, and his cousin Uchiha Tajima was sitting inside waiting. "Uncle, what's the mission?" Looking at the silent Uchiha Tajima, Uchiha Jin asked apprehensively. "Is it really the mission to unblock Wuming? Originally, I didn't want too many people to know about this, but you watched Madara and Izuna grow up. As a family, I think you should participate in this mission." Uchiha Tajima opened his eyes, and a rare tenderness appeared on his cold face. He looked at his nephew who he had raised, and said slowly. Some time ago, the second son Izuna accidentally mentioned to him that the eldest son Madara had been acting strangely recently. He didn't care much about it, so he assigned Izuna a task to investigate, but he didn't expect to get unexpected gains. Izuna discovered that Madara was having a hot relationship with a foreign boy near the clan. She thought it was just a play between children, but she never thought that the foreign boy actually showed his excellent ninja qualities. This made Uchiha Tajima doubt the other party's motives. After repeated consideration, he decided to take Izuna and Jin to meet the foreign boy and test his origins. Madara has been acting a little strange recently. Izuna found out that he has close contact with a foreign boy after investigation. I am afraid that the other party is a spy from other ninja clans. Uchiha Tajima explained the content of the mission to Uchiha Jin. So this trip is to capture the foreign boy and see if he has other purposes. This kind of mission should not require you, uncle, to do it yourself, right? Uchiha Jin was a little confused. Catching a child required the head of the clan to do it himself. Banara is my child. He may become the clan leader in the future. We cannot let his resume have any stains. Uchiha Tajima thought very far ahead. Only his family members could participate in this mission. Uchiha Jin couldn't help but take a breath after listening to the content of the mission. So I am also participating in helping to break up the couple? End of this chapter. Chapter 75. Cousin, don't misunderstand that I really want to save only you. The father and son, wearing their equipment, led the confused Uchiha Jin to run in the forest outside the clan. It was the first time that Uchiha Jin saw Uchiha Izuna wearing the equipment for the battlefield, a simple breastplate, and a samurai sword that was almost as tall as his. My brother usually hangs out with that watermelon-headed guy in the Minamiga River. Izuna led the way in front, while using a resentful. Actually, I suspect that the child is from the Senju clan. Uchiha Tajima, who was beside Uchiha Jin, whispered to him, with a murderous look in his eyes. Yesterday, Madara had already noticed the intentions of me and Izuna, so he went out early in the morning. I hope this kid won't be deceived by outsiders. No wonder Uchiha Madara disappeared so early, it turned out that he went to inform his hot mom. If it is really the offspring of the Senju clan, the other party will definitely set up an ambush. At that time, Ajin, you should be careful. Uchiha Tajima relied on the thinking of a strategist to infer that the Senju clan might also be nearby, and reminded the weak Uchiha Jin in advance. No problem. Uchiha Jin nodded immediately. Look. My brother is there. Several people hid in the forest, and their footsteps quietly moved behind a big tree near the river. From a distance, they could see Uchiha Madara looking at a young man across the river. At the riverside, the boy band threw the stone he had been holding for a long time to the other side of the river. The melon-skinned boy on the other side of the river also threw a similar stone in his hand. The two stones fell steadily into each other's hands. The boy Ban, who had a little smile on his face, glanced at the words on the stone in his hand, and his face sank. The melon-skinned boy on the other side of the river had the same expression. Hashirama, I'm sorry, we can't play together today. After seeing the big words on the stone, the boy Ban immediately said that he was done for today, turned around and waved, saying, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. Really? Then I'll go back today. The melon-skinned boy, who also saw the words on the stone in his hand, had a tangled look on his face, but still raised his hand to say goodbye. The two boys turned their heads, exerted their strength on their feet, and ran in opposite directions at the same time. So fast. Are you trying to escape? Hashirama, that guy, actually leaked the secret. The person hiding behind the melon-haired boy saw that the target turned around and left, feeling a little anxious, and turned to a short white figure beside him and said, Let's go, Tobirama. Yes. The white-haired kid beside him nodded and followed. Not good, the other party is trying to escape. Uchiha Tajima saw that the melon-haired boy on the other side of the river actually evacuated quickly after just meeting each other, and immediately guessed that the other party knew there was an ambush, and waved his hand and ordered, Jin, Izuna, chase. After saying that, he flew after him first. Yes. Yes. Izuna, who was full of energy, and Uchiha-jin flew to follow. The people rushing out from both sides saw that the other side was coming fiercely, and at the same time they paused, relying on the ninja's essential ability to tread water, and just stopped on the river, and both sides were on guard, staring at him. Plop! The tense atmosphere was broken by a sound of falling into the water. Sorry, I'm not very skilled after not using it for a long time. Uchiha-jin, who barely managed to stabilize his wet feet on the water, said to the people present with an apologetic look. The silence of the whole audience was deafening. It seems that we have the same idea. With a slight twitch in the corner of his eyes after opening the scarlet Sharingan, Uchiha Tajima took a deep breath, held the hilt of the knife at his waist with his backhand, looked at the old acquaintance opposite him, and said sternly, "Senju Butsuma and Tobirama." Uchiha Izuna, who looked disgusted, tried to save the face of the Uchiha clan, and provoked the white-haired kid opposite him. "Yes, Uchiha Tajima." The middle-aged man with the same armor as the first generation and a mature face is the current head of the Senju clan, Senju Fushima. He held a kunao and replied with a slightly cold face. "And Izuna?" The white-haired Tobirama, who couldn't stand the provocation of the evil Uchiha kid, carried a giant samurai sword bigger than him and responded with a fighting face. "Hey, little cousin, how do you know the white-haired guy with a bad face on the opposite side?" Uchiha-jin, who turned into a background board, couldn't help but whisper to Izuna, who was full of fighting spirit. "I followed my father to fight the Senju clan many times." That conspicuous white-haired man was often active on the battlefield. "We fought each other many times." He was the child of Senju Fukuma, named Senju Tobirama. Even though the atmosphere was so tense, Uchiha Izuna still took the time to explain to his beloved cousin. "It's time to fight." As a leaf fell from the sky, both sides attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. Big versus big, small versus small. Uchiha Tajima went to Senju Fukuma, the two clan leaders competed. Izuna faced Tobirama, and the long weapons of both sides collided with each other, causing a splash of water. "What about me?" Uchiha-jin looked at the other side in confusion. They each found an opponent, leaving him alone to watch the show. Looking around the entire battlefield, he felt that it was not good to slack off, so he locked his eyes on the watermelon-skinned boy who was still in a daze, and an inexplicable light emanated from his eyes. The whole person was eager to try for a while. That was the future god of the ninja world, and Uchiha-jin really didn't want to miss the chance to give the first Hokage a slap. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed towards the dazed Senju Hashirama, shouting at the same time. "Senju kid, dare you fight me, Uchiha-jin?" "Ah!" Senju Hashirama, who was still thinking quickly about how to avoid an intensified conflict with his own Madara, looked up in surprise and saw a curly-haired Uchiha running over from the other side of the river with a wretched look on his face. He subconsciously set up his classic starting position and prepared to fight the other side. Monitoring when the host encounters a battle, the Heart Steel treasure box begins to accumulate. The system prompt sounded at the same time. "Take my punch." Uchiha-jin, who had accumulated strength in the air, was ready to give the future god of ninja a little strange power shock. With this punch, even the god of ninja would have to lie down for a few days. Just when Uchiha-jin's fist was about to hit Senju Hashirama, a figure came quickly and kicked Senju Hashirama, who was in a defensive posture, away. "Cousin, you don't have to do anything, I will be his opponent." The one who came was actually the young boy Madara, who had been watching his father and brother fight beside him and was indifferent. "Okay, then leave it to my cousin." Uchiha-jin, who had released his strength in the air, saw that he was intercepted by his eldest cousin. Knowing that he could not participate, he shrugged and gave up his position. Now, they are fighting each other and he is left alone again. Uchiha-jin, who has become a background board again, has to step aside and watch everyone's wonderful performance. "Izuna, don't compete with the Senju clan in strength. You can kill him with a face full of saliva." The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. Uchiha Jin, who was standing aside, gave advice to Uchiha Izuna, who was still in confrontation. Despicable Uchiha! Hearing such a vicious plan, the white-haired, red-eyed brat was furious. There was actually an Uchiha who was as cunning as him. This kid must not be kept alive. Izuna, who was at a disadvantage in the wrestling match, naturally had no energy to speak, but her mind was thinking quickly about the moves her cousin had said. Just when the two teenagers were evenly matched, the two clan leaders jumped high at the same time and threw their weapons at the two brats who were still confronting, intending to take their lives. Not good. The boys Madara and Hashirama, who were still playing a fake match, saw that their father actually attacked their two younger brothers. They tacitly stopped the sparring in their hands and prepared to rescue their brothers, but it was a bit out of reach after all. Izuna! Tobirama! The two helpless men shouted at the same time, trying to get their two younger brothers to dodge. But the two little ghosts had a strange desire to win at this time, waiting for the other side to retreat first, but both sides were stubborn and the situation was deadlocked for a while. Ding! Ding! Plop! Just when the kunai and the short blade were about to fall on the heads of the two younger brothers, a flying samurai sword blocked the way of the two hidden weapons. With a golden sound, the three weapons fell into the water together. Everyone present was looking for the owner of the samurai sword, and finally everyone's eyes were locked on Uchiha Jin standing on the shore. Do you believe me when I say my hand slipped? End of this chapter. Chapter 76. The Thousand Hands are best at sneak attacks. Hi! The two boys who were fighting each other let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Seeing that the situation was deadlocked, the two retreated tacitly. Before flying to his own camp, the boy with a slightly cold face stared at the people on the opposite side and warned. I will never forgive anyone who tries to hurt my brother. Me too. The melon-headed Hasalama standing in the front also followed her husband's lead with a serious face. After saying that, the boy with a complicated face flashed a hint of determination in his eyes, and slowly spoke to the person in front of him. Hasalama. What? Hearing the slightly cold tone of the boy Madara, the melon-skinned Hashirama's heart tightened. The silly and beautiful future we talked about, in the end. Why did this sentence sound strange? Uchiha Jin, who was eating melons, almost took out the melon seed stool to watch the ignorant love and hatred between the boys. Maybe it's really impossible to reach it. After the boy Madara finished speaking, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and his eyes turned from entanglement to indifference after lowering his head. Madara, you! Feeling the strange indifference, the melon-skinned Hashirama looked at his former best friend with a shocked expression, but couldn't continue after opening his mouth. The boy Madara, who had already decided to cut off this bond in his heart, raised his head with empty eyes and said coldly. Although the time is short, I am really happy, Hasi-lama. Aren't the Senju clan famous for their good physical strength and endurance? Just as the two teenagers said goodbye affectionately, the adults on both sides had their own thoughts. Senju Fukushima, there are 4 people on the opposite side, 3 against 4 is not good for us. Uchiha Tajima, who was standing behind the few people, asked. How is it okay, Madara? He will contain Senju Fukushima, and Izuna will hold the white-haired kid. As long as Madara can defeat the watermelon-headed Senju boy and distract Senju Fukushima, his side will win steadily. No, Hasi-lama is better than me. Hearing the hidden meaning in his father's words, Uchiha Madara, who has not really let go in his heart, said. If we fight head-on, we will lose. No, did you miss me? This is 3 against 4, the advantage is mine? Uchiha Jin heard the retreat in the words of the young Madara. This kid may not be able to beat the foolish Hashirama, but with his words, it shouldn't be a big problem. Uchiha Jin's current strength is still easy to crush the 4 little ghosts present without exposing Amaterasu. A child who is more powerful than his brother. Izuna, who is standing behind the young Madara, couldn't help but ask in surprise. In his mind, his brother he should be the strongest among his peers. Really? He has such strength. Uchiha Tajima, who also sensed that his eldest son had no intention of fighting, said helplessly. Don't, cousin, if we work together, we might be able to keep this old guy here. Uchiha Jin approached Uchiha Tajima and whispered to him. After being silent for so long, he couldn't bear it anymore and came out to show his presence. As a result, Uchiha Tajima rolled his eyes. Jin, you don't understand the strength of the head of the clan. The Thousand Hands Buddha and I are on par. It's easy to take down me you. Uchiha Tajima didn't deliberately ignore Uchiha Jin's fighting power. He knew Uchiha Jin's physical condition best. It was because he knew it too well that he didn't let him act rashly. I've opened my eyes. Uchiha Jin, who felt underestimated, couldn't help but whisper. It's because you've opened your eyes that I won't let you go. Your body can't bear it. Uchiha Tajima briefly explained. What do you mean by can't bear it? He's as strong as a bull now, okay, Uchiha Jin curled his lips helplessly. The original owner's physical fitness was indeed too bad, and his current performance was too bright and aroused suspicion. Forget it, just lie down. Retreat. Uchiha Tajima didn't know if the other side had reinforcements. Knowing that his side had no reinforcements, it was better to retreat first. Konoha the young boy Madara glanced at the melon-skinned Hashirama and turned to leave. Madara. Actually, you haven't given up yet, right? Seeing that the person he loved was about to leave him, the melon-skinned Hashirama took a step forward and emotionally retained this relationship. You finally have the same idea as me. You are a Senju man. With his back to the melon-skinned Hashirama, the young boy Madara said, if possible, I really hope that our ideas are different. Our two clans have been enemies for generations. My relatives died at the hands of the Senju clan, and your brothers and sisters also died at the hands of the Uchiha clan. So, there is no need for you and me to be honest with each other. From now on, we will meet on the battlefield. Senju Hasi Lama. The young boy Madara said these words word by word with a cold tone. The power of language is like a sharp blade, cutting the deep feelings established between the two. I am Uchiha Madara. The first time the surnames were added between the two, it was like a bottomless gully between the two, separating the two childhood sweethearts forever. After saying these words, the young Madara felt a pain in his heart. Under the stimulation of his brain, a cold energy came from his eyes. When he looked up again, the dark eyes of the young Madara turned scarlet. Look at my father, my brother's eyes. Izuna, who was the first to discover it, pointed at the eyes of the young Madara excitedly and turned to Uchiha Tajima behind him and shouted. Hehe, although we didn't get the information of Senju, we got another good thing. Looking at the young Madara who was slowly walking towards him, Uchiha Tajima nodded with satisfaction. Although they retreated without fighting and gained nothing, it was a great joy for his eldest son to successfully open his eyes. Sharinan? Did it just open? The Senju Buddha, who was still waiting for an opportunity, witnessed the opening of the young Madara's eyes, and a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Such a genius must be strangled in the cradle. Qian Shao Buddha's eyes turned slightly. Although they were not in a superior number, if he took advantage of the other party's retreat and attacked with thunder, there was a great chance that he would capture the Uchiha kid. He looked at the white-haired kid next to him calmly, and the scheming father and son hit it off immediately, reaching out their hands and quietly touching the weapons behind them. Yin, let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long. Uchiha Tajima, with a slight smile, patted the stunned Uchiha Yin beside him and urged. Something is wrong. Why is my heart of steel treasure chest still in the active state of battle? Didn't they all stop? Uchiha Yin looked at the heart of steel treasure chest that was still playing BGM in his mind, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Okay. Uchiha Yin, who came back to his senses, scratched his head and hurried to follow his cousin's pace. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came to him. With his back to the Senju, he could clearly see the Senju Fujian pretending to evacuate and the white-haired kid drawing their weapons again, rushing towards the two brothers at the end of the team at a very fast pace. Not good. Without time to think about why he could suddenly see the scene behind him, Uchiha kicked his feet hard with the help of his strange power, and rushed towards his two cousins behind him like a cannonball. Hurry up and lower your head. Uchiha Madara, who had just opened his eyes, was a little weak, and Izuna supported him on the side. They followed Uchiha Tajima and Uchiha Jin and did not notice the murderous intent behind them. The two brothers suddenly heard the serious shouting of their eldest cousin, and subconsciously bent down and lowered their heads. Swish, swish, swish. Several sharp kunai brushed past their scalps, and the two kids were immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. End of this chapter. Chapter 77, Careless, Didn't Dodge. Despicable Senju brat, you Senju of the forest should just change your name to Senju of the Stealer. Uchiha Jin dodged the kunai and said with a mocking look. Senju Buddha saw that he missed the attack and frowned to look at the curly-haired Uchiha in front of him. He had made a mistake in treading water just now, but he could actually detect his premeditated sneak attack. All is fair in war. Raising a weapon larger than his body, the white-haired kid yelled, looking at the Uchiha people present with disgust. Breathing the same air with you evil Uchiha is a torture for me. As expected of a Konoha singer, she has been eloquent since she was a child. The Thousand Hands Buddha failed to hit, and thought quickly in his mind that he must succeed before Uchiha Tajima could react. He clapped his hands, and his chakra burst out. His fist filled with strange power fell quickly towards the weak boy Madara. This old man Deng didn't give up and wanted to send his little brother away under his nose. Uchiha Jin naturally couldn't let him succeed, and his eyes flashed red instantly. The movements of the Thousand Hands Buddha slowed down frame by frame in the eyes of the three Megatama, and the opponent's attack trajectory was also exposed in these eyes. You want to touch my little brother, have you asked me? He flashed in front of the two little ghosts and crossed his hands to try to block the opponent's attack. It was not until the fist of the Thousand Hands Buddha actually hit him that Uchiha Jin understood what his uncle had just said. The gap between the two was really too big. Uchiha Jin thought that with the system's reward, his strength could stand firm in the warring states, and he was a little proud. Now, a simple punch from the Thousand Hands Buddha made him realize this reality. Crack! A brutal force came, and Uchiha Jin looked at his arms in disbelief as they broke, and his chest was sunken by the residual force of the fist. Alarms rang in his head, and the breath of death came to his face. Uchiha Jin, with a lot of blood on his body, flew backwards, leaving a gorgeous bloodline in the air. Host failed, and gained 14 heart energy. After another battle, you can unlock the Heart Steel Treasure Box reward. Current accumulated heart energy, 36. He received the system's prompt sound while flying in the air. Jin. BB. Cousin. X2. Seeing Uchiha Jin, who was out of breath after being punched by him, Senju Fukin was a little stunned. How could this Uchiha dare to take his punch head-on? You should know that your nickname Iron Fist Warrior is not in vain. Despicable and shameless Senju clan. Picking up the seriously injured Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Tajima's eyes were blazing with fire, and his pair of scarlet Sharinans stared at the instigator. As his emotions rose, the three Megatama in his eyes spun rapidly, as if they were about to connect together. Cousin! Please don't die! Izuna cried loudly, lying beside Uchiha Jin and crying helplessly. A flash of red light flashed in her eyes soaked by tears, and Madara on the side clenched his hands tightly, with a hateful look that wished he could eat the Senju clan alive. Cough cough cough! Uchiha Jin's injury looked quite serious, but with the blessing of the Uzumaki clan's physique, the bleeding had stopped, and he only needed to connect the broken bones to recover. It's worth it that I usually take care of you so much. He spit out the blood clot stuck in his mouth, and after recovering a little, he said to the two little cousins who were showing their true feelings with relief. Jin, don't move yet, wait for me to send you back for treatment. Uchiha Tajima was shocked to find that Uchiha Jin could still speak. He was afraid that this was a last gasp of energy and he did not want to fight anymore. The most urgent thing was to treat his seriously injured nephew. Senju Fusuma, next time we meet, it's either you or me. Uchiha Tajima carefully picked up Uchiha Jin and raised his head to say to Senju Fusuma, who was ready to move in the distance. Those eyes. Senju Fusuma, who originally wanted to kill him while he was sick, suddenly found the strange patterns in Uchiha Tajima's eyes not far away, and stopped the idea of taking action. Tobirama, Hashirama, retreat. If he confronted Uchiha Tajima alone, he would not be afraid of fighting, but his only two remaining sons were present. Once the battle started, the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. By then, no grass would grow within a few miles. In the end, even if a winner could be determined, his children would not be able to escape death. After hearing his father's order, the white-haired Tobirama looked at the people in front of him unwillingly, but he could sense the thick and cold chakra rising from the Uchiha clan leader opposite him, and knew that the outcome would be unpredictable if the battle continued, so he left with his father without looking back. Madara, I can't bear it. The melon-skinned Hashirama looked at his former best friend with an apologetic look on his face. He could only apologize to him silently in his heart. After a nostalgic look, he also left. After the Senju people left, Uchiha Tajima closed his Sharingan and stumbled. The price of forcibly opening it was a feeling of emptiness in the body. Just now, in order to intimidate Senju Buddha, he had to forcefully activate the Mangekyo. Fortunately, the other party was afraid of the consequences, otherwise, if they really fought, Uchiha Jin and the two children would hardly be spared. Go back to the clan quickly. The three of them ran to the clan like the wind. Soon, Uchiha Jin, who returned to the clan, was sent to the medical point as soon as possible. Uchiha Tajima stared at the doctor and said coldly, "He must be saved, otherwise you will go down to accompany him." The doctor, who was frightened and sweating, hurriedly pushed Uchiha Jin into the operating room and found that the victim's arms and chest bones were all broken as if he had been hit head-on by a carriage, but fortunately his internal organs were not pierced by the bones, so he started the operation immediately. A few hours later. How come this guy's vital signs are so stable? He doesn't look like he was seriously injured at all. In the operating room, the doctor who had finished the operation looked at Uchiha Jin, whose breath was stable, and said strangely, "The patient is out of danger, and he will recover after resting." Pushing open the door of the operating room, the doctor who took off his mask said to the people waiting anxiously outside the door, "Great!" When Izuna heard that Uchiha Jin was fine, he jumped 3 feet high in an instant. "Humph, I said this guy wouldn't die so easily." Uchiha Madara, with joy in his eyes, turned his head and said proudly, "Is it really okay? Will it cause the old injury to relapse?" Uchiha Tajima's eyes lit up after hearing it, and then he thought of something and asked hurriedly, "I didn't find any traces of old injuries?" The surgeon recalled carefully and found that he did not find any old injuries on Uchiha Jin. Instead, he was unusually strong. After listening to the doctor's words, Uchiha Tajima fell into thought. It seemed that Uchiha Miao still needed to check how Jin's body recovered. "Ban and Izuna, you will be responsible for taking care of Jin in the next few days." Since Uchiha Jin was fine, Uchiha Tajima, who was busy with work, should not stay for long. He handed the care work to his two sons and turned around and left in a hurry. "Leave it to me, I will definitely take care of my cousin and make him fat and white." There will be another chapter later. End of this chapter. Chapter 78 Sacrifice. Show me. Yes, that's it, give me some strength. I don't believe you can make me admit defeat. Uchiha Jin, with a comfortable look on his face, was lying on the bed, enjoying Uchiha Izuna's massage service, while turning his head and saying to Uchiha Madara beside him, "Cousin, peel an apple for me and cut it into a bunny shape for me." #. The young Madara, who had just thrown away the banana peel left by Uchiha-jin, had several blue veins on his head. Seeing the other party's bandaged hands, Uchiha Madara swallowed his breath, picked up the fruit knife beside him, and stabbed the apple beside him fiercely. "Oh, I won't eat it with emotions, it will hinder the recovery of my wounds." Uchiha-jin had a mean face, which made the young Madara feel itchy, and then he imagined the apple in his hand as someone and tortured it fiercely. "Yeah, the knife skills are good, no wonder you can dance." Uchiha-jin nodded in approval, and said with appreciation in his tone. "Cousin, how is the strength?" Uchiha Izuna, who had been fighting on the bed for a long time, raised his head and asked Uchiha-jin with a flushed face. Not bad, my cousin's future physical skills will definitely be the best among the crowd, and I, my cousin, am not as good as him." The numbness in his legs was very good, and Uchiha-jin, who enjoyed the distinguished service, praised with satisfaction. Host failed, obtained 16 heart energy, and the reward of the heart steel treasure box has been unlocked. Current accumulated heart energy, 52. The beautiful voice of the system sounded in Uchiha-jin's mind. Looking at this level happily, Uchiha-jin smiled from ear to ear. He was knocked down by Senjo Fukuma with a punch a few days ago, and was taken care of by his two cousins after escaping death. He woke up the next day after the operation. The first thing he did when he woke up was to arrange Izuna, who had met Senjuidama once, to go to his house to tell him that he was injured and hospitalized, and asked him not to run around. "Ah? That curly-haired gorilla was injured?" Looking at Uchiha Izuna, whom he had met once before, Senjuidama asked in surprise. "Is it serious?" "It's very serious. The whole person was knocked out far away, his hand was broken, and there was such a big hole in his chest." Uchiha Izuna told Senjuidama about Uchiha-jin's injuries without exaggeration. "Woo, isn't that going to die?" When he heard that Uchiha-jin was so seriously injured, for some reason, Senjuidama felt his heart tighten, and then he couldn't help crying out. Hey, don't cry. My cousin has woken up. The doctor said that he will recover in a while. Now he is in the hospital. Let me give you this." Uchiha Izuna saw the little ghost in front of him suddenly crying, and explained in a hurry, and took out a scroll and handed it to Senjuidama. "Are you okay?" The tearful Senju little ghost tilted his head and asked. "It's really okay. Take it quickly, I still need to buy some fruit for my cousin." Without waiting for a response, Uchiha Izuna ran away after stuffing the scroll into Senjuidama's hand. Back in the old house, the calmed Senjuidama hesitated to open the scroll in his hand, and saw a passage. "Senju kid, I was bravely wounded and need to recuperate in the hospital for a few days. During this period, be careful when you go out to buy things. If you encounter someone who makes things difficult for you, just tell me my name and I promise I won't kill you. Note, spend this money first, don't spend it. I starved to death." There was a storage seal at the end of the scroll. Senjuidama curiously clicked it, and with a bang, the scroll turned into a puff of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Senjuidama was blinded by a dazzling golden light. "Those few gold bricks should be enough, right?" Lying on the bed, Uchiha-jin looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, wondering if he should give a few more. Cousin, whose house is that grand house next to yours?" Izuna, who was serving Uchiha-jin, suddenly raised her head and asked. "A few days ago, when I went to Uchiha-jin's house, I saw the luxurious house next door that I had never seen before." Izuna, who was very jealous, finally couldn't help but want to find out. "I just built it. How is it? Isn't it very good?" Uchiha-jin raised one leg and said suggestively. "Little cousin, be nice to me, I will arrange one for you in the future." "Okay, cousin, do you think there is something wrong with this strength?" Izuna understood it immediately and immediately used the special skills that he had just practiced in the past few days to massage Uchiha-jin to death. "Okay, Izuna, you can open a blind massage parlor in the future, and your business will definitely be hot." When I was lying on the hospital bed with nothing to do, I tried to provoke Izunao to play a duel game. I never thought that I could trigger the steel of heart. Uchiha Jin, who was overjoyed, not only finished the previous wave, but also ate another round in a row. Now Uchiha Jin's daily routine in the hospital is very regular. Provocation, confrontation, feel inferior. A set of procedures is like a fish in water. Cousin, the time agreed with my father has come, I'm leaving first. Uchiha Madara, who had just peeled an apple, handed a plate of apples to Uchiha Jin. Looking at the vivid rabbit carved on the plate, Uchiha Jin turned his head and asked curiously, "Cousin, your craft is quite professional. Have you practiced secretly?" "I, Uchiha Madara, also want to be an artist." The young Madara raised his head and said with a serious face, "Good. If you have an ideal, I support you." Uchiha Jin nodded to his cousin's dream with the only thumb that could move. Anyone with a dream is great. Go quickly, or your cousin will be waiting anxiously. But now is not the time to talk about ideals. The future of the Uchiha clan still depends on the cousin, and he can't let him go down this crooked path. It's hard to say about the future. If Konoha is founded and the cousin wants to pursue his dream, he, as a brother, will definitely support him with all his strength. Waving goodbye to the two, the young boy Madara left in a hurry. Alas, since my brother opened his eyes, my father has become more strict. He trains my brother until late every day. Kwane, who was rubbing his legs silently, suddenly sighed and said to Uchiha Yin, "After your brother broke up with that fool head, his mind became clear. He asked for training on his own initiative. They are all children of the clan leader, and he doesn't want to lose to that fool head of the Senju family." He explained to his little cousin, who could probably guess what Uchiha Madara was thinking, and then quietly enjoyed Kwane's massage. In the system space, Uchiha Yin rubbed his hands and looked at the heart steel treasure box in front of him. There were 3 heart steel orbs from the previous round scattered next to the treasure box. As the settlement was clicked, the beating heart steel treasure box sang the BGM and spit out the orbs. 3 more. Uchiha Jin looked at the 6 heart steel balls on the chessboard excitedly and stretched out his right hand. "Give it to me. Gold bricks *10. It's just a cushion. When you feel like it, give it to me. Gold bricks *10. A plant." After opening 2 gold bricks, Uchiha Jin hesitated when he stretched out his right hand. Is my god's right hand useless? No, when has it ever worked? In desperation, Uchiha Jin had to use the sacrifice method, recalling the voice, appearance and smile of his little cousin. "Sorry, Izuna, I will treat you well in the future. Use Izuna's cousin's lifespan of 10 years to give it to me." End of this chapter. Chapter 79 Other People's Children. As if responding to Uchiha Jin's call, this heart steel ball burst out with a bright light that was different from the past. With a flash of golden light, a strange grey-brown armor appeared on the chessboard, and the armor was covered with sharp thorns, which looked particularly hideous. No, this thing can also be produced? Looking at the very familiar equipment in front of him, Uchiha Jin's eyes twitched wildly. Thorn Vest, gain 5% of the maximum health to reduce the damage from the attack by 8%. When hit by an attack, cause 100 damage to all nearby enemies. With a thought, the properties of the armor appeared in Uchiha Jin's mind. Isn't this the same as the shovel? It's okay, as long as it's not a gold brick, it's acceptable. Forcing his eyes away from the armor, Uchiha Jin turned to the remaining 3 magic balls. He was fearless as he had already issued the minimum security, and he waved his hand and clicked it. Gold brick *10. Gold brick *10. The familiar rhythm, the mat was patted again. Uchiha Jin nodded with satisfaction, and he would definitely produce good stuff next time. Then staring at the only loot, Uchiha Jin decided to go out and find a place where no one was to try. In reality, I don't want to lose to that white-haired kid either. Izuna, who was pinching her legs, suddenly raised her head and said seriously. I will definitely deal with him next time we meet. You have ambition, but it's useless. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be taken away by that white-haired kid with a broken kidney. I believe you. I will kill that despicable thousand-handed kid. Encouragement is the best protection for children's growth. Feeling the support of Uchiha Jin, Izuna pressed harder. Staring at the thin body of his little cousin, Uchiha Jin's heart moved and he said, Izuna, when you come of age, your cousin will guarantee your kidney safety. The little cousin had a question mark face. Just as the two brothers were joking when he was joking, the door of the ward was pushed open, and the person who came surprised Uchiha Yin. Elder Miao, why are you here? Uchiha Miao, who was carrying a basket of fruits, still had a cold expression. He looked around the ward, and finally stopped his eyes on Izuna beside the bed, and handed the fruit basket in his hand to his little cousin. Young clan leader, please wash a plate of fruits. It seemed a plain sentence, but the tone revealed the meaning of not being refused. Izuna turned his head with a frown and looked at Uchiha Yin. Seeing that the other party nodded, he took the fruit. Izuna, wash it for a while, wash it carefully. Seeing that Uchiha Miao had something to say to him alone, he took the initiative to let his little cousin leave. After Izuna left, Uchiha Miao slowly spoke. The test report of your eyes is out. Ah! What's wrong with my eyes? I didn't expect that the other party would come to tell him this, but it was a bit late. He had already known the origin of his eyes from Uchiha Yu, but he couldn't act too calm. In the cells of your eyeballs, I detected multiple different kinds of power. Uchiha Miao looked at Uchiha Yin's dark pupils and said slowly. Your eyeballs are taken from the Kagaya clan. It stands to reason that they are just ordinary substitutes for you, which can only restore your sight. It's actually the Kagaya clan. Uchiha Yin was shocked and showed a hint of resistance on his face at the right time. Not only that, I also detected the genes of the Hyuga clan in the eyeballs. Uchiha Jin was even more shocked now. He picked up the mirror on the table and began to check his eyes. After a long time, he deliberately asked. But my eyes are not white. It's just that the thin blood is not enough to awaken the Byakugan, but now your eyes are a bit complicated. I am also very curious that such eyes can open the Sharingan. Uchiha Miao was a little surprised. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. I infer that the huge amount of Yintun chakra you once contained transformed these eyes and caused them to mutate. Uchiha Miao put forward a completely different view from Uchiha Yu about Uchiha Jin's awakening of the Sharingan with these eyes. Uchiha Yu believed that Uchiha Jin relied on his own blood to assimilate these complex eyes, while Uchiha Miao inferred that he used his own Yintun chakra to transform these eyes. A huge amount of Yintun chakra? Uchiha Jin understood that the original owner had awakened the Mangekyo, so it was understandable that he had a huge amount of Yintun chakra. Will there be no rejection? Uchiha Jin asked curiously. Your data is very stable, as stable as if these eyes belong to you naturally. Uchiha Miao said with a sigh. The test showed that the eyes and Uchiha Jin had a very high degree of fit, and they did not look like transplants at all. Then can I open the Mangekyo? Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes and asked seriously, staring at Uchiha Miao who was a little sad. You need to ask the clan leader about this. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Hearing Uchiha Jin's sudden question, Uchiha Miao just looked at him deeply, threw the question to Uchiha Tajima, and then got up and left. Oh, why did Elder Miao leave? The orange he sent is so sour. Holding the washed fruit, Uchiha Izuna returned to the ward and found that only Uchiha Jin was there. Elder Miao left first because of something. Come and taste how sour it is. Uchiha Jin, who had returned to his normal lazy state, opened his mouth wide, waiting for Uchiha Izuna to feed him. Damn, this is a lemon, you idiot. A week later, Uchiha Jin was discharged smoothly, bid farewell to his two cousins in tears, and set off on the way home. Thinking of the appearance of Senjo Banjian in his mind, he pushed open the old house but found that there was no one there. The whole room was covered with dust, as if no one lived there. Not good. The kid was caught? Uchiha-jin's first reaction was that Senju Banjian was caught by someone. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He and the kid were tied to a soul chain. If the kid got hurt, he would be finished too. Hello, your takeaway. Just when Uchiha-jin was anxious and ready to go out to look for the little ghost, a voice came from outside the door. When he walked out, he found a sweet-looking purple-haired Uchiha girl, who was carrying a wooden backpack and asked loudly if there was anyone in the house. Hello, the grilled fish you ordered has arrived, please sign for it. When the Uchiha girl saw someone coming out, she hurried over and put down the backpack, took out a hot grilled fish from it, and said to Uchiha-jin, I have another order, please check and sign for it. Looking at the grilled fish in front of him, Uchiha-jin squeezed out an angry symbol on his eyebrows, took a deep breath, and asked calmly, who ordered it? Let me see, it was ordered by a gentleman named Uchiha-jin. The bright girl took out an order from her arms, took a look and said to Uchiha-jin, does this kind of business exist now? Suppressing his anger, Uchiha-jin, who was very curious about the girl's job, asked. This is a long-term task, which can make money quickly and improve your skills. The fledgling Uchiha, the girl said with a smile. That's great. You can earn money to support your family at such a young age, unlike some loser. Uchiha-jin gritted his teeth and took the grilled fish from the girl's hand. He signed the order and suddenly saw a whole row of crooked characters Uchiha-jin in front of his name. His hand almost crushed the pen. After calming down, Uchiha-jin smiled and said to the diligent girl, I give you a 5-star rating. End of this chapter. Chapter 80. How can a cultured person's work be called stealing? Dong dong dong. Knocking hard on the door of his big house, Uchiha-jin told himself to stay calm. Here I come. As the familiar voice sounded, the door was suddenly opened, and Senju Itama, whose face was greasy from eating, said excitedly. It's early today. Hurry up and give me the fish. When the kid saw that it was Uchiha-jin who knocked on the door, his eyes changed color instantly. Bang! The door that was opened closed instantly, and Senju Itama, who was hiding behind the door, had his pupils trembled. This guy actually came back? Dong dong dong! As the knocking sound became more and more urgent, the kid leaning against the banging door turned from shock to fear. In the end, there was only a loud bang, and a big hole was smashed in the heavy wooden door by a fist. Then a head came close and said with a sly smile. Here's Johnny. Ah! Ga. Although he didn't understand what this sentence meant, it didn't stop Senju Itama from being scared. As expected, the kid fainted again. Uchiha-jin, who opened the door from the cave, looked at the little ghost lying on the ground and fainted, and raised his eyebrows. I haven't done some Chinese horror yet, why is he lying down? It's too easy for this kid. When Senju Banjian woke up again, he saw Uchiha-jin eating the grilled fish he ordered. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to speak. You have a good life, and you have someone to deliver takeaway. After swallowing the last bite of fish, Uchiha-jin used fish bones to pick his teeth and asked leisurely. Not really, I only ate for a few days. Senju Banjian shrank his head and said in a low voice, then he seemed to remember something and hurriedly explained. It just so happened that the store provided delivery service. I was afraid of getting into trouble when I went out, so I ordered a month's worth of meals. Then you are really smart. Uchiha-jin stood up, sighing in his mouth, while picking up the broom beside him. Of course not, don't you see who I am? Ah, stop hitting me. Senju Banjian jumped up with a smug look on his face, but before he could finish his words, Uchiha-jin's whip rained down on his butt, making the kid scream. After dealing with this kid, Uchiha-jin, who was refreshed, asked him to clean up both rooms, and he went to the long-missed backyard. During this period of hospitalization, I have no chance to spawn NPCs, and I don't know if there will be a big one today. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of refresh. Uchiha-jin, frowning, was about to check if there was any problem with the system. Just then, he heard a subtle sound behind him, and at the same time, he saw the scene behind him. A short figure walked out of the familiar ripple light screen, appeared behind Uchiha-jin and looked at him vigilantly. Izuna. When Uchiha-jin saw the person coming, his first reaction was that his little cousin came to visit. Then he noticed the other person's clothes and the forehead protector on his forehead that did not belong to this era. He was sure that this was an NPC spawned by the system. Nibiru. After beating the big one, the small one comes, right? The young Nibiru who was spawned wore a blue top and grey-white shorts, a classic outfit from the Genin period. But what can this kid spawn for him? I don't know if he has learned the signature skill Chidori at this stage. If he doesn't have Chidori, he doesn't care about the other skills. After being silent for a while, Nibiru raised his head, without any emotion in his eyes, and crouched down and rushed towards Uchiha-jin. Hey, let me play with you for a while, just as a rehabilitation. Uchiha-jin sighed and was too lazy to open his Sharingan. He pulled out one hand and started to beat the young Nibiru. As expected, the young Sasuke was knocked down by him in a face-to-face encounter. That's it, that's it. Although he knew that the other party was an NPC, Uchiha-jin couldn't help but say it in a sarcastic tone. The young Sasuke, who was knocked to the ground, suddenly raised his head with difficulty. A trace of consciousness flashed in his empty eyes. He looked at Uchiha-jin with a complicated expression, and the whole person disappeared without a trace after being covered by the light screen that appeared again. The backyard refreshes the random skill Indra Chakra every day, and obtains Indra Chakra *1. Indra Chakra fragments, 1/ collect pieces to synthesize Indra Chakra. What the hell? This is what dropped after beating the second pillar? The floating fragments in the system gave Uchiha-jin a little shock. Is this also a skill? He swallowed hard and looked at the fragment in disbelief. When he clicked it, there was no explanation except the display name, nor did it state how many fragments he had to collect to obtain it. After clenching his fist, Uchiha-jin felt motivated. It seemed that the progress of the liver fragments could not be interrupted. As a cool feeling came over his body, the sweat he had just produced when sparring with the young second pillar disappeared without a trace. In a good mood, he returned home and did not continue to bully Senjo little ghost. Go back to your bedroom and start cleaning up the recent spoils. In the system space, the empty chessboard in the past is now full of spoils. After more than a week of hard duel, Uchiha-jin has perfectly eaten 2 rounds of heart steel. After opening, the most gold bricks are still gold bricks. The piles of gold bricks have made Uchiha-jin no longer have a desire for money. He turned his head to look at the items that exploded. On the left-hand side is the thorn vest that exploded a few days ago, and 2 more came out behind. One is a blue necklace in the shape of a claw, and the other is a yellow card. Dragon Claw, gain 9% of the maximum health value, and gain 5 health points every 2 days. Metabolic Accelerator, gain 2 health points every day. Uniquely bound. What exactly is the attribute of health value? Curious, Uchiha-jin tried to communicate with the system to get the answer. Health value is the blood bar. The higher the health value, the thicker the blood bar. The lifespan of the host is affected by the health value. The system that has not been seen for a long time appeared and gave Uchiha-jin a popular science. Then how much lifespan is converted from 1 point of health? Uchiha-jin took the opportunity to ask a question. Health and lifespan are 1:1, that is, 1 point of health equals 1 day. A plant. Wouldn't it be that as long as I wear these 2 things, I can live 4.5 days longer every day? Uchiha-jin instantly felt that he was good again. It was just the founding of Konoha. If I put on a set of equipment that adds health recovery, wouldn't I be able to survive until Boruto's grandson becomes the protagonist? You can only wear one of the equipment and hex card that can restore life at the same time. The system poured a basin of cold water at the right time, strangling Uchiha-jin's idea in the cradle. He smacked his lips and shook his head when he woke up from his dream. Sure enough, it was reasonable to only wear one of such a powerful attribute. Back to reality, Uchiha-jin raised his hand and put a blue fang-shaped necklace on his neck. He immediately felt a warm energy spread throughout his body, and he felt numb and unable to use his strength. The comfortable experience made him moan. Hey, 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 pay attention to the volume when you do things, there are minors in the room. Suddenly, the voice of Senjo Banma came from outside the house, which frightened Uchiha-jin and made him shiver. He accidentally dropped the metabolic accelerator card that had just condensed to the ground. Make way, the ground is full of garbage, right? Senjo Banma pushed the door open very naturally, and skillfully took the broom to start sweeping. He just saw the card dropped by Uchiha-jin. Curious, he saw the golden card and picked it up as soon as he saw it. This is also garbage. It's a pity to throw away such a good thing. I'll take it away. He stuffed the card into his pocket without saying anything and turned around and left. The set of movements was extremely fast, and it could be described as flowing water. Uchiha-jin, who had just felt the numbness, finally got excited and shouted, "Give it back to me!" End of this chapter, Chapter 81. Time flies. The card has been bound. The metabolic accelerator card was not taken back in the end. Uchiha-jin, who searched the kid's body and found nothing except his crotch, heard the system's belated notification. I didn't expect that the kid, Senju Itama, accidentally activated this hex card and became its first and only owner. Do you feel anything different? Uchiha-jin asked curiously, pressing against the kid's forehead, who was blushing from the body search. Let me go. I'm going to bite you to death, you hentai gorilla. Ignoring Uchiha-jin's question, Senjo Banjian opened his mouth to bite Uchiha-jin's evil hand. Looks like he's full of energy. Skillfully avoiding the kid's open mouth, Uchiha-jin touched his chin and said, it would be nice if he could see the chakra in this kid's body. Uchiha-jin, who suddenly had this thought, suddenly felt a chill in his eyes, and his vision became very clear in an instant. Looking at the kid with his teeth and claws, he couldn't help but be shocked. Now in his eyes, the meridians under Senjo Banjian's body are visible at a glance, and the chakra flowing in each meridian can be seen clearly. What's going on? Uchiha-jin raised his hands and found that his eyes seemed to have X-rays, and he could see through the skin and flesh and directly see the flow of chakra in his body and the acupuncture points at various positions. What's wrong with your eyes? Why did you become cataracts? Originally, the extremely ashamed Senjo Banjian found that Uchiha-jin actually ignored him and began to daydream. He was about to step forward to teach him a lesson, but he never expected to see the other party's eyes and cried out in surprise. Cataract? Uchiha-jin hurried to the bathroom when he heard the little ghost's words. His eyes in the mirror were actually blue and white, but there were no bulging blue veins around his temples as he remembered the Byakugan. What is this? The Byakugan does not look like the Byakugan, but it has the ability of the Byakugan. Uchiha-jin, who was unable to guess, walked out of the bathroom and saw the Senjo little ghost not far away. He tried to observe his chakra with his current Byakugan, and then he was surprised to find that the heart of this little ghost was filled with burning chakra energy, which was continuously supplied to various parts of the body. This should be the effect of the metabolic accelerator. Now as long as this little ghost does not overdraw his vitality, he should be able to live for a long time. Thinking of this, Uchiha-jin he could not help but feel relieved. Originally, his life was bound to Senju Itama through the mission. If he could not complete the mission, even if the Senjo little ghost died safely, he would still fail the mission and be killed by the system in the end. Now, the little ghost with the metabolic accelerator should be able to live for a long time, and the cycle of this mission can be extended indefinitely. It is not that Uchiha-jin has not checked the tasks assigned by the system. Since the last upgrade, the task system has entered a long dormant state. There is only one task save Senju Itama hanging in the huge task bar. The suffix of the task is also marked with the word pre-task. After clicking it, the system prompts that if the pre-task is not completed, the next task cannot be carried out. Little ghost, I wish you a long life. If a life-saving outfit is exploded in the future, put it on this little ghost first. Uchiha Jin, who is clear-minded, walked over and touched the little head of Senjuidama, who was still sulking, and said seriously, Senjuidama? In the following days, Uchiha Jin had a rare and pleasant vacation. Except for the two little cousins who came to visit, no one else visited him every day, which made him happy and relaxed. Yes, Izuna, your hidden weapon level is indeed better than mine. I am ashamed of myself. Yawning, Uchiha Jin perfunctorily arched his hands, looking at Uchiha Izuna holding a shuriken beside him. He was stagnant. Cousin, are you happy to tease me like this every day? Izuna, who was tricked by Uchiha Jin to brush up every day, had long seen through the other party's tricks. He was just teasing him. He couldn't beat him here, and he was ashamed of himself there. He would always say, I am willing to call you the strongest, etc. At first he was complacent, but later he slowly realized that something was wrong. This guy was just making fun of him. Oh, how is it possible? My cousin is a genius. Isn't it normal that he narrowly beat me? Uchiha Jin didn't want his best sparring partner to run away like this, so he hurried to explain. Humph. I will never fight with you again next time. Quina pouted and refused Uchiha Jin's future challenge, and told him his father's instructions by the way. By the way, my father asked you to go to him today. Walking in Uchiha Tajima's mansion, Uchiha Jin wondered what his cousin wanted him to do. Could it be the seal? Dong dong dong! Knocked on the door of the clan leader's study. Come in. A familiar voice sounded, and Uchiha Jin pushed the door open. Uchiha Tajima was sitting on the desk, writing documents furiously. He looked up at his nephew, stopped writing, and said slowly, Jin, are you almost recovered? Already recovered. Uchiha Jin nodded. Then it's time to go to work. It turned out that he was urged to go to work. Although the work in the dungeon had been fooled by Uchiha Uchizuo to be done, there were new prisoners coming in and old prisoners dying in the dungeon every day, and the update of the files could not be delayed. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow. Knowing that he couldn't slack off anymore, Uchiha Jin immediately obeyed the order. Anyway, he couldn't trick his cousin into giving him a hard time, so going back to the dungeon to brush up on hard times was just what he wanted. Okay, go down. After staring at Uchiha Jin's eyes for a long time, Uchiha Tajima, who was hesitant to speak, lowered his head and waved his hand to signal him to go down, while he continued to work. The cousin seemed to want to say something to him, but he didn't say it in the end. It was obvious that Uchiha Tajima had something to say. Uchiha Jin scratched his curly hair and gave up thinking. Anyway, the bow of the ship was naturally straight, and he would say it when he wanted to. Time flies, and the years pass by. In the next few years, Uchiha Jin worked in the dungeon step by step. During this period, he applied to Uchiha Yan to transfer Uchiha Lucha to be his secretary, and gave all the work of the archives to him. He spent every day in the number 1 and number 2 dungeons, brushing hard and diligently. He would first brush gang when he got to work, and the first thing he did after get off work was to go to the backyard to wait for NPCs. Over the years, he had brushed out hundreds of young second pillars, and obtained hundreds of Indra fragments, several sea-level fire escapes, and the ninjutsu Chidori that he had been dreaming of. However, not every time he brushed out second pillars. Occasionally there would be a few ninjas who had appeared in the original work, such as the mentors of the 12 little strong men, who had brushed out many times, and obtained a lot of escape techniques and secret techniques. The biggest gain for him was a masked white-haired man, who actually dropped Shinwei fragments, but he didn't appear many times, and he always dropped the earth flow wall with a dog head. In the backyard, Uchiha Jin raised his hand, and lightning flashed in his hand with a sharp explosion. Looking at a plump and beautiful woman brushed out in the distance, Uchiha-jin rushed over without mercy, and the chidori in his hand pierced the woman's chest, but before it touched the plump softness, it was blocked by the other party's white lotus arm. Looking up at the beautiful face and long light yellow hair of the woman, Uchiha-jin frowned. The script was wrong. Several times before, he had just used chidori to take her away, and then he would use medical ninjutsu like palm immortal art fragment and chakra scalpel fragment. Why did he become so powerful today? The diamond-shaped mark on the woman's forehead flashed, and a black curse seal stretched out from the mark. Seeing that the curse seal spread faster, Uchiha-jin's eyes changed color and scanned the woman who was reading the bar with his blue eyes, adhering to the principle of not catching bastards when there is a backswing. Found it. Your Achilles heel. End of this chapter. Chapter 82 finally made it to the age of 30. The chidori in his hand was compressed into a tiny steel needle with the control of chakra. This was what Uchiha-jin learned. A new skill developed after the chidori style developed by the second pillar in the original work. Chidori style hole break. He manipulated the tiny but powerful chidori in his hand and inserted it directly between the collarbones of the woman in front of him. In the face of the other party's horrified expression, the chidori instantly sank in, and the woman fell to the ground and twitched non-stop. The secret technique that was halfway through the reading bar also failed to start, and could only be humiliated by the ripple light curtain that fell from the sky and was taken away. Closing his eyes, feeling that the consumption of his body was instantly replenished, Uchiha-jin nodded to show that he was getting more and more satisfied with his efficiency. The backyard refreshes the random skill Yin Seal every day, and obtains Yin Seal. Yin Seal, S-level medical sealing technique. A diamond mark appears on the forehead, fine-tuning the chakra, achieving the effect of instant healing and strengthening the attack, and increasing the speed. Skilled users can rely on the low output and fine-tuning of the chakra in the 100 healing seal to achieve the effect of youthfulness, improving body functions, and keeping body functions in full state. P.S. In addition to the host, only women can learn it. This skill was revealed. Uchiha-jin, overjoyed, immediately clicked to learn. As a large amount of information about the Yin Seal poured into his brain, he opened his eyes again and tried to circulate the chakra in his body. A diamond-shaped mark also appeared on his smooth forehead, but the color was darker, purple and black, black and red. Uchiha-jin, who had a lot of harvest, returned to his big house as usual. 6 years had passed, and this house made of wood escape was still as new as before. He pushed open the door and saw a busy figure walking around in the room. Uchiha-jin raised his eyebrows and said, "Ibunjian, what did you do today?" "Eat fish, otherwise what to eat?" The busy figure heard Uchiha-jin's voice and did not stop the work in his hands. He said in an impatient tone, "How dare you talk?" Uchiha-jin was furious and rubbed his hands. "I'm so brave. If you like it, eat it. If you don't, get out." The other party seemed to be used to it and replied without any concern, "I'll go wash my hands now." He was just rubbing his hands to prepare for washing his hands. "Don't take it seriously." Sitting quietly at the dining table, watching Senjuitama busy in the kitchen, Uchiha-jin was quite pleased. 6 years later, this kid finally grew up to look like him and could be independent in the kitchen. "Eat it, curly baboon, sweet and sour fish." The 11-year-old Senjuitama, wearing a custom-made apron, brought a plate of sweet and sour fish. Looking at the shiny sauce, Uchiha-jin, who was eager to eat, immediately picked up a piece and put it into his mouth, and then showed an intoxicated look. "Not bad, 7 points of my cooking." Uchiha-jin, who was feasting, lied with his eyes open. Senjuitama, who took off his apron, rolled his eyes when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at the Senju kid who used to be like a bean sprout. In 6 years, this kid has grown up very fast as if he had taken hormones. But he looks too thin. His black and white hair is dyed pure black and draped over his shoulders. His skin looks very fair because he has not been out much. The baby fat on his face has faded. His round face has become a melon seed face. He looks like a weak and beautiful boy. Eat more. There is not much meat on your body. I told you that boys with some muscles are popular. Uchiha-jin picked up the chopsticks covered with saliva with an expression of thinking for you, picked up a piece of fish meat and put it in front of Senjuitama, and warned as a person who has experienced it. Are you qualified to teach me if you have not touched a woman's hand at the age of 10? Senjuitama turned his head away with anger, gritted his teeth and exposed Uchiha-jin's black material. I am here to take care of you, little brat. Otherwise, I would have been with XXX a long time ago. Uchiha-jin, who was hit in the nick of time, immediately jumped up and down, avoiding his eyes and unable to refute. Hee. Banjian sneered. Dong dong dong. A quick knock on the door saved the embarrassed Uchiha-jin. He flashed over and opened the door. Seeing two handsome young men standing outside, Uchiha-jin warmly welcomed them in. Ban, Izuna, long time no see. How come you have time to come here today? The visitors were the 20-year-old Uchiha Madara and the 16-year-old Uchiha Izuna. The handsome faces of the two who had lost their childishness were filled with the cold and arrogant feelings unique to the Uchiha clan. However, after seeing Uchiha-jin, the two were like melting icebergs, with warm smiles on their cold faces. Cousin! Don't you remember what day it is today? My little cousin Izuna has grown to 1.7 meters tall, and his face is more and more like the second pillar in Shippuden. At this moment, he is grinning happily, and the indifference just now is swept away, just like a neighbor's boy. What day? Uchiha-jin was stunned when asked, turned his head to look at the calendar on the wall, and then said in an uncertain tone. Singles Day. It's your big day. Uchiha Izuna reminded speechlessly. Although I am a bachelor, this is not a big happy thing, right? Uchiha-jin has been busy with the daily system of the liver for many years, brushing the gang during the day and sweeping the backyard at night. How can he have time to fall in love? As the saying goes, if there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Women will only affect his progress in liver fragments. It's your birthday. Uchiha-jin, who was standing aside Aban, said helplessly. Uchiha Madara, who is 20 years old this year, has already had the demeanor of a later ninja world Shura. After awakening the Sharingan a few years ago, he was trained by his cousin and began to hang out on various battlefields, living a life of blood on the edge of a knife. This boy, who was originally a little funny, quickly grew into a silent, cold, and arrogant handsome man. This change really made him a little sad. The older cousin who used to be funny is gone forever. Birthday? I forgot about it. Uchiha-jin slapped his forehead. He was so busy every day that he forgot his birthday completely. Fortunately, he had two cousins who cared about him, otherwise his important 30th birthday would have passed in a daze. Haha, this is the gift I prepared for you. Laughing happily, Izuna mysteriously took out a small package from behind and handed it to Uchiha-jin. I got the spoils from the Akimichi clan. I heard from them that this is a medicine that can make people grow bigger. I think you, cousin, definitely need it. Putting his head next to Uchiha-jin's ear, Izuna explained the origin of the gift with a strange smile on his face, and patted his shoulder after that, saying that he didn't need to thank him. ITM. Uchiha-jin, who couldn't help but swear, forced himself to hold back. Izuna was still young, and it was normal for him to be deceived. It seems that I need to strengthen his quality education. No, no. After refusing for a while, Uchiha-jin could only helplessly put the package of secret medicine into his arms, vowing to wait until no one was around and then destroy it in public to prove his innocence. This is mine. After growing up, Uchiha Madara was very frugal with words. Except for the occasional madness during battle, he usually had an icy expression. At this moment, he showed a rare gentleness, untied a weapon from his back and handed it to Uchiha-jin. This is the weapon I seized from the warriors of the Iron Country. It is made of chakram metal and has strong conductivity. After taking it and looking at it, Uchiha-jin's eyes lit up. The shape of this weapon was similar to the sword of China in his previous life, which made him feel quite familiar. He happily accepted it and couldn't let it go. "Come on, let's eat together first." After accepting the gifts from his two cousins, Uchiha-jin quickly invited them to sit in the restaurant, and shouted to Senjuitama, who was eating in the inner room. "Quick! Izuna and the others are here, add 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks." Secretly glancing at his frowning elder brother, Izuna asked Uchiha-jin in a low voice. "Cousin, how long are you going to keep this kid? The Warring States chapter is really coming to an end this time, and it may be put on the shelves in the near future. Please continue to support me, thank you." End of this chapter. Chapter 83. This time, I say no. Children should not ask about adults' affairs. After patting Izuna's head, Uchiha-jin said with a stern face. He didn't know how long he had to keep this kid. The worst case scenario was that he had to let this kid take care of him until the end of his life. Senjuitama, who was sitting at the table, heard what Uchiha-jin said, and did not choose to argue with him anymore. He obediently got up and went to the kitchen to bring out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and put them on the table. "Okay, stop making a sour face, and eat first." Uchiha-jin helplessly pushed his older cousin who was standing there, urging him to take a seat quickly. Uchiha Madara, who frowned, could not resist his cousin, so he pulled out a chair in the corner and sat on it. "Big cousin, eat more. Pick up a piece of tofu and put it in Uchiha Madara's bowl." Uchiha-jin raised his head and asked curiously. "Are you still fighting recently?" "Well, the Senjo clan got the help of the Uzumaki clan, and the situation on the battlefield is very tense." After blowing a few mouthfuls of the hot tofu, Uchiha Madara swallowed it carefully and said, "Uzumaki clan." The memory of Uchiha-jin's death was awakened again, and a burly and handsome figure appeared in his mind. The Uzumaki clan actually joined the war so early? I don't know what happened to Mito. That's right. The leader of the reinforcements is Uzumaki Hanamichi, the young patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. That guy is very strong in physical skills and sealing skills. My brother fought with him for a few moves, but didn't get any advantage. Izuna, who was staring at Senjuitama, turned her head and complained to Uchiha-jin. That guy is also weird. He always asks a weird question before fighting with us, Uchiha. What question? Uchiha-jin asked curiously. He didn't have this quirk when he met that guy before. Whenever he meets an Uchiha, he will ask, "Do you know a curly-haired Uchiha?" Ha ha ha, don't you think it's weird? Izuna knocked on the table and laughed. Ha ha ha, what a weird guy. Uchiha-jin echoed with a dry laugh, then silently lowered his head, hiding his merits and fame. Senjuitama beside him. "Cousin, you look pretty handsome." Kwane, who was in her 2nd year of middle school, found the diamond mark on Uchiha-jin's forehead and said enviously. "Just like the sky eye, open one for me too." But he didn't want to be said like that, he wasn't a spirited boy. "Hehe, I'll teach you when I have time, and I'll help you tattoo a shrimp line. By the way, why did you come back so early this time? I remember that you went out for a full 6 months before the last war, and you've been out for less than a month this time, how come you're back?" Uchiha-jin, who changed the subject, looked at the 2 brothers and asked. "Senju Fukin is dead." Uchiha Madara, who put down his chopsticks, stared at the man who was eating with his head down. Senjuitama slowly told the explosive news. Crack! The chopsticks in Senjuitama's hand broke, but he still lowered his head, as if nothing had happened. "The quality of these chopsticks is not good, go and get a new pair." The sharp-eyed Uchiha-jin saw the liquid dripping from the cheek of the little ghost beside him, and made an excuse to let him go out and be alone. Senjuitama stood up and walked towards the kitchen, his thin back trembling slightly. "Why?" Knowing that this news was specifically aimed at Senjuitama, Uchiha-jin sighed, shook his head and said to the instigator Uchiha Madara. "It's because of you, my cousin, that I've saved his life. If you let him live so peacefully, how can the clan members who died on the battlefield rest in peace? Uchiha Madara, who had experienced too many deaths, turned cold again. He had always been dissatisfied with Uchiha Jin's attitude towards this remnant of the Senju. War is never caused by one person's idea, nor will it end because of one person's death. Uchiha Jin raised his head, squinted his dead fish eyes, and said to Uchiha Madara, "The life and death of a child cannot affect the progress of the war. Worlds that cannot understand each other will always have disputes." After saying this, Uchiha Madara no longer cared about the matter of Senjuitama, and began to think about what Uchiha Jin said just now. "Hey, this cousin is getting harder and harder to fool, and I'm almost finished with my poisonous chicken soup for this kid." After having a good meal and a good drink, Uchiha Madara, who was still thinking, dragged Izuna, who was reluctant to leave, home, leaving Uchiha Jin to clean up the mess alone. "These two guys have learned bad habits. They used to help me clean up, but now they run faster than rabbits." After cleaning up, Uchiha Jin walked to the door of Senju Banjian and knocked on the door gently. There was no movement for a long time. He sighed and said outside the door, "Little ghost, don't think too much." Crack! The door was pushed open, and Senju Banjian, with red and swollen eyes, raised his head, looking pitiful, with a sob in his voice. "When can I go home?" "Wait until the war is over." Uchiha Jin looked at the little ghost and softened his heart. No, no. How could he be bewitched by a little boy? Uchiha Jin quickly shook his head, cleared the strange thoughts in his mind, and made a promise to Senju Banjian. "My father is dead. You have no reason to keep me. Just kill me." Hearing Uchiha Jin's promise of time, Senjuitama smiled bitterly. The war between the two clans has been going on for thousands of years and has never ended. This promise is just empty talk. Bang! The righteous slap fell on the head of this little devil who looked like he wanted to die. Uchiha Jin calmed down his restlessness and spoke slowly. "You kid, you have been with me for so many years, but you haven't learned a positive attitude towards life at all. You have only learned some emo." Stretching out his hand to calculate the time, Uchiha Jin lowered his head and assured Senjuitama, who looked indignant. "Soon, the war will end in about 10 years, and I will send you home then." Looking at Uchiha Jin's firm words, Senjuitama, who covered his head, pursed his lips and didn't continue. He had heard this kind of words countless times, and it was obviously a lie to children. "Didn't you make an appointment with Zhili to play together? Take this money and buy whatever you want when you go out." Uchiha Jin was relieved when he saw the little ghost calm down. Then he took out a handful of money and stuffed it into the hands of Senju Banjian, letting the little ghost spend money to relieve his worries. After comforting the emo little ghost, Uchiha Jin felt exhausted all over and lamented that it was too difficult for him. Now he had to raise this little ghost as a son and shoulder the responsibility of a father before getting married. He went back to the room and lay on the bed. Now only a good sleep could relieve his inexplicable fatigue. Just when he was about to fall asleep, the long silent system flashed a glimmer, and then a familiar voice sounded in his mind. "Ding, it is detected that the host is 30 years old. The system is about to start. Do you confirm to start it?" Uchiha Jin was awakened by the sudden voice. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, he was surprised but did not choose to start it rashly. "Recalling the time when I just crossed over, I rashly chose yes and was badly hurt by the task assigned by this half-finished system. This medieval system, which is as ancient as the Warring States period, always wipes out, making him nervous all day long. Now he has another chance to choose. He will not be fooled again after suffering. No, 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 no. This time, he will never be fooled by this shitty system again." The host's strong disgust is detected, and the system enters a cooling down period. The system can be unlocked after completing tasks cumulatively. During the cooling down period, the host's age is punished to remain 30 years old. Is there such a good thing? It is reasonable to awaken the medieval system in the Warring States period, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 84, A Simple and Immortal Life. After hearing the feedback from the system, Uchiha hurried to the system space in his mind. As soon as he came in, he found that the slot machine on the system chessboard was gone. That was the prop he used the task points to draw, and now it was eaten by the system. He was so scared that he quickly turned his head to look at the other side. The heart steel treasure box was still playing the BGM noisily. The result after trying to click was normal, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the heart steel treasure box was not affected after the system was idle. In a brief summary, the system seemed to be offline by him. From now on, it is no longer possible to obtain points through system tasks, but the heart steel treasure box as a novice gift package has been retained, so the backyard daily refresh random skills that was also opened in the gift package should still exist. Looking up at the grey taskbar of the system, there is still only the task of Save Senju Banjian hanging alone on it, recalling the system prompt. The system has entered cooling, and the accumulated tasks can be unlocked. As Uchiha thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. If the task mentioned here is the first task he accepted, as long as he has not completed it, the system will never assign other tasks. A bold speculation emerged from his mind. As long as he doesn't complete the task of Save Senjuitama, the system will always crash, and the system tasks that can easily be eliminated will no longer appear in the future. Moreover, during the period of system idleness, he will remain in the state of 30 years old until this task is completed. But the current situation is that as long as he wants, he can never complete it. I, Uchiha, have achieved immortality by being immortal. Excited, Uchiha immediately jumped up from the bed and paced around in the bedroom. In the future, as long as the little ghost of Senjuitama does not have any accidents, he will not only not die, but time will not cause any harm to him. It was a good thing to accidentally tie the metabolic accelerator to this Senjuitama. The bonus of 2 health points a day can completely allow this little ghost to live forever. Just when Uchiha was immersed in the joy of immortality, in a dark dungeon, an old man slowly opened his eyes. The former dungeon number 0. Wang Liang, I don't have much time left. Hasn't that Uchiha Tajima taken action yet? The grey eyes revealed a dead aura. Uchiha Tajima, who was already in his twilight years, could feel that his time was coming, but 6 years had passed and Uchiha Tajima had no intention of taking action. Uchiha Tajima has been focusing on his son in recent years and has no intention of removing the seal. The old jailer with a dark light in his eyes stood in a dark corner and replied in a hoarse voice. Where is Uchiha? Thinking of his eldest grandson who had not visited him for several years, Uchiha Tajima said indifferently. That kid hangs out in the dungeon and mingle with the prisoners every day. I don't know what he is thinking. Wang Liang, who had monitored Uchiha for a while, answered out loud. He was very puzzled by Uchiha behavior. We can't delay any longer. Bring him to see me. Uchiha, whose body was about to reach its limit, frowned. If he delayed any longer, there would be no hope for revenge. He had to drag Uchiha Tajima to be buried with him before he died. Yes. With inexplicable emotions in his eyes, Wang Liang lowered his head and turned into a pool of black mud and merged into the shadows on the ground. Uncle, what happened? Uchiha, who was excited and didn't sleep well all night, had big panda eyes the next day. He was summoned by Uchiha Tajima as soon as he got up. He came to the clan leader's office yawning. There is a mission, I want to ask if you want to participate. Holding a document, Uchiha Tajima, who is now 42 years old, raised his head and asked him in an inquiring tone, what mission? Looking at his old cousin, Uchiha raised his eyebrows. In the past few years, Uchiha Tajima's mind has been focused on the 2 brothers Uchiha Madara. Even without perception, it can be seen that his energy is not as good as before. Here is the content of the mission, take a look. Taking the document from Uchiha Tajima, Uchiha read it carefully for a while, raised his head and asked in surprise, who is this Wuming? Although he knew the identity of this person in his heart, he still showed appropriate doubts. Seeing that his expression was not fake, Uchiha Tajima's eyes flashed with a complex look of regret, and he explained. Wuming was once a war weapon cultivated by our clan. He was ambushed and sealed by the Senju and Sarutobi people when he was on a mission many years ago, and his whereabouts have been unknown since then. Seeing Uchiha Jin's unfamiliar face, Uchiha Tajima sighed secretly and continued. However, a few years ago, we captured a senior figure of the Sarutobi clan and tortured him to find out the place where Wuming was sealed, but at that time we were fighting fiercely with the Senju clan. So I didn't spend the effort to find him, but... Take a sip of the tea on the table, moisten his throat with a bit of joy in Uchiha Tajima's eyes. The guy Senju Fujen died of illness, the Senju clan's front line has shrunk, and the clan is now electing a new clan leader. We can take this opportunity to find Wuming and make him a great help to our clan. Who else will participate in this mission? Uchiha Yin, who handed back the task file, asked curiously. Such an important task would not be left to him alone, right? Just you and me can go. Did Uchiha Tajima trust him so much that he only took him to carry out this mission? Let's go tomorrow. After making the arrangements, Uchiha Tajima waved his hand, indicating that he could leave if he was fine. Coming out of the clan leader's office, Uchiha Yin saw that it was still early, so he strolled around and came to the dungeon where he worked. Lu Chalao brother, I'll trouble you today. I'll go to the dungeon to inspect. After clocking in at the office and saying something to Uchiha Lucha who was writing furiously in the documents, Uchiha Jin went directly to the cell to check in. This guy. Uchiha Lucha looked up with a bitter face, looked at Uchiha Jin's leisurely back, and sighed. He was really on a pirate ship. In the number 1 dungeon. Your fist is strong and powerful, and the fist wind is as swift as the roar of a tiger and a dragon. I am ashamed of myself. Uchiha Jin showed a fearful look on his face, put his hands on his chest, and praised the person in front of him with a somewhat embarrassed breath. Hi! A prisoner who had just been caught in the dungeon looked at his hands in disbelief. When did he awaken his innate divine power and could punch the Uchiha clan member who looked difficult to mess with several meters away? Hee, it's done. With his confidence soaring, he felt like a protagonist, ready to take advantage of the victory and give this Uchiha clan member a fatal blow, but he didn't expect the other party to suddenly laugh happily, then stand up and turn around to leave. Don't run, take my punch. Hearing the noise behind him, Uchiha Jin seemed to remember something, and he didn't even bother to open his Sharingan. He turned his head and glanced at the prisoner with a bloodthirsty look on his face. Naraku knowing technique. The prisoner who was swinging his fist seemed to be strangled by the throat, and he lay on the ground with a terrified look and struggled. Tisk tisk tisk, that curly-haired bastard is acting to bully the newcomer again, what a bad taste. An old prisoner who had been imprisoned here for a long time looked at Uchiha Jin's behavior with cold eyes and said disdainfully. That's right, he comes to bully people every day, and he doesn't find it boring. The prisoners in another cell also echoed. These people have been used by Uchiha Jin to fight, and they are all used to his weird behavior. Now the old prisoners don't buy his tricks anymore. It's getting harder and harder to fight, and he can only cheat the newcomers to barely make a living. In the corridor of the dungeon, Uchiha Jin, who successfully fought, hummed a little song and was about to sneak away. Suddenly, he felt his anus tighten, and a familiar voice came from behind. Uchiha Jin, Grandpa is looking for you. End of this chapter. Chapter 85 The Little Ghost Who Turned Against Tian Gang. Turning his head helplessly, the old jailer Wang Liang, who hadn't been seen for a long time, stood on the black shadow behind him. His grey body looked very strange and scary in the dark, and the black light in his eyes made people shudder. Now? Uchiha Yin sighed in his heart. He almost forgot about this old dang. Why did he come to his door at this time? Wang Liang nodded expressionlessly, and turned into a ball of black mud without saying anything, rolled Uchiha Yin in, and then disappeared into the darkness of the corridor. Uchiha Yin, who was wrapped in black mud, touched his chin with a headache. He really didn't want to have any more conflicts with the desperate Wang Liang and the crazy Uchiha Jin. I thought that after 6 years of no contact, this old man would have died, but he was still alive. Uchiha Jin, who was thinking about whether to use Amaterasu on Wang Liang, found that the surrounding scene had changed before he started, and he once again came to the abandoned dungeon where Uchiha Jin was imprisoned. The old man who was once quite strong was now hunched over, with deep wrinkles on his face, and the only remaining eye was also stained with a faint grey. The whole person was full of death, as if he would die in the next second. "Jin, I'm dying." The old man saw Uchiha Jin being brought in, raised his head with some difficulty, and his hoarse voice was without a trace of emotion. "Ahem, I have a premonition of my own death, but I am unwilling to accept it. I haven't seen the demise of Uchiha Tajima with my own eyes. But I can't do anything. I can't beat Uchiha Tajima." Uchiha Jin heard the old man start to play the victim, and spread his hands to show that he was powerless. "Has the mission already started?" The old man ignored Uchiha Jin's rogue behavior, and changed the subject, mentioning the mission. "What mission?" Uchiha Jin's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he looked confused. "Hehe, you don't have to play dumb. Wang Liang has already told me that Uchiha Tajima shared the mission with you today, right?" The old man didn't care too much about Uchiha Jin's sly performance, but was more concerned about the progress of the mission. "Wang Liang?" Glancing at the silent old jailer standing in the corner, Uchiha Jin became a little alert. This guy could actually hide under his nose and eavesdrop on his conversation with Uchiha Tajima, and he didn't even notice it. "Yes, Uchiha Tajima told me about the mission today." Seeing that he couldn't get away with it, Uchiha Jin had to confess the matter, and then casually said, "Your clone has been lurking around Uchiha Tajima to pass on information to him. Don't try to trick me. Wang Liang is my clone of wool. He knows everything to me. I know everything that happens outside." Uchiha Tajima said proudly, as if everything was under his control. "Really know everything?" Glancing at the statue-like old jailer, Uchiha Jin complained in his heart that this thing definitely didn't hold back, and he still played this old man around until now. "This is our last chance. When the time comes I will arrange for Wang Liang to go with you later. You will never find out his hiding method. At that time, you only need to control the released Wuming. The three of you will attack from both sides and Uchiha Tajima will definitely die without a burial place." Uchiha Jin was moved to refuse the request of the filial son in Wang Liang's vest to team up with him. He did not have the means to suppress the other party at present. As a yin-yang escape creature, the filial son could not be completely eliminated by ordinary means. He only hated that he was not an ordinary person who could hold black zetsu with a knife. Okay, I'll try my best." Uchiha Jin, who had no motivation at all, said perfunctorily. He had to think of a way to wake up this old deng. Otherwise, he would be fooled by Wang Liang and lost his way. At such an old age, he still dragged his old bones and thought about revenge every day. After giving instructions, Uchiha sat back in his chair, closed his eyes and signaled to send him away. Wang Liang on the side rolled up Uchiha Jin again and sent him out of the dungeon. What a trouble! Uchiha Jin, who finally got stuck with the longevity bug, has encountered nothing but bad things these days. Sometimes he really wants to hide in a deserted place with Senjo Banma, but he finally traveled through time and space, and he wants to meet all the interesting characters in the original work. Pinching off the thought of escape, Uchiha Jin scratched his curly hair and strolled on the streets of the Uchiha clan, and suddenly saw two familiar figures from afar. Senjo Banma and a purple-haired girl got together, and the two squatted at a stall to choose something. Out of curiosity, Uchiha Jin quietly walked over to find out. "Sisters Hilly, don't you think this doll is cute?" Senjo Banma was holding a green doll with excitement on his face, and tried his best to recommend it to the purple-haired girl beside him, but looking at the shape of the doll, it might not be liked by girls, after all, no girl likes caterpillars. It's quite cute, this bug will definitely turn into a beautiful butterfly. The purple-haired girl did not show a look of rejection as he imagined. Instead, she took the doll with a gentle face, looked at it carefully and said. Unexpectedly, the purple-haired girl also liked the caterpillar doll, which made Uchiha-jin, who was hiding beside her, sigh that birds of a feather flock together. Boss, give me two. Seeing that the girl had the same aesthetic as him, Senjuitama waved his hand and directly bought two, focusing on the fact that he was rich and willful. Okay, Shengui 14,000 taels. The boss was so happy to see the big business coming to him that he couldn't close his mouth. He quickly wrapped up the two caterpillar dolls and handed them over, and Senjuitama paid the money readily. Welcome to visit next time. The boss smiled and counted the banknotes in his hand, and his red hair was particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Sisters Hilly, this one is for you. Senjuitama smiled and stuffed a caterpillar doll into the purple-haired girl's arms. Without waiting for the other party to refuse, he continued to say. It's not my money anyway, just take it with confidence. That guy's money is a waste. You kid, you spend my money to pick up girls and still make up stories about me? Take a righteous slap from me. Hearing Senjuitama's speech against Tiangang, Uchiha-jin on the side finally couldn't help it and came out to punish this kid who is not a Hyaga but is better than a Hyaga. Ah! Senjuitama, who was attacked by surprise, saw Uchiha-jin and instantly wilted, but the main character of the Senju clan is hard, even if the body surrenders, the mouth can't be soft. You, a curly-haired baboon, don't go to work in broad daylight, and come to follow underage girls, it's really hentai. Huh? When did he follow an underage girl? Uchiha-jin was confused by what Senjuitama said. I mean, you actually followed Sister Gigi. No wonder you haven't had a girlfriend at the age of 30. It turns out you have this habit. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Senjuitama stuttered, rolled his eyes, pushed the purple-haired girl who was in a daze beside him out, and righteously condemned Uchiha-jin's behavior. It turns out that Mr. Jin is this kind of person. End of this chapter. Chapter 86 AI technology is really good. My name is Uchiha's Hizi, I am 12 years old this year, my father died the year I was born, my mother is just an ordinary housewife. 6 years ago, when I was doing errands to supplement the family income, I met a very interesting child and became good friends with her. When Uchiha's Hizi heard his friend's explosive words, he showed a surprised expression on his little face, looked up at Uchiha Yin in front of him, with a difficult expression, and a little hesitation in his tone. Mr. Yin, if you really have an idea, please be patient for a few years, I am now. Ah! It's all your fault, you kid, for talking nonsense. Holding the culprit who caused the misunderstanding, Uchiha Yin's veins on his head jumped, his hands clenched into fists, and he looked like he was going to make this kid pay. No, Hizi, save me. Senjuitama, who had experienced the iron fist punishment, naturally knew the taste of it. In a panic, he asked for help from his best friend. Unexpectedly, the other party had an ambiguous smile on his gentle face, and his eyes narrowed with a faint black air coming out. Ah, Itama and Mr. Jin have a really good relationship. Holding his chin, Uchiha Jiji tilted his head and said with envy, letting a friend take the bullet has to pay a price. No. I shouldn't be so open with the evil Uchiha. All Uchiha are black. Senjuitama looked at his most trusted best friend in despair and shed tears of regret. Ah, Hwohi, that kid is really, I'm not lucky enough to see it. It's a fresh product that I got with great difficulty. The simple-minded boy who was secretly flipping through the mosaic-covered books in the dungeon wiped his nose. Little's Hilly, I'll take Banma home first. Come to my house when you have time. I've prepared a lot of candies. The refreshed Uchiha-jin picked up the foaming Senju Banma and turned to Uchiha's Hilly who had been watching the show and said with a smile, the hard-working, capable and sensible Xiao's Hilly is simply the dream boy of Uchiha-jin. The difference was immediately apparent. Glancing at Senju Banma on his shoulder, this boy was a pure bastard. Okay, Mr. Stalker Jin. The purple-black girl covered her mouth in surprise when she saw Uchiha Jin's confused face, and said in a low voice with an apologetic look. Oh no, I accidentally said what was in my heart. It's not suitable to stay here for long. Uchiha Jin took Senjuitama back home, threw the unconscious kid on the bed, and left without looking back. Senjuitama, who was still in a coma, moved his ears, and quietly opened his eyes after hearing the door closing, revealing a complex feeling in his eyes. Uchiha Jin returned to the bedroom and began to prepare for tomorrow's mission. He reached out and took out a bunch of equipment from the bag sent by the system, counted them one by one, and finally chose 3 pieces, and then took the other equipment back. These 3 sets should not be sold out in seconds, right? Uchiha Jin touched his chin and looked at the equipment he chose with satisfaction. On the left-hand side is the thorn vest he opened for the first time, in the middle is the necklace Dragon Claw, and on the far right is a wooden armor that was opened later. It's a pity that I can only wear 3 pieces, otherwise I would take off directly on the spot. The equipment produced by the system has wearing restrictions. Wearing more than 3 pieces will be ineffective. Let's try the defensive effect first. Uchiha Jin wore a thorn vest as inner armor, a wooden madman armor outside, and a dragon claw around his neck. After completing the equipment, he felt the strong breath of life coming from the equipment, which doubled his sense of security. Coming to the backyard, he moved his body and found that these equipment would not burden the body and were light to wear. Just as he was warming up, the air in the backyard stagnated, and a familiar light curtain appeared out of thin air, bringing a strange figure. A new character was spawned. Uchiha Jin raised his eyebrows, looked at the NPC spawned in front of him, and waited motionlessly for the other party to make a move. XXXX. This NPC has long straight black hair, a cold and handsome face that is particularly pale, and the pupils of his eyes are not like those of ordinary people. Instead, they are long like snake pupils. His face looks seductive and weird with the embellishment of purple eyeshadow. This is the first time that a snake ant has appeared. I don't know what skills I can learn. Uchiha Jin, who recognized the identity of this NPC at a glance, thought happily that his current strength is enough to crush ordinary NPCs. It has been a long time since he has fought against an equal opponent. Wuvyukai? Kai Huang, okay, next time I will go straight to Yekai. The eyes of the Orochimaru who appeared were dull and lifeless, just like the previous NPCs, but for some reason he stayed in the same place without moving after being spawned for a long time. Hey, it won't be a training dummy. After waiting for an attack for a long time, Uchiha Jin walked forward curiously, ready to check if there was anything wrong with this NPC. Just when his outstretched finger was about to touch the standing Orochimaru, the opponent's body suddenly paused, and the snake pupils in his eyes became bright. Uchiha Jin's heart was shocked and he stepped back a few steps. Looking at Orochimaru who was beginning to make a seal with a frown on his brow, Uchiha Jin had some doubts in his mind. He had clearly seen a fleeting smile in the eyes of the NPC just now. Without time to think about it, Uchiha Jin found that a large shadow suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked him. When he looked closely, he found that countless poisonous snakes were rushing like a tide. 10,000 snakes formation. One of Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu in the early stage, but the aggressive poisonous snakes were indeed a little bit not enough for Uchiha Jin now, but in terms of the degree of horror, it was far superior to others. Not very harmful, but extremely frightening. With the mentality of testing equipment, Uchiha Jin suppressed the discomfort in his heart, held his breath, raised his hands to protect his face, and faced the snake tide with his body. Feeling the smelly and cold venomous snakes passing through his body, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but get goosebumps. However, he didn't feel that his body was being eaten by the venomous snakes. He took a glance and was surprised to find that the venomous snake's fangs couldn't even break his defense. A layer of light blue halo rose from the madman's armor, covering his whole body, and all the venomous fangs were blocked outside the halo. Now Uchiha-jin lowered his hands with confidence, waiting for the snake tide to end with a calm face. Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes array lasted for 10 minutes before it ended. Looking at Orochimaru, who put down his hands at the end of the snake tide, Uchiha-jin scratched his ears and said with a smile, "That's it? That's it?" I don't know if the other party understood the mockery, but Orochimaru, who had just stopped, raised his hand again to seal, ready to score again. "Goodbye." Uchiha-jin, who had been disgusted enough, didn't want to go through the same thing again. He condensed a long spear with bursts of lightning in his hand, pointed it at Orochimaru in the distance and spoke softly. "Chidori style, divine spear." The lightning spear in his hand suddenly surged, and the next in seconds, it penetrated the chest of Orochimaru, who had just opened his mouth to spit out the snake in the distance. Before being recovered by the light screen, Uchiha-jin vaguely saw the fallen Orochimaru with a look of understanding. Is AI technology advancing so fast? This is not the first time that the NPCs that have been spawned have strange performances. Uchiha-jin is confused. Could it be that this NPC has also started to use AI technology? End of this chapter. Chapter 87 Remarks on the release. First, I shout out to all readers. This book was originally written on a whim one night. I didn't expect that so many people would read it after persisting. As a newbie, I feel flattered. Speaking of the plot, the Warring States chapter was not so long in the outline. I wanted to write a dual timeline plot like Kiva. As a result, the Warring States chapter could not be stopped. Later, I let myself go and made a montage-style flashback. Unfortunately, the lack of writing skills made the viewing experience messy, leaving many people confused. It's really a rookie and a playful one. As for the system of the erasure mechanism, it is just to cater to the old-era version of the Warring States. It will be optimized in subsequent updates, so don't worry. I emphasize again that the original owner and the protagonist are not the same person, and their personalities are different. The original owner's personality is similar to the combination of Uchiha Shisui plus the young Obito. The protagonist Uchiha-jin is just an ordinary person who traveled through time and space. So this article is a fun article, and the dark and deep plot is all due to the original owner. Finally, thank you again for your long-term support. As the first book of a newbie, I will insist on finishing it. Thank you all. M. End of this chapter. Chapter 88. Please don't bring back memories. Kid, I'm going out for a few days on a mission, don't run around. After finishing breakfast, Uchiha-jin carried his bag and told Senju-itama, who was still eating. If you really encounter any trouble, go find Izuna, I'll tell him. I know, I'm not a child anymore, stop talking nonsense, and go. Seeing Uchiha-jin's hesitation, Senju-itama, who was eating, raised his head, rolled his eyes at him, and urged him. When you are in doubt, saving your life is the most important thing. Take this, just in case. Still a little worried, Uchiha-jin took out a golden hourglass-shaped pendant from his bag and handed it to Senju-itama to wear with him. Okay, you're so long-winded. Taking this peculiar pendant, he could see the golden sand slowly flowing in the hourglass in his hand. Senju-itama felt that this thing was very precious and should be worth a lot of money. Gold. This thing is for saving your life. Don't even think about exchanging it for money. For the safety of the little ghost, Uchiha-jin took great pains and even gave the only Zhongaya hourglass in stock to this guy to save his life. Zhongaya hourglass, invincible for 3 minutes when health value is less than 40%, can be triggered once a day. After settling down, Uchiha-jin rode as fast as he could to the meeting place agreed with Uchiha Tajima. He saw his cousin waiting there from a distance. He hurried forward to greet him. Uncle, I'm sorry, something delayed me. It's okay, I just arrived too. It's okay, I just arrived too. Your look is a bit exaggerated. 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 Hey, not bad, I'll make you a set later. Uchiha Tajima was moved but refused. Going out dressed like this would bring shame to the Uchiha clan. Now that we are ready, let's go. Uchiha Tajima led the way, and Uchiha Jin followed closely behind him. The two of them kept going from day to night. When passing through a forest, Uchiha Tajima slowed down and signaled to stop. They chose a hidden corner in the forest and began to rest. The sealed place is still some distance away from here. We will camp here tonight. Uchiha Tajima, who had already memorized the route, arranged to Uchiha Jin. At this speed, we will reach our destination tomorrow. After that, he took out 2 pieces of dry food from his backpack to relieve his hunger. Let's eat first. I have prepared a lot of good things. Uchiha Jin, who had finally gone out on a mission, was well prepared. He took out various fresh ingredients from his backpack one after another, and even took out a big pot in the end. You kid, do you think you are here for a picnic? Go back and copy the 3 ninja prohibitions for me 10,000 times. Looking at the enthusiastic Uchiha Jin with a black face, Uchiha Tajima held his forehead and gritted his teeth and said, "Hi. Isn't it?" Uchiha Jin got stuck in his throat and didn't say it, otherwise he would be scolded by his cousin again. Then I put it away. It's a pity that these things are all purchased by me at a high price. He put away the ingredients on the ground with some disappointment, and looked up to see Uchiha Tajima looking at the iron pot he took out with curiosity. What is this pot used for? After studying it for a long time, he couldn't tell what this weird-shaped pot was used for. This one, I made it specifically for hot pot. Uchiha Jin picked up the shabu-shabu pot he customized on the ground and explained it to Uchiha Tajima. So this is the hot pot that Izuna mentioned. After listening to the explanation, Uchiha Tajima nodded thoughtfully. He had heard Izuna and Madara mention this thing many times. Every time they talked about it, Izuna would wipe the saliva from the corners of his mouth. How about trying it? Seeing that his cousin was a little moved, Uchiha Jin asked tentatively, and then he groped out a dark red thing with a strange smell from his backpack. The secret spicy butter base I brought this time is definitely strong enough. Humph. Hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Uchiha Tajima stared at him seriously with his sharp eyes, and a trace of shame rose in his heart when he saw his righteous eyes. Yes, how can you be so extravagant when you go out to do a mission? It is a taboo for ninjas to seek pleasure. It is still the cousin's consciousness that is high, otherwise he can be the clan leader. It's a bit cold at night, and you need to eat something spicy to drive away the cold. Just when Uchiha Jin was about to take back the hot pot, Uchiha Tajima nodded seriously and said, "What are you doing? Go and prepare it." No wonder he can be the clan leader, his style of doing things is different. Uchiha Jin took the hot pot happily and began to prepare a wild hot pot feast. Haha, no wonder Izuna, who has always been picky, also praised this thing. It turns out that the taste is so rich. Uchiha Tajima, who was eating hot pot for the first time and was slurping it up because of the spiciness, showed off his food and commented, "What did you add to the pot?" Feeling the heat in his mouth, Uchiha Tajima was surprised to find that his chakra was also a little restless. Hee, good stuff. This time, Uchiha Jin mixed the base with the birthday gift from his cousin Izuna, which is said to be a secret medicine from the Akimichi clan. It is a tonic, and one person will not say a word after eating it, that is Uchiha Tajima. He would never take it out for ordinary people. The two of them were eating enthusiastically, but Wang Liang underground was a little miserable. Why are these two guys still eating this taste? Wang Liang, lurking underground, swallowed his saliva. The hot pot was so stimulating and overbearing, the aroma actually made his taste buds, which had not been used for thousands of years, start to secrete liquid, which made people sigh that the power of hot pot was so terrifying. After eating and drinking, it was time to talk. At this time, Uchiha Jin was holding an empty hot pot with a tangled look in his eyes, but this scene had other meanings in Uchiha Tajima's eyes. He turned his eyes slightly, looked at Uchiha-jin who was holding the pot and wanted to say something, and slowly said, "Jin, do you have something to tell me?" "No, don't get me wrong, I'm just worried about whether you can get up and travel tomorrow." Uchiha Tajima is worthy of being an older generation of ninja. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he actually drank all the hot pot soup in one breath. Uchiha Jin, who knew the power of hot pot, was a little worried that his eyes could not bear it. He wanted to remind him but didn't know how to say it. "Alas, since your body has returned to normal, I should confess some things to you." Looking at Uchiha Jin's tangled expression, Uchiha Tajima, who guessed that his memory seal had loosened, sighed. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become so heavy? Uchiha Jin looked at his cousin suspiciously. Could it be that the original owner had some shocking secret? It all started on that night 12 years ago. Stop, I really don't want to listen to it. Can you tell me the result directly? Otherwise, with someone's writing ability, he can write 10 chapters for this part. Uchiha Jin looked at Uchiha Tajima who was trapped in the whirlpool of memories with some sourness. Please don't kill me with memories anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 89 Childhood Sweethearts vs The Drop from the Sky. I used to be so awesome. After listening to Uchiha Tajima's story, Uchiha Jin, who had just finished his third bag of melon seeds, had the same expression as a hamster that scared off its seeds. He knew from Uchiha Yu that the original owner had opened a mangekyo, but he didn't expect that there was such a long-forgotten secret. Now that my eyes have recovered, it's time to remove the seal in your brain. Uchiha Tajima turned his head, revealing his scarlet eyes. Uchiha Jin, who was sitting opposite him, could clearly sense the cold and deep power contained in these eyes. Why don't we talk about this later? There was actually a memory sealed in his brain. If the original owner's consciousness awakened after the release, it would be hard to say whether it would be the original owner or himself, an outsider, who would dominate the body. Don't worry, my Kota Amatsukami's main attack is painless, and there will be absolutely no sequelae. Thinking that Uchiha Jintoki was worried that the process of removing the seal would be painful, Uchiha Tajima patted his chest to guarantee. Otoamaru, professional painless brainwashing for 30 years. After saying that, ignoring Uchiha Jin's expression of rejection, the 3 megatama in his eyes instantly combined together, turning into a windmill-shaped enchanting pattern, and the majestic pupil power poured out. Uchiha Jin, who had no time to react, only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then fell into deep darkness. It's over, being attacked by 1 against 7 has developed a conditioned reflex, and when I see the mangekyo staring at me, I subconsciously give up defense. In the darkness, Uchiha Jin turned over and sat up, complaining to himself in annoyance. Where is this? After self-examination, Uchiha Jin raised his head and looked around. There was a big door not far from him. Feeling a calling force, he walked forward to observe and found that the door was locked. The old and worn lock hanging in front of the door was faintly glowing. Standing at the door, he could clearly sense that something was calling him from behind the door. He tried to pull the lock, but it didn't move at all. You don't even give me a key to unlock the seal. After a long time of not being able to open the door, he looked at the worn-out lock in his hand speechlessly, thinking to himself. Has my cousin forgotten the procedure because he hasn't used his eyes for a long time? As his thoughts came to his mind, a blood-red full moon with windmill-shaped patterns rose in the dark space, and then he heard a familiar voice. Sorry, I forgot to unlock the door for you. Uchiha Tajima urged his eyes with a little apology. As the windmill on the red moon in the space rotated, the cracks on the lock in Uchiha Yin's hand cracked open. Crack! With a crisp crack, the whole lock broke into pieces, and the dusty door slowly opened. It's a blessing, not a disaster. It's a disaster that can't be avoided. Uchiha Yin took a deep breath and strode into the world behind the door. A strong light came, and Uchiha Jin, who had stepped into the door, raised his hand to protect his eyes. He waited until the light faded before putting his hand down and squinting his eyes to check the situation inside. Huh? Where did the TV come from? This space was very simple, with a single sofa facing away from him, and a TV in front of the sofa, which was playing a picture at this time. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha-jin still chose to go over to find out. Yunuma epokshu. The sudden voice scared Uchiha-jin, who was already holding a heart, and he hurriedly looked around to find the source of the sound. After searching, he found that the whole space was empty. I'm here. When Uchiha-jin heard the voice again, he realized that the person who was speaking was actually the character on TV. At this time, a familiar face in the picture made Uchiha-jin's hanging heart completely die. Who are you? After calming down, Uchiha-jin looked at the person on TV and asked. I am the former Uchiha-jin, but don't worry, I can't go back. The slightly immature Uchiha-jin on TV smiled and explained to him. I don't have much time, this may be our last communication. The sadness on the immature Uchiha-jin's face flashed by, and he continued with a warm smile on his face. There is no point in explaining too much, I hope you can live well with my share. After listening to the original owner's neat explanation on TV, Uchiha-jin pursed his lips and asked. Do you have any other wishes? Well, I'll ask you to take care of my brothers and Xiao Guang. For some reason, the picture on the TV became intermittent, and the original owner's voice was unclear, but he remembered the name Xiao Guang. Beep. The TV made a slight sound, and the original owner completely disappeared from the TV screen. Then the TV was like a channel was cut, and the picture turned to a distant view of a house. With the appearance of a familiar family of three, the original owner's life began to appear in front of Uchiha-jin in this form. Do you remember it? Seeing a glimmer in the eyes of the dazed Uchiha-jin, Uchiha Tajima, who was sitting opposite and waiting, asked. Well, thank you uncle. He watched TV series in the dark for days and nights, but in reality only a few minutes had passed. At this time, Uchiha-jin, who had digested the original owner's true memory, looked at Uchiha Tajima, who was a little tired, and his mood was very complicated. Uchiha Tajima, the real behind-the-scenes white-handed. Now Uchiha-jin has only full respect for him, and this uncle is really not in vain. You have worked hard over the years, and you have suffered a lot of cold eyes and suspicion from the clan members. Facing the nephew who had recovered his memory, Uchiha Tajima stood up and bowed deeply, full of apologies accumulated over the years. Uncle, don't say such things anymore, it's all my own choice. Uchiha-jin sighed, supported Uchiha Tajima, and said. You see, I am living a good life now, I am in good health, and I enjoy everything I eat. People should look forward, and can't always live in memories, right? Every bit of hardship I endured was for. Activate skill, poisonous chicken soup. This operation made the somewhat jaded Uchiha Tajima refreshed and full of energy. For a moment, he was full of heroic spirit. He slapped his big hand on Uchiha-jin's shoulder, his eyes full of excitement. Jin, don't waste your talent in organizing materials in the dungeon. When you go back, you will be responsible for teaching Madara and Izuna's ideological qualities, so that they can become progressive Uchiha youths like you. Uchiha-jin quickly refused, saying that he could also shine at the grassroots level, and teaching his younger brother was his job, so there was no need to go to great lengths to promote him. Pay raise is possible. Midnight. Uchiha-jin tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the girl named Xiao Guang. The girl's bright glance and smile were deeply imprinted in his memory, making him upset and unable to sleep. The damn original owner actually failed this lovely child, what a scumbag. He spat, and kept criticizing the original owner for being irresponsible in his feelings. Now this difficult problem is in front of Uchiha-jin. Xiao Guang, who is about to be unsealed, how to face it, should he continue his relationship with her as the original owner, or continue to pretend to have lost his memory and deal with it coldly? Many thoughts came to his mind, making him a little confused for a while. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, Uchiha-jin, who was still struggling, heard hurried footsteps outside, curiously poked his head out of the tent, and saw Uchiha Tajima's flustered back under the moonlight. What is uncle in a hurry to do? Before Uchiha-jin got up to check, his keen hearing made him hear a crackling sound in the distance. Uchiha-jin, who guessed what happened, lay back with a look of disgust, whispering, "This is the consequence of underestimating my secret base." After a while, Uchiha Tajima stood up from a hidden corner, feeling the burning pain in his back, gritted his teeth and stepped forward to walk towards the camp with difficulty. Right below where he had just crouched, a black shadow who had not dared to move had his fists hardened. "Uchiha Tajima, I want you dead." End of this chapter. Chapter 90 Digging and Digging. The next day. Let's go. Uchiha Tajima, with a pale face, waved his hands weakly, and his body was so thin that it seemed that a gust of wind could blow him down. "How about we rest for another day?" Looking at Uchiha Tajima, who was close to collapse, Uchiha-jin kindly suggested. "This level of difficulty is not enough to defeat me." Uchiha Tajima, with a firm face, tried to hold up his spirits, and said something convincingly. Gurgle gurgle. The stomach made another noise, and Uchiha Tajima, with a green face, gritted his teeth. "Then let's rest for a while and leave later." Then he covered his stomach and walked away quickly. "Tisk tisk tisk, I hope I can use it again in the future." Uchiha-jin gave a sincere blessing with a look of regret. "Hey, hey, Uchiha-jin!" A familiar voice came from behind. He turned his head but didn't see anyone. Just when he suspected that he was hallucinating, "I'm here." He lowered his head and was surprised to find a black mushroom head popping up on the ground. "How did you follow me here?" The person who came was Wang Liang beside Uchiha Tiendao. He didn't expect that he had been hiding beside him. Now he was passing information to him while Uchiha Tiendao was away. Looking at the dark Wang Liang, Uchiha-jin frowned. It was not because he had an opinion on him, but... "What smell do you have?" He pinched his nose and took a few steps back subconsciously. Uchiha-jin's eyes were full of fear. "Did you poop?" "No." Wang Liang was so angry that he almost jumped up from the ground and gave this guy a big joke. "What's wrong?" Without pulling his trouser pockets, his whole body can still emit such a strong smell, which makes people wonder if he has any quirks. "Stop talking nonsense." Uchiha-jin can actually see an angry expression on a ball of black mud. "You did a good job, and you actually thought of the idea of poisoning. With Uchiha Tajima's current state, we can easily control him." Suppressing the anger in his heart, Wang Liang, who clearly distinguished between public and private, changed the subject and praised Uchiha-jin's poisonous plan. "Huh? Hee. For this matter, Uchiha-jin could only smile awkwardly. According to the division of responsibilities, Uchiha Tajima, who did not listen to advice and showed off his soup base, must bear 99% of the responsibility. "Don't worry, when Yuming is unsealed, the master will be there in person, and it will be easy to surround and kill Uchiha Tajima." Wang Liang confidently encouraged Uchiha-jin. "Old Deng is coming too?" Uchiha-jin was shocked when he heard the news. He had watched the TV series for days and nights for a long time. The turning point of the original owner's life was caused by the blackened Uchiha, and the dark guy in front of him played an indispensable role. "Are you wearing the headband that the master gave you?" Wang Liang suddenly asked. "I always carry it with me." Thinking of the plain headband that had been thrown in the bag and gathering dust, Uchiha-jin replied. "That's good." As Wang Liang said this, a smug look flashed in his eyes. He had added something to the headband. After explaining almost everything, Wang Liang went underground and disappeared. Uchiha-jin tried to find him with perception, but found nothing. It seems that Wang Liang's hiding method is very superb and can hide from the search of perception. Uchiha Tajima arrived late at this time, dragging his nearly exhausted body, walking with a shiver, and trembling slightly when speaking. "Let's go. Let's go." Uchiha-jin scratched his head a little guilty. Although he was only 1% responsible for this wave, he was also responsible, wasn't he? Uncle, the weather is getting a little cold today. Wear this cloak. It will keep you warm. After rummaging in the bag for a long time, Uchiha-jin took out a white cloak with gold edges. I appreciate your kindness. Looking at the slightly exaggerated cloak that didn't match his style at all, Uchiha Tajima forced a smile and waved his hand to refuse. Hey, we are uncle and nephew, so let's not stick to those conventional etiquettes. He forced Uchiha Tajima to put it on without any explanation. Uchiha Tajima, who was about to refuse, felt his body lighten and found that the negative buff of the whole night was swept away. His whole body seemed to be filled with strength again, and his sphincter was restored. What is this? Uchiha Tajima touched the exaggerated cloak with gold edges on his body in surprise. Is this thing so useful? Uncle, don't underestimate this cloak of mine. I bought it from a merchant in the kingdom of craftsmen at a high price. Uchiha-jin pretended to be in pain. It is said that it was made by Qingming of the kingdom of craftsmen. It has the magical effect of restoring physical strength and chakra. Not bad, not bad. Uchiha Tajima's eyes changed instantly, and his gaze towards the cloak changed from disdain to appreciation at the beginning. You are sensible now, and you know how to respect your uncle. I will accept this cloak. Don't use these things to test old cotters in the future. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Ah! Looking at his uncle who took the cloak for himself with a clear conscience, Uchiha-jin had countless question marks in his head. I just lent it to you. Are all clan leaders so shameless? Wearing the magic-resistant cloak produced by the system, Uchiha Tajima walked in front with the wind under his feet, and Uchiha-jin followed closely with a pout. The two rushed for another half a day, crossed a large canyon, and finally arrived at the destination. It's near here. There is a sign of the Senju clan at the seal. Remember to pay attention. The two acted separately and carried out a carpet search within the destination. How can we find such a large area? Uchiha-jin looked at the endless forest in front of him and sighed. While Uchiha Tajima was away, his eyes condensed and the whole pupil turned white instantly. The vision range of the Byakugan is stronger than that of the Sharingan. Using it to search is more effective. With the Byakugan emitting a faint blue light, Uchiha-jin rushed through the forest at a high speed, his eyes turning dripping, and everything around him was in his sight at 360 degrees. However, after a whole circle, the white eyes did not find any suspicious traces, which made him doubt whether the information was wrong. Just when he was about to give up, his left hand suddenly flashed a red light, and a scarlet mark appeared on the back of his hand. Looking at the flickering pattern on the back of his hand, Uchiha-jin almost forgot the existence of this thing. In the original owner's real memory, this mark was the pattern of Xiao Guang's kaleidoscope, and it was also the embodiment of her pupil technique. 8,000 spears, a magical skill of control plus blood-sucking. Do you want to take me to find Xiao Guang? Feeling something in his heart and feeling the heat on the back of his hand, Uchiha-jin tried to communicate with this mark. As a result, as soon as he thought about it, the mark on the back of his hand began to flash wildly, as if responding to his words. Then let's go, you lead the way. Uchiha-jin nodded, stretched out his left hand and turned around, and the dim mark flashed wildly when it pointed to a certain direction. It seems to be over there. With the route guide, Uchiha-jin ran for several miles in one direction following the mark on the back of his hand, and finally came to a flat plain area, where a large stone stood alone from afar. The final destination of the mark was there, and Uchiha-jin did not doubt it. He flew over and fumbled on the big stone, and finally found an eroded and blurred mark at the bottom of the stone. The emblem of the Senju clan, it seems to be this. Uchiha-jin immediately transformed into a digger, took out a huge golden shovel from the system bag, and started digging at the big stone. He couldn't help humming while digging. Dig in the small garden. End of this chapter. Chapter 91. Pretend not to be at home when a stranger knocks on the door. A few meters below the boulder, a stone coffin was suspended in the darkness, with dense tadpole characters written on it. A faint light appeared on the mysterious lines, making it seem to be out of the control of time, quietly waiting for the day to see the light of day again. Dig, 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 plant small seeds, and bloom small flowers. The figure who had been lonely in the stone coffin for many years slowly raised her head from the narrow space. She had not heard any sound for a long time, but now she could vaguely hear the singing from above. It's so ugly. The space in the stone coffin was limited, and she couldn't even raise her hands to cover her ears. She had no choice but to close her scarlet eyes, silently blocking the devilish singing, and grumbling in her heart. If I know who sang it, I will pull his tongue out. Dig, dig, dig in a very large garden, dig very large seeds, dig. What's so hard? Uchiha-jin, who was singing, dug very hard. Suddenly, his hand stopped while digging, and the golden shovel was blocked by a hard object under the ground. Did he find it? Surprised, Uchiha-jin opened his Byakugan and scanned the hard objects on the ground, but found that his vision was blocked. There was a force that distorted the space, making it difficult for him to see the objects below. Ah! I don't believe it. The unbelieving Uchiha-jin turned on the power of his Byakugan to the maximum. With the infusion of chakra, his Byakugan slowly penetrated the barrier of the space power and vaguely saw a stone coffin. It was still not clear. It was said to be the strongest perspective eye, but why didn't it work? Uchiha-jin aroused a strange desire to win and once again used all his chakra to pour it into his Byakugan. With the addition of chakra, his eyes seemed to be bursting, and he felt sour and astringent, but his vision became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, many things in his body with the blessing of power, Uchiha-jin's Byakugan seemed to break through the shackles, a flash of blue light passed, and the sour feeling just now was swept away. If Uchiha-jin could see his eyes now, he would find that his Byakugan had changed a lot. The pure white eyes were now stained with other colors, the conjunctiva was firmly occupied by black, and the pupils turned into a refreshing light blue. How can I see colors? Blinking his eyes, which felt very comfortable, Uchiha-jin found that the colors in his 360 degrees vision were restored, no longer just the X-ray perspective before. I heard that the Byakugan can evolve, but this doesn't seem to be the reincarnation eye, right? Take out a mirror to observe his mutated eyes. Uchiha-jin touched his chin, felt the power contained in his eyes, and didn't have the powerful ability of Otsutsuki Tonari's reincarnation eye in the original work. Forget it, business is important, I'll study this thing slowly when I go back. After taking back the mirror and using his current eyes to look at the hard object on the ground, Uchiha-jin actually penetrated the barrier of space and clearly saw a stone coffin full of sealing spells. He tried harder and found a girl lying inside, with her head down and her face unclear. Tisk, ordinary, but really white. Hey hey hey! Uchiha-jin, who was not used to his B ultrasound turning into color ultrasound, had a clear view of the girl in the stone coffin. He quickly closed his eyes and silently said that ignorance is not a crime. Since it has been confirmed that the hard object underground is the sealed Xiaoguang, Uchiha-jin spitted twice into his palm, raised the golden shovel again and dug hard, thinking about trying to rescue the girl as soon as possible. Dong dong! Dong! Who's knocking on the door? The devilish singing finally stopped, and the girl who had just breathed a sigh of relief heard the sound of dong 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 again. She was so angry that she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush out and give the guy up there at Tsukuyomi meal. Dong dong dong! Is anyone home? The community is sending warmth. Uchiha-jin, who finally dug out the entire stone coffin, wiped off the non-existent sweat, walked up and knocked on the door of the stone coffin a few times, and greeted politely. Isn't this a fool? The girl trapped in the stone coffin couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard the incomprehensible speech. She thought that she had been sealed for many years. Have the people outside degenerated to this point? But why does the voice sound familiar? The girl listened to the chattering voice outside, and for some reason, it sounded more and more familiar. It felt like someone she knew, but his voice in her memory was not as weak as this one. I know you are at home, if you have the guts, open the door. Don't hide inside and keep silent. No, 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 I definitely don't know him. The girl shook her head desperately, denying that she knew the owner of the voice. Jin, did you find it? Uchiha Jin, who had been digging 3 feet into the ground, raised his head and saw a familiar figure on the deep pit he had dug. He put the shovel in his hand back, turned over and jumped back to the ground, patted the dust on his body and said, Uncle, I dug out the seal. The person who came was Uchiha Tajima, who had been paddling all the time. He looked solemn at this time, looked down at the stone coffin covered with spells, frowned, and said, It turned out to be the seal of the Sarutobi clan, that's a bit difficult to deal with. The knowledgeable Uchiha Tajima recognized the emblem of the Sarutobi clan on the stone coffin at a glance, and also identified that those spells were unique to the Sarutobi clan. Is it difficult? Seeing Uchiha Tajima's face in trouble, Uchiha Jin raised his eyebrows. It turned out that the Sarutobi clan was not an ordinary family, as they could make his uncle feel troubled. Humph, a trifle. The conceited Uchiha Tajima would not be intimidated by such a small difficulty. He immediately opened his Sharingan to scan the entire stone coffin, trying to find the flaw in the seal. Haha, I found it. Uchiha Tajima scanned for a long time, suddenly laughed, jumped down, and waved to Uchiha Jin to follow. Right here, the flaw in the seal of the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Tajima finally locked onto a pattern like a little man based on the flow of chakra on the seal, pointed at it and said to Uchiha Jin. This emblem of the Sarutobi clan is the crack of the entire seal. As he said, he covered it with his hand and manipulated the chakra to immerse it in the seal. After a while, Uchiha Tajima withdrew his hand and looked at the stone coffin with a complicated expression. It turned out to be a space seal. No wonder it can stagnate and seal the space of the stone coffin. Space seal. Uchiha Jin, who heard this term for the first time, raised his head curiously, looking at his uncle with a face full of curiosity, waiting for an explanation. The Sarutobi clan actually used the sealing technique to separate a time anchor point, locked the stone coffin that held Wuming in it, and exiled it to the space outside the time flow. It's the first time I've seen it too. After saying that, he didn't forget to add a sentence to pass the buck. Uchiha Jin was confused. It sounded like the function of a storage scroll, except that a scroll could not hold living things, while this seal could hold living people. So what is she like now? Exiled outside of time, what exactly is the girl in the stone coffin experiencing? She is still in the state she was sealed in, and her mind should be. Uchiha Tajima was halfway through his words when he suddenly remembered that Uchiha Jin's memory had been restored, and he immediately took back the second half of his sentence. That means that Xiao Guang has been lying awake in the dark coffin for more than 10 years. Uchiha Jin was deep in thought. He was silent. Although he was not the original owner, he had watched the TV series for several days and nights. As a viewer, he was deeply touched by the girl named Xiao Guang. Even if it was not to fulfill the original owner's promise, he would save this poor girl. You old man, please step aside for a while, let me show you my treasure. End of this chapter. Chapter 92. I'm not asking you to break that armor. Uchiha Tajima turned sideways in confusion to make room, wanting to see what his nephew was up to. You know, the space seal must have a very high talent and attainment of time and space power to penetrate it. Ordinary ninjas may not even be able to touch the threshold in their entire lives. I saw Uchiha Jin groping from behind, and then slowly pulled out a big axe from behind. Uchiha Tajima, with his eyes wide open, had no time to think about which four-dimensional chrysanthemum this guy took out such a big thing from, and the other party was already touching the big axe and nodded with satisfaction. Obsidian cutter can produce armor-breaking effect when attacking the target. Uchiha Jin wielded a black double-edged axe that was wider than his own, and chopped it directly on the flaw of the seal with a jump. The airflow generated by the collision rushed wildly in an instant, and the flying sand made Uchiha Tajima close his eyes subconsciously. When the dust settled, the double-edged axe in Uchiha Jin's hand had been deeply embedded in the stone coffin, but the spell on the stone coffin was still flowing slowly, and was repairing the damage caused by the giant axe. The wriggling spell seemed to laugh at Uchiha Jin's actions as a waste of effort. Is armor breaking useless? He frowned and pulled the black cutter out of the stone coffin. The seal spell was not broken by his attack. Uchiha Jin thought that he could easily break the seal with the auxiliary artifact produced by the system, but this thing taught him a solid lesson. It turned out that the artifact of the system was not omnipotent. Ahem, your weapon is indeed amazing, but the seal involves the power of time and space, and ordinary weapons can't hurt it at all. Uchiha Tajima, who was choked by the dust, stood up to explain. He saw that the giant axe in Uchiha Jin's hand was definitely not an ordinary thing, but unfortunately there was no space power to bless it, so it couldn't cause substantial damage to the seal. I don't believe it. Look at me using force to break the trick. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin put away the black cutter, frowned and continued to grope in the bag behind him. After a while, he took out another large item. The next scene really made Uchiha Tajima a little suffocated. He thought that his nephew who failed would retreat. Unexpectedly, the other party fumbled behind him for a long time and took out an inconspicuous silver-grey short sword. When he swung it, it was accompanied by crackling lightning and filled with a strong breath of lightning chakra. Static electric blade attacked the target 3 times to cause additional lightning damage and break the defense. Ha 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 ha! Electricity for me! Uchiha Jin, with a strange smile, turned into Professor Yang, waving the electric knife in his hand quickly and slashing at the seal like raindrops. In an instant, there was a sound of lightning and thunder, and the electric light illuminated the entire pit. Uchiha Jin, wearing sunglasses that he had taken out from somewhere, was conscientiously carrying out his arc-cutting work. The spell on the stone coffin was trembling with electricity, but it still stubbornly guarded the seal and did not dissipate. Stop! Stop! Uchiha Tajima, who was blinded by the electric light at first, covered his face and stopped loudly. What's the matter? Uchiha Jin, who was stopped his work and raised his head curiously to ask. I said that it must be cracked by the power of space, but you insisted on messing around here. What do you smell? Warm reminder, pay attention to the harmful gases produced when performing electric welding in a confined space. The power of space. Shaking his numb hands, Uchiha Jin put away the electric knife awkwardly. This was indeed a violation of safety operations. He would not do it again. He touched his chin and thought about the power of space and time, while continuing to search in his bag. He had exploded so many system-native artifacts, but none of them had the power of space and time. The dog system was really flashy and impractical. After complaining about the system products, he suddenly touched a long-forgotten thing in the corner of his bag. Thinking of the introduction of this thing, Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up. This time, he did not take out any exaggerated things. Seeing Uchiha Jin take out a weird-shaped kunai from his back, Uchiha Tajima breathed a sigh of relief and finally took out a normal thing. Flying Thunder God Kunai *1 The weapon used by Minato Namikaze contains a trace of space and time power. Note, wearing it can accelerate the comprehension of space and time ninjutsu. He actually forgot about this thing completely. It was all because the system later sent some fancy equipment that confused his eyes, so this weapon has been gathering dust. Touching the sword of ninja love in his hand, Uchiha Jin could clearly feel the power of time and space contained in it. What surprised him was that the power of time and space on the weapon actually had some connection with his newly promoted mutant Byakugan. There was a faint voice reminding him that using the power of space in conjunction with his mutant Byakugan would have a miraculous effect. Adjusting the sunglasses on his face, Uchiha Jin had already considered it in his mind. While holding the sword of ninja love, he operated his chakra and urged his eyes to open the new eye technique that had just awakened. He was still wearing sunglasses in the dark, which perfectly concealed the abnormality of his eyes. "Have you opened your sherry-non? It seems that this kid is confident that he can break it this time." As a master of eye techniques, Uchiha Tajima was sensitive to the flow of chakra in Uchiha Jin's eyes, but he did not doubt it. After all, Uchiha Jin did not hide the fact that he had opened his eyes from him. Now Uchiha Jin has entered a mysterious state. His new eyes can actually see the slowly flowing space ripples in the space. He feels that he can cut it off at any time if he uses the sword of love in his hand. He locked his eyes on the stone coffin, and all the nodes of the seal were clearly visible to this pair of eyes. The flaws that Uchiha Tajima mentioned were shining with a completely different color from other nodes. The light, it seems to be there. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Uchiha Jin took a deep breath, held the sword of love with both hands, aimed at the flaw, and stabbed it fiercely. With the sound of an eggshell breaking on the stone coffin, the sealed spell began to wriggle wildly. As Uchiha Jin's chakra with the power of space penetrated into it, the black spell was gradually eroded and finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing that there was no accident, Uchiha Jin, who put away the sword of love, breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes and closed the pupil technique, took off his glasses and said to Uchiha Tajima with a smile, "Uncle, you dare to be alone. A small seal is not easy to catch." After speaking, he lowered his head and prepared to lift the stone coffin with his hands to let Xiao Guang, who had been trapped for many years, see the light of day again. Uchiha Jin was a little puzzled. Is this coffin nailed so firmly? It didn't move even with his strange power. Could it be that the Sarutobi clan and the Senju clan have a backup plan? Inside the stone coffin at this moment, the face of the girl who was holding back her strength was puffed up like a bun. Her small hands tightly grasped the coffin lid, trying her best to prevent the outsiders from opening it. "I surrender to the old man outside." "What are you doing?" Although she longed for freedom, the girl swore that it would be better to be locked up in this stone coffin for the rest of her life than to go out in this state. Time went back to when Uchiha Jin took out the black knife. As his axe flew down, the girl in the stone coffin, who was expecting the person who was talking outside to rescue her, began to pray silently. Unexpectedly, a violent impact came from outside, which shocked her. After dizziness, the girl was surprised to find that her clothes were all torn apart somehow, and turned into strands of cloth barely hanging on her body. Before the surprised girl could react, a series of electric arcs came in again, and she was already dizzy. The girl was electrotherapy, her hair was changed into a big afro, her whole body was electrocuted and smoke came out, and the cloth hanging on her body turned into charcoal. After recovering from the shock, the girl with bloodshot eyes had nothing but Megatama in her eyes, and she gritted her teeth and swore to the Uchiha ancestors that if she could get out, she would definitely make the guys outside look bad. After being tortured twice, the girl breathed a sigh of relief when she found that there was no movement outside. In addition to being lucky, she also felt a little desperate. It seemed that the other party chose to give up, so she didn't know how long she would have to stay. "I really miss Jin, it would be great if Jin was by her side." End of this chapter. Chapter 93. Time has passed and you are no longer the boy you used to be. The girl who was an emo was stimulated and began to have wild thoughts. At this moment, she heard the noise outside again. Having learned from the previous lesson, the girl did not take it lightly this time, and pricked up her ears to listen carefully. "Dare to be alone. The seal is easy to catch." The girl, who probably understood the meaning, instantly became alert. At this moment, she could feel the stagnant time around her begin to flow, and she returned to the normal timeline. She would be free soon. The ecstatic girl was about to push open the coffin lid that had sealed her for a long time, but when the charcoal-like fingers pressed against it, she hesitated again. Looking down at herself who was naked, and smelling the smell of burnt hair, the hand that was originally pushing the door instantly changed its position and held the coffin lid tightly to prevent it from being opened. At this time, Uchiha Jin outside raised his head in confusion, looked at Uchiha Tajima not far away and said, "Uncle, I I know, you haven't seen each other for so many years, you must have a lot to say, uncle, I won't bother you. Uchiha Tajima, who misunderstood, had an awkward smile on his face, turned around and jumped out of the deep pit and walked away, thinking of giving the two young people some private space. I am really a good uncle in the ninja world. Ah? No, I mean, why can't this thing be turned on? Looking at Uchiha Tajima's back without any hesitation, Uchiha Jin complained speechlessly. But it happened that my uncle avoided it, so I can use my Byakugan to see what's going on. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin opened his mutated Byakugan again, glanced at the stone coffin and turned his head away instantly, muttering to himself. Why is it still like that? I remember I turned down the power. Just now, he glanced over and saw the ordinary girl again. However, he had originally lowered the penetrating power of his Byakugan to avoid suspicion. It should be said that it can only see through the coffin. It seems that this pair of eyes needs to be studied carefully. Alas! Uchiha Yin would rather question whether there is something wrong with his eyes than suspect that there is something wrong with the girl. I am trying to save people, I am trying to save people. Uchiha Yin used self-hypnosis, then opened his eyes with a clear gaze like a saint, and calmly scanned the stone coffin to check if there was any backup plan for the sealer. The girl in the stone coffin felt something in her heart. For some reason, she had an illusion of being spied on, and subconsciously let go of her hands to protect the vital parts. There is no trace of chakra. Uchiha Yin rubbed his eyes in confusion, making sure that there was no backup plan, and forced himself without looking through the scene in the stone coffin. He stretched out his big hand again and tightly grasped the coffin lid. This kind of thing requires the unity of waist and horse, and a good horse stands to stabilize the lower body, and a steady stream of chakra is poured into the arms. Uchiha Yin held his breath, and the blue veins of his two arms bulged and the muscles were knotted. Get up for me! The unexpected thing happened. The coffin lid that was as heavy as 1,000 pounds just now became lighter. Uchiha Yin, who used too much force, flew backwards holding the coffin lid and fell heavily to the ground. My waist! My brand new, zero-wear electric motor strengthens my male dog waist. Now he couldn't care about the stone coffin. Uchiha Yin, who was holding his waist and standing on the ground, wailed miserably. This voice! In the darkness, she heard the voice she had been thinking about day and night, but the tone and way of speaking were completely different from the person in her memory. The girl who was carefully huddled in the stone coffin quietly stretched her head out and looked towards the source of the voice. Uchiha Yin, who was still lying on the ground with his hands covering his kidneys, felt a burning gaze and subconsciously looked over. As a result, he only saw a black sea urchin head trembling in the stone coffin. Discovered. The girl saw that the figure lying there was not the figure of the boy in her impression. She was shocked and quickly shrank back when the other party raised his head. But unfortunately, the sequelae of the electrotherapy just now were not relieved. The girl's long black hair was electrocuted into a sea urchin, and the narrow stone coffin could no longer accommodate her. I have seen you. Uchiha Yin turned over, patted the dust on his body, and showed a self-proclaimed warm smile, thinking of giving Xiao Guang in his memory a beautiful reunion. Come here, you idiot! Before Uchiha Jin approached, the girl's frightened voice came from the stone coffin. If you dare to come over, I will be rude to you. Tisk, you are still shy. Uchiha Jin chuckled. It seemed that the other party did not recognize him, so he decided to give the girl who had not seen him for many years a big surprise. Tiptoeing to the stone coffin, Uchiha Jin put his head in with a smile and said softly, "Welcome back, little." Hey, who are you?" What he saw was not the quiet and intellectual girl in his memory, but an unknown creature with no clothes and a black body and a sea urchin head. As he questioned 3 times, the girl who was squatting with her head in her arms raised her head in astonishment and saw a face lying in front of her. Before she could see clearly in the dark, the girl's shame and anger that had been accumulated for a long time suddenly broke out. Go to hell! Uchiha Jin was still in shock, but the girl in the stone coffin had already attacked with hatred. The eyes of the unknown creature turned red, and a familiar pattern appeared in her eyes. A pair of cherry-red hands quietly stretched out from behind the girl, grabbed Uchiha Jin, who had not yet recovered, and lifted him up in the air. "If I kill you, Jin won't know about this, hee." The black creature was actually emitting black air visible to the naked eye, and Uchiha Jin, who was attacked by surprise, was so scared that his anus tightened. "Woo, woo, I'm a good citizen." Uchiha Jin, who was suddenly pinched, almost couldn't breathe. He looked at the cherry-red skeleton that emerged behind the black creature in surprise. Uchiha Jin hurriedly explained that this move had been used, and the identity of the strange creature in front of him was about to be revealed. "Xiao Guang! Xiao Guang! I'm Jin. I didn't expect that this seal could actually change the skin," and directly changed the girl to a limited skin of Thunder Country Lauda. Jin. The girl who fell into darkness originally wanted to kill to silence the witness, but she didn't expect that the person who was caught actually called out her name and claimed to be Jin. After calming down her chaotic mood, the girl let go of Suzanu's big hand and revealed the face of the person caught inside. "Humph, you old thing actually dared to pretend to be Jin, I will let you taste what the punishment of Tsukuyomi is." The guy in his hand actually licked his old face and said that he was Jin, and he didn't even look in the mirror to see his shameful face. "My Jin is a sunny, cheerful, gentle, and warm dancing elephant boy." Looking back at the peerless elegance of the boy in her heart, the girl shrank in the stone coffin and looked at Lao Deng and Susanoo with disdain. "After I deal with this guy, I will dress up beautifully and go to find my Jin." "Stop, stop, I'm really Jin." Feeling the pressure on him getting heavier, Uchiha Jin panicked. He didn't know if his three-piece suit could hold Susanoo, but the most urgent thing was to make the girl believe that he was Jin. "Xiao Guang, you came to my house to play when you were 5 and peed your pants. When you were 6, you went to the river to play and fell into the river. I saved you. 7 years old." In order to prove his identity, Uchiha Jin began to expose the girl's black material crazily, trying to evoke her memories. The girl paused in controlling Susanoo. When she showed her head, her scarlet eyes were full of doubts. Only she and Jin knew these things. The person in front of him was so clear. Could it be that? "Tell me, what did you do to my Jin?" Susanoo's big hand suddenly tightened, and Uchiha Jin, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was pinched again. "My life is like walking on thin ice." End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Chapter 4 It was obviously me who did it first. Finally, Brother Bo Bing succeeded in saving himself. "So, you are really a Yin?" After Uchiha Yin showed his iconic curly hair, the doubtful girl frowned and asked uncertainly. "It's the real deal." After escaping death, Uchiha Yin sat on the ground, looking at the girl in the stone coffin with lingering fear, fearing that if he said something wrong, he would be hung up and beaten by Susanoo again. Humiliated, he secretly made up his mind. "Wait until I put the Buddha on Susanoo, I will teach you a lesson." "Then why are you so old?" The girl frowned and looked at Uchiha Yin. When they first met, they were still young and tender, but when they met again, they were already old and naive. No one could accept it at first. The girl's face was still young and beautiful, and she looked the same as when she was sealed. Time had not left any trace on her face. Uchiha Yin organized his words and said, "It has been more than 10 years since I left the tomb." "Is it so long?" Although she was trapped in the dark stone coffin, the girl, who was not affected by time, did not know how much time had passed. She had guessed that it might be a few days or a few months, but she never expected that more than 10 years had passed outside. "How old are you this year?" Shocked, the girl leaned over to ask Uchiha Yin's age. "Just turned 30." Uchiha Yin hummed proudly, "Tisk." The girl cried out in her heart that it was not good. After so many years, there must be many girls who would throw themselves at Yin, such an excellent boy. Maybe even children can make fireballs now. It was obviously her who did it first. Thinking of this, the girl felt a sense of crisis. She looked at her dark body, stretched her head and said to Uchiha-jin outside, "Bring me some water and clothes." Thinking that she couldn't leave a bad impression on Jin, she decided to clean up first. Knowing the situation of the girl in the stone coffin, Uchiha-jin, who was always afraid of provoking the other party and didn't dare to offer help, immediately raised his hand to seal, and the water escape from the NPC was not small. Water escape, water chaos wave. Controlling the amount of chakra, a stream of water sprayed out of Uchiha-jin's mouth and flew straight into the stone coffin. Showering with the water falling from the sky, the girl glanced at Uchiha-jin who was puffing his cheeks and spraying water hard, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. There was a hint of pride in her eyes, and then she began to wash the charred color on her body. After a while, a white and delicate body reappeared in the ninja world. "Okay, give me clothes." The washed-up girl interrupted Uchiha-jin's casting, her wet hair draped over her shoulders, and she looked pitiful. Uchiha-jin's heart was beating when he saw the girl like this, but when he thought of the age of the girl, he immediately extinguished his fantasy and began to search for suitable clothes in his bag. After searching for a long time, Uchiha-jin looked embarrassed. He had not been on many missions and was only concerned with purchasing food. He did not consider replacement clothes. Just when he did not know what to do, he suddenly saw a dark green hooded cloak in the corner of the system bag. If the girl wore it, it would just cover her whole body. Next. Wear it for now. Without much hesitation, Uchiha-jin threw the dark green cloak with gold edges to the girl in the stone coffin. At this time, the girl had just used the fire escape chakra to dry her hair. When she heard Uchiha-jin's call, she raised her hand to catch the dark green cloak. Touching the soft material of the cloak, the girl nodded with satisfaction and immediately put on the clothes given by Uchiha-jin. The moment she put it on, the girl felt a shock of spirit, her mind instantly became much clearer, and her chakra was slowly recovering. Mercury is triggered when controlled. After being triggered, it is immune to control for a period of time, and the speed of chakra refining is increased. Triggered once a day. Touching the dark green silk coat on her body, she could feel the extraordinariness of this thing. The girl smiled happily. Sure enough, Yin still loves me the most. When she goes back, she will definitely teach those coquettish bitches a lesson. I don't know what the girl is happy about. Uchiha-jin, who has been waiting for a long time, looks at the girl who jumps out of the stone coffin barefoot, with a slightly complicated look in his eyes. What is going to happen next is a bit difficult, but it shouldn't be a big problem. It's time to make a break. Xiao Guang, let's go up. Uncle is still waiting for us outside. Uchiha-yin said to the girl who was turning around to admire her coat, "Uncle? The clan leader is here too." I didn't expect Uchiha Tajima to come, even though he wanted to be alone with Yin. The girl, who was not in a very good mood, curled her lips and complained a little about Uchiha Tajima, the light bulb. "Oh, my legs are a little weak." Uchiha Yin, who was about to jump, heard the delicate voice of the girl behind him, turned his head helplessly, and saw the girl leaning against the stone coffin weakly. "I have no strength, I have to carry you." "No, you didn't hold back any strength when you hit me just now, how come you look like Lin Daiyu now?" Uchiha Yin had no choice but to carry the boneless girl on his back. Feeling the warm touch on his back, Uchiha Yin suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and jumped out of the pit. Using his senses, he quickly locked onto Uchiha Tajima who was not far away. Carrying the girl on his back, he quickly rushed over to meet up with his uncle, because murderous intent could appear at any moment. "Jin, you success." Uchiha Tajima, who was resting with his eyes closed, was still wearing the magic resistance cloak he got from Uchiha Jin. He opened his eyes when he heard a noise and saw that the person coming was Uchiha Jin, with a petite figure on his back. It seemed that Wu Ming was rescued successfully. "Hello, clan leader." The girl smiled when she saw Uchiha Tajima. Since transplanting Jin's eyes to her, Uchiha Tajima treated her like his own daughter, and the relationship between the two was very harmonious. Let's leave here and return to the clan as soon as possible. Now is not the time to chat. The girl has been rescued. It is not appropriate to stay here for long. Besides, there is a pair of eyes in the dark staring at my uncle. Uchiha Jin was not afraid of tearing his face with Uchiha Yu, and hurriedly urged Uchiha Tajima to return. Uchiha Tajima nodded in agreement and prepared to get up and return with Uchiha Jin. He, where are you going? Just as the two were about to start, a hoarse voice sounded not far away, forcing them to stop. Hearing that it was a familiar voice, Uchiha Jin had a headache and secretly cried out that it was not good, while Uchiha Tajima on the side looked at the figure that suddenly appeared with a vigilant face, and asked with an oppressive tone. Who are you? The person who killed you, Uchiha Tajima, you are about to die. The figure that emerged from the ground was naturally Wang Liang. He was seen rising slowly from the shadows on the ground. His black face, whose expression could not be seen clearly, was faintly filled with resentment that had been suppressed for a long time. At the same time, the black mud on his body began to wriggle, and then a hunched figure walked out of the black mud. Uchiha Tajima, do you still remember who I am? The hunched figure slowly raised his head, staring at Uchiha Tajima with a single grey eye. You are Uchiha. Uchiha Tajima, who also recognized the identity of the old man at this time, said in disbelief. This person could not appear outside. You are not locked up in the dungeon, how can you appear here? You have been surrounded, Uchiha Tajima. Uchiha said with a cold face. He has been waiting for this moment for more than 20 years. His wish to avenge his son is about to come true. Come and count your sins. End of this chapter. Chapter 95. Do you really think I can suppress your fighting power? Sins? I have already lost count of them. Uchiha Tajima, who has been decisive in killing people all his life, sneered at what Uchiha Tajima said, and stared at the old man with a strange breath in front of him with his tiger eyes with lowered eyebrows. But, I, Uchiha Tajima, have never done anything to let my family down. Haha, put away your hypocritical rhetoric. Uchiha Tajima sneered, raised his palm like a dead tree, showed a jar soaked in sherry non, wiped it gently and said. Do you think you can keep hiding what you did to Jin? Hearing the other party suddenly mention Uchiha Jin who had passed away for many years, the memories of the past came to his mind. Uchiha Tajima frowned, with a slightly bitter tone. My sister and brother-in-law sacrificed themselves to save me. I really feel guilty towards them. Still acting now, Jin, this is what you call a good uncle. Hearing Uchiha Tajima's words, Uchiha's grey eyes were full of sarcasm. He turned his head and looked at Uchiha Jin who had been silent all the time, and said coldly. What? Jin? You too? Looking at the weird old man talking to Uchiha Jin in surprise, Uchiha Tajima, who noticed something wrong, turned his head instantly and asked with an unbelievable look. Jin, what happened? The girl curled up comfortably on Uchiha Jin's spacious back. She was confused about the current situation and poked his back with her little finger, leaning close to his ear and whispered. Ah! With no time to explain to the girl behind him, Uchiha Jin sighed. What should he do about this? He had to find a way to resolve this misunderstanding. Grandpa, uncle, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? Uchiha Jin, who was in a dilemma, tried to mediate, but the result was a burning look from both sides, which made him feel overwhelmed. Jin, take out the headband I gave you and put it on Wuming. Uchiha ordered with an unpredictable look on his face. This eldest grandson had clearly made an agreement with him, but he wanted to turn against him when the time came. He must not let him ruin his revenge plan. Sorry, I refuse. Uchiha Jin took out the plain hairband that Uchiha had given him a few years ago and replied with a determined look. After that, he squeezed it hard, and the plain hairband broke with a sound, and a wisp of black air rose from the debris on the ground. The black air circled around him and then disappeared quietly. Behind him, a flash of black flashed in the girl's eyes. That's it. Frowning and looking at the disappearing black air, Uchiha Jin always felt that this thing was not that simple. Alas, Jin, I gave you a chance, but you still chose to stand on the opposite side of me. Do you deserve your parents who died unjustly? The old man was a little distressed by his grandson's rebellious behavior. He stared at the eye that still had a trace of spirit and shouted excitedly. Tisk, I don't know how to explain it to you, don't you find that your current state is not right? Uchiha Jin said tiredly, scratching his messy curly hair with a headache. You have been brainwashed by Uchiha Tajima's eye technique, and you can't tell good from bad. No longer paying attention to Uchiha Jin who turned against him, the old man turned his head and looked at Uchiha Tajima who was thinking, and said hatefully. Wang Liang, do it. Does this old man have a backup plan? Hearing the old man's voice, Uchiha Jin, who was carrying the girl on his back, felt a tightness in his heart. He had already turned against him, and this old man still wanted to fight? I can't wait. Wang Liang behind Uchiha Jin rarely showed a human expression, grinned and laughed, and turned into a pool of black shadow and quickly rolled towards them. Is he so reckless? Was the filial son so brave before? Recalling the various secret operations of this black thing in the future, he is completely different from the reckless man now. Protecting the girl behind him, Uchiha Jin raised one hand, opened his Sharingan and looked at the rapidly moving black mud vigilantly. Don't move, we are fighting. Feeling the girl behind him suddenly start to squirm like a weirdo, Uchiha Jin, who had no intention of thinking wrongly, reminded her. Fighting? I like it the most. Suddenly hearing the girl's tone that was completely different from before, Uchiha Jin, who was on guard against Wang Liang, broke out in a cold sweat, and then countless goosebumps crawled on his skin. Before he could think about it, the girl behind him suddenly jumped up, stretched out her white bare feet and kicked him several meters away. Xiao Guang! Uchiha Jin suffered a heavy blow on the back, and his internal organs were suddenly churning. He finally stabilized his staggering body. He turned around in surprise, only to find that the girl was barefoot on the grass, and the cloak she was wearing was taken off, revealing her lovely little face. Sweeping away the gentle and quiet expression just now, the girl's mouth corners were raised high, with a sick smile on her face, her clear dark eyes were stained with scarlet, and the whole person exuded a crazy breath. He, finally out. Finally got rid of this hateful seal. The blackened girl covered her face and lowered her head, laughing a few times in horror, and then looked up at Uchiha Jin who showed his Sharingan. I just came out and met my dear Jin, it's really. The girl excitedly held her face with both hands, her tone was full of excitement and joy, but her scarlet eyes were full of morbid madness that could not be hidden. Is this also Wang Liang's trick? Uchiha Jin looked at the girl who turned into Agatsuma Yuno with sour teeth. This kind of blackened yandere, he really can't control it at his age. I like Jin the most. The girl looked at Uchiha Jin with joy, saying sweet words while her body slowly rose into the air. The cherry-red skeleton emerged again, slowly wrapping the girl in it. As the power in the girl's eyes became stronger and stronger, a thick layer of armor gradually emerged on the skeleton, and the height was gradually raised. In a short while, the girl's skeleton had transformed into a half-giant holding a hatchet. The second stage of Susanoo consumed a lot of energy. The girl stood in the giant's body, panting slightly, and smiled at Uchiha Jin in front of her. Jin, why don't you come to me? Without any sign, the girl's hatchet swung down quietly. Detected that the host was in battle, the heart steel treasure box began to accumulate. The hatchet with the power of Susanoo chopped down on his head, and Uchiha Jin didn't care about exposing his strength. He slapped his hands on the ground, and the majestic chakra in his body poured out. Earth escape earth flow wall. With a violent rumble from the ground, a huge earth wall several meters thick rose from the ground, and a cute Shiba Inu emoticon was carefully carved on the earth wall. The girl's red hatchet chopped on it with a huge force, generating a strong airflow and a violent explosion. The dust splashed covered the entire battlefield. The smoke dissipated, and the grinning girl turned her eyes to search for Uchiha Jin's traces. She believed that the previous blow could not kill her beloved, and at most he would lose his arms and legs, so that he could always be with her. He. The girl with a strange smile was about to pick up the hatchet again, but found that the Susanoo she controlled could not pull out the weapon that was chopped on the earth wall. Hearing the familiar voice, the girl was shocked to find that her Susanoo's hatchet was tied to the raised earth wall by a thick branch that grew out of nowhere. The curly-haired man who sat on her Susanoo's shoulder at some point flipped his ears and rolled his dead fish eyes, saying with a little arrogance in his tone, "A mere second-stage Susanoo dares to speak loudly to me. I'm sorry for being late coming back from the scene today." End of this chapter. Chapter 96. You fell down before I even used any strength. You're so naughty, you actually sneaked up to me. The surprise on her face flashed by, and the girl wrapped in Susanoo was a little surprised, but she was quite confident in her own strength and didn't take Uchiha Jin seriously. Without any hesitation in her heart, she immediately controlled Susanoo's other hand and grabbed the person sitting on her shoulder. What can I say? Looking at the fierce cherry-red hand, Uchiha Jin, who was sitting on Susanoo, shook his head calmly, whispered something the girl couldn't understand, then stood up and stretched out an arm to warm up. The secret of Uchiha fluid technique. Uchiha Jin's voice reached the girl's ears through Susanoo. Seeing that he was still so relaxed when facing a disaster, the girl was furious and no longer held back. She pressed down with her big hand containing terrifying power. He, I caught you. Seeing that her palm covered the figure of Uchiha Jin, the girl in Susanoo shouted excitedly. This time, Jin couldn't fly away. Elbow strike. Uchiha Jin's cold voice came out, and an elbow containing unparalleled strange power directly hit the fierce palm. Suddenly, the girl felt a sense of resistance from the big hand that was holding down Uchiha Jin. Before she thought about it, she was horrified to find that the hand was out of her control. Crack! In the horrified eyes of everyone, the giant hand controlled by the girl was actually interrupted by Uchiha Jin's elbow strike. The cherry-red broken palm flew hundreds of meters away before slowly dissipating. You? The girl looked at her broken Susanoo stupidly, her mouth wide open as if it was dislocated and she couldn't close it. No matter how hard she scratched her head, she couldn't imagine that Uchiha Jin could suppress her Susanoo with just physical skills. This shocking scene not only made the girl fall into deep self-doubt, but also shocked the other people present. They all stopped their actions for a while and stared at Uchiha Jin swinging his arms. A few minutes ago, seeing the giant rising in the distance, Uchiha Tajima's heart tightened immediately. He was worried that Uchiha Jin would be hurt by the blackened Wuming. When he was about to fly over to support him, he was blocked by the sudden appearance of Wang Liang. Who are you? Uchiha Tajima was full of vigilance against this strange person following Uchiha Jin from beginning to end. This kind of black guy must not be from our Uchiha clan. He is the product of my will, and the weapon of revenge given to me by God. Wang Liang, who was smiling strangely, did not say anything. Uchiha Jin stood up and explained. I originally wanted to let Jin, who was still self-conscious, be tortured to death by me, so that I could taste the despair of Jin at that time. Now it seems that I may get the upper hand. Seeing that he could not rely on the nameless old man for the time being, he turned his head to look at Wang Liang, who was eager to take revenge, and ordered. Wang Liang, it's time. Bang! Before the old man finished speaking, he saw a huge palm flying over their scalps and smashing on the hillside a few hundred meters away. The three people present seemed to be cast a spell of immobilization. At the same time, they turned their heads stiffly and looked at the place where Uchiha Jin was in the distance. This is impossible, it must be an illusion. The girl in Susanoo stared with scarlet eyes, trying to find traces of illusion from Uchiha Jin. Tisk, a little numb. Ignoring the girl's words, Uchiha Jin shook his numb arm. It seemed that he had hit a numb muscle just now. It seems that he needs to be careful with elbow strikes. If he doesn't hit the elbow well, he will be injured and leave the field. Go to hell. The violent breath lurking in the girl's mind eroded her reason, leaving only the desire to kill in her heart. After operating for a long time, she finally pulled out the hatchet. The girl held her swollen head, her eyes were no longer focused, and she was controlled by the instructions in her mind to urge Susanoo to chop at Uchiha-jin under her again. Oh, I'm in a hurry, I'll finish you in one go. If he dragged this one for a little longer, his uncle would be in danger. Uchiha-jin, who knew that he couldn't continue to waste time, went to meet the hatchet that was chopping towards him. As he ran, he closed his hands, poured his chakra into them, and slowly chanted a name. Wood release, tree world advent. The ground beneath Uchiha-jin's feet bulged, and thick trees broke out of the ground. He stepped on a newly grown giant tree and directed countless giant branches to wrap around the girl's Susanoo. Before the girl's hatchet could be chopped down, the branches containing mysterious power had quickly climbed up the girl's Susanoo and tied her up tightly. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from these restraints. The tightened branches were still eroding her chakra, making her weak and unable to move for a while. What kind of jutsu is this? The girl trapped in Susanoo couldn't help asking out loud. She had never seen this kind of ninjutsu. She barely propped herself up and stared at Uchiha-jin standing at the top of the tree, wanting him to give me an answer. The two people who had stopped fighting nearby also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear how Uchiha-jin explained the ninjutsu he performed. When Uchiha-jin used brute force to cut off the girl's Susanoo, Wang Liang was only slightly surprised. After all, the hardness of that level of Susanoo was not the strongest, and ordinary ninjas could break it. However, when Uchiha-jin clapped his hands and performed wood release, he was completely dumbfounded and fell into self-doubt. As a product of yin-yang release, could he be immune to illusions? For thousands of years, the filial son saw for the first time a ninja who could perform wood release besides Yuyi and Ashura, and he was also a descendant of Indra. No, this information was too explosive, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Why? How could Uchiha-jin, a descendant of Indra, perform Ashura's wood release? Why? Could it be that Yuyi was carrying something private? Little kid, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Satisfied with the tree world advent he performed, Uchiha-jin recalled the NPC that appeared one night. On a dark and windy night, a brown hedgehog-headed man wearing a jonin vest walked out of the light curtain in the backyard. Seeing Uchiha-jin, he clasped his hands together without saying a word, and shouted excitedly, as if he was afraid of missing a good opportunity. Wood release, Sea of Trees advent. When Uchiha-jin heard the word wood release, he was shocked, but when he saw that the person coming was a master of greening and civil engineering, his heart was relieved. Without the other party's entanglement, he threw out 2 lightning spears with both hands and killed Yamato, who had just summoned a small forest. The backyard refreshes a random skill wood release, Sea of Trees advent every day, and obtains wood release, Sea of Trees advent *1. The memories stopped abruptly. The Sea of Trees advent performed by Yamato is actually the tree world advent of Hashirama Senju, but the Hashirama cells in Yamato's body are not enough to support him to use the original tree world advent. But Uchiha-jin is different. He has been brushing for many years and has already brushed the blood of the Senju clan. At this time, in addition to Uzumaki and Hyuga, he also had the blood of Kagaya and Senju in his body, so when he performed the Sea of Trees advent, he could increase the power to a level close to the original tree world advent of the first generation of Hokage. Xiao Guang, I'm coming in. Jumping to the chest of the girl Susanoo, Uchiha-jin raised his foot and kicked it with a painful kick in the horrified eyes of the blackened Xiao Guang. With a crisp sound like an egg breaking, the indestructible Susanoo in the girl's heart was kicked out with a big hole. Uchiha-jin nodded with satisfaction and walked in swaggeringly. Looking at the oppressive curly-haired man in front of him, the blackened Xiao Guang was ashamed, and the opponent's physical skills were too strong. Close combat was her weakness, and she couldn't use the Mangekyo pupil technique herself, so she could only be strangled by the opponent like a little chicken. You can kill me or chop me up, whatever you want. The girl puffed up her face, turned her head away stubbornly, closed her eyes and waited for death to come. End of this chapter. Chapter 97, The Thousand Hands Imp is slightly better in terms of feel. Tell me where Xiao Guang went. Uchiha Jin picked up the angry girl and shook his sandbag-sized fist in front of her. Otherwise, I will punish you according to the family rules. Hee. The girl rolled her eyes delicately, laughed contemptuously, and looked at Uchiha Jin sarcastically. I don't believe you. I have a lot of experience dealing with little devils like you. Blowing his fist, Uchiha Jin sighed that his violent punching skills were getting more and more sophisticated, and it was time to add new physical skills to the skill column. You don't play by the rules. After being punished by the righteous slap, the girl covered the big bump on her head with tears in her eyes, pouted her lips and complained in a trembling voice. I'm Uchiha Guang. I'm hitting you, Uchiha Guang. Never tolerating a disobedient kid, Uchiha Yin directly put the girl horizontally on his legs, stretched out his righteous palm, and imposed family rules on the girl's round and elastic parts. Pa! 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 You dare to hit my butt! The blackened Xiao Guang's face was full of shame and anger, but he couldn't struggle out of Uchiha Yin's iron-like big hand anyway. Ah! Stand still! For a while, a crisp voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Woo, I won't dare to do it again. The girl covered her butt and slumped on the ground, lowered her head with tears, and didn't dare to look up at the devil-like man in front of her. Tisk, the feel is actually comparable to that kid from Senjuidama. Shaking his slightly red palm, Uchiha Jin compared it with Senjuidama in his mind. The result is that both are evenly matched. No, to be fair, the kid from the Senju family is slightly better. Alas, the Uchiha clan really makes the children suffer. Shaking his head, he condemned the current situation that the Uchiha clan does not pay attention to the healthy growth and development of children. Okay, now can you tell me who you are? Kneeling down and patting the sniffling girl with his hand, Uchiha Jin showed a self-proclaimed kind smile and asked softly. Don't come over. The girl tightly grasped the dark green cloak and wrapped herself up, leaving only her little head trembling with nowhere to put. Looking at the girl who resisted so much, Uchiha Jin touched his chin with a headache. The other party seemed to have PTSD because of him, and trembled all over when she saw him. Alas, there is no way, it seems that there is nothing to be asked. The situation is urgent now, Xiao Guang's abnormality will be studied slowly after the matter is over. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yin stopped forcing the girl with her head down. The wind is too strong on Susanoo, and worried that the thinly dressed girl will catch a cold, Uchiha Yin thoughtfully reached out his hand to put on the cloak hood that the girl took off to prevent a cold. Yin, where is this? Just when the cloak hood was put on, the girl's breath suddenly changed, from the violent and bloody just now to warm and gentle. Raising her slightly surprised little face, her expression is no longer crazy just now. The girl who has returned to her original state looks around in confusion and can't help but speak. Are you Xiao Guang? Uchiha Yin, who is afraid that the other party will set a trap, asked with a ferocious face. Are you stupid? Haha. The girl looked at Uchiha Yin's silly and stupid look and couldn't help laughing out loud. Uchiha Jin, who was not too sure about it, used his perception skill that had been abandoned for a long time. However, Xiao Guang's feedback was full of goodwill, which made him feel relieved. Do you remember what happened just now? After Uchiha Jin confirmed that Xiao Guang was normal now, he pointed at the cherry-red Susanoo under his feet and asked. You drove the Gundam and chased me for a long time. Hi. Hearing such a shocking statement, the girl covered her mouth and said in disbelief. How is it possible? My Susanoo can only condense a pair of hands, and I haven't learned anything else yet. After transplanting Uchiha Jin's Mangekyo, the girl was sealed before she completely learned to open Susanoo. In her memory, she could only condense a skeleton Susanoo of the first stage. Anyway, in normal team battles, the 8000 Spears Amaterasu Kagutsuki is basically a sweep, and in single-on-single battles, a Tsukuyomi can solve the battle, and Susanoo is not needed at all. That is, when being attacked, I thought that if my Susanoo was stronger, maybe it would not be sealed. Then you should remove the Susanoo first. Uncle still needs our support. Since the girl has recovered, let's put this matter aside. Uchiha Tajima is still 1v2, and Wang Liang is a well-known old coin. It will be too late to wait for uncle to be cheated. The girl obediently removed half of her Susanoo and lay back on the familiar back again. Uchiha-jin didn't care about the intimacy between men and women. He lifted the girl's light body with both hands and ran towards Uchiha Tajima. Ah! The girl who was attacked by the big hand couldn't help but moan softly. Feeling the burning pain from behind, the girl blushed with shame. In addition, Uchiha-jin's big hand was on her wound. The pain was combined with a sense of wonder, making the ignorant girl tremble slightly, and her hot body twisted involuntarily. Don't move! Feeling the restlessness of the girl behind him, Uchiha-jin patted her with his big hand and warned her. Ah! Don't scream either! The girl, stimulated by the big hand again, screamed and lay limply on Uchiha-jin's strong back, panting slightly and no longer moving. When Uchiha-jin flew to Uchiha Tajima, he found that the scene of the battle he imagined did not appear. Both sides remained motionless. Seeing him coming, five eyes stared at him straight, with question marks in their eyes. Why are you looking at me like this? Don't you want to fight? Do you want to accept my mediation? Both sides did not take action, and Uchiha-jin was greatly puzzled. Every time Uchiha mentioned his uncle, he gritted his teeth and wished to eat his flesh alive. Why is he so quiet now? Jin, what was that technique you used just now? Why have I never seen it before? The first person to ask the question was Uchiha-jin, who was on the opposite side. He had just witnessed the ninjutsu that could suppress the legendary Susanoo, which made him, a senior scholar, want to explore. After asking this question, the remaining four eyes in the field were also waiting for his answer with expectation. You asked that? Uchiha-jin first put the girl behind him down. I don't know if it was because Susanoo consumed too much just now. When the girl was put down, she staggered and almost couldn't stand. Look, the left hand is soil, the right hand is water, and then like this, snap, it's there. Uchiha-jin raised his hands seriously, the left hand was surging with earthy yellow chakra, and the right hand was entangled with light blue chakra. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he slapped his two hands together. The two chakras with completely different properties blended together instantly, and his palm gradually emitted a light green light. A majestic breath of life overflowed from his hand, which shattered the three views of several big men who were well versed in ninjutsu. Uchiha-jin's actions made several people's blood boil. The elderly Uchiha almost died on the spot because of the three highs. Fortunately, Wang Liang's care barely saved his life. Do you think we are idiots? Uchiha raised a finger tremblingly, pointed at Uchiha-jin's nose and cursed loudly. If the other party was not his grandson, he would have used a pupil technique to teach him a lesson. I love to tell the truth. I didn't expect it to be reviewed, and a lot of changes were made. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. I just said it, why do you all believe it? Master, I think this kid is just playing you. Wang Liang, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly started to stir up trouble, and his dark face could not tell what expression he had. We are a family, can outsiders please stop interrupting? Uchiha-jin pinched his nose and replied in a very annoying way. Wang Liang's fist hardened. Why are the descendants of Indra becoming more and more difficult to deal with? They are not like Uchiha-jin, who is easy to fool. You are the one who made Xiao Guang become like that. Without waiting for Wang Liang to speak again, Uchiha-jin pointed the finger at him. Xiao Guang's appearance was definitely the work of this filial son. He, guess me. Wang Liang was about to speak in a roundabout way in the face of Uchiha Jin's accusation. That's right. His teammates directly typed GG first. Hey, I just relaxed my mental control a little bit, and this old man started to expose himself crazily. I ordered Wang Liang to control Wu Ming, but I didn't expect that her strength would be so severely weakened after being sealed, even a Fujiashua Kyokyo. I didn't, I just released her black dark side. I don't have time to control that kid now. Your role-playing is quite professional, and your Yandere performance is very lifelike. After hearing Uchiha Jin's revelation that the girl just now was actually controlled by Wang Liang, Uchiha Jin, who admired his acting skills, immediately gave this professional behind-the-scenes mastermind a little red heart. Don't delay any more, Jin, you consumed a lot when fighting Wu Ming just now, just that ninjutsu alone should have drained all your chakra, right? Mistakenly thinking that Uchiha Jin was delaying time to recover his chakra, Uchiha Jin mercilessly exposed his little thoughts. Haha, I can't hide it from your eyes. I only have a few billion chakras left now. Unable to guess why the other party could still look confident in 2v3, Uchiha Jin decided to show his acting skills. He immediately showed panic and nodded unwillingly to admit the fact that he was weak. It's okay, Jin, you step back, I'll deal with them. Uchiha Tajima took a step forward, protected him behind him, and said calmly. I'm sorry, Jin, it's all my fault. The innocent Xiao Guang also believed Uchiha Jin's words, lowered his head and tugged at the corner of Uchiha Jin's clothes, and said in a low voice with great self-blame. The reactions of the two made Uchiha Jin not know what to say. His acting skills were actually comparable to Wang Liang. He didn't know whether the enemy was fooled or not, but his teammates believed it first. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Uchiha Tajima threw out a few swift shurikens as a test. The two Uchiha Shu stood in place, sneering at the rapidly spinning shurikens. Are you indifferent? Seeing that the two opponents did not dodge or evade, Uchiha Tajima had a trace of doubt in his heart. Wang Liang, the chief of the Tajima clan, underestimated us. Uchiha Shu slightly straightened his hunched waist, glanced at the black clone beside him, and said clearly. Wang Liang beside him could naturally hear what Uchiha Shu meant, and immediately sank into the shadow on the ground. When the shuriken was about to hit Uchiha Shu, it suddenly stayed in the air strangely, as if the space was condensed, and then a strange black and white old man quietly appeared from the darkness. Who is this guy? Uchiha Tajima asked coldly at the strange stranger who appeared out of nowhere. This is Wang Liang's true form, a ghostly assassin. Like most villains, Uchiha Jin, who thought he had won, turned on the commentary mode with a little excitement. Uchiha Jin, who was watching the show, looked at the old jailer who appeared thoughtfully. This guy seemed to be the real eye technique creation, and the form of the black mud. Those who know it, so I won't go into details. Looking at the old jailer in front of him with vigilance, who exuded a cold and strange aura, Uchiha Tajima opened his Sharingan and stared at this guy who had no breath of life. He. The old jailer laughed a few times and merged into the shadows on the ground again. Pulling out the long sword that had not been used for a long time, Uchiha Tajima searched for the old jailer with the Sharingan, but found nothing. What are you looking for? A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Uchiha Tajima did not hesitate and swung the long sword to chop behind him, but found that the sword was chopped on the air. He. The sound came from below again, and Uchiha Tajima lowered his head in surprise. The head of the weird old jailer actually stretched out from his shadow, and his grey eyes were full of mockery. He swung the sword again, but it was still a lonely chop. Uchiha Tajima immediately retreated and landed in the distance, frowning and thinking about the old jailer's ability. If I guess correctly, this guy relies on the shadows on the ground to appear and disappear. Uchiha Tajima, who had only fought for a few moves, guessed most of the old jailer's ability. He, you are worthy of being the clan leader. Hearing Uchiha Tajima's analysis, Uchiha in the distance flashed a trace of relief on his face. Teacher taught well. Looking at his mentor who had turned against him, Uchiha Tajima replied with a cold face. Even if you know Wang Liang's ability, how are you going to crack it? Facing this once excellent disciple, Uchiha was a little curious about how the other party would crack his clone's ability. Teacher, the first thing I learned after becoming the clan leader is... Uchiha Tajima shook his head gently, with a hint of pride in his tone, and Uchiha, who was listening attentively, frowned. How could this kid answer the question irrelevantly? Before he could think, he saw Uchiha Tajima in the distance passing Wang Liang and attacking him directly. Teacher, the times have changed. To capture the thief first, the three Megatama in Uchiha Tajima's eyes spun rapidly, and the majestic pupil power rushed towards the old Uchiha with illusion. The old man who was slow to react was hit directly by a Sharingan illusion, and he closed his eyes and fell silent. Seeing that he succeeded so easily, Uchiha Tajima couldn't help but feel a little unreal. Why is this Uchiha so loud but so little? Uncle, be careful. Uchiha Jin, who had been cracking melon seeds with Xiao Guang for a long time, couldn't help but remind him loudly, you are still a little naive, my good disciple. A pale and withered hand quietly rested on the shoulder of Uchiha Tajima, who was a little distracted. The voice that should have been from the old man in front of him came from behind. Uchiha Tajima's heart was immediately alarmed. Uchiha Tajima was clearly hypnotized by illusion, how could she appear behind him? The hand on his shoulder seemed to have a mighty force, clamping him tightly, unable to move. The old jailer who stood behind Uchiha Tajima at some point, had black in his grey pupils, and his face also had a hint of human aura. He spoke slowly, and his voice had switched to that of Uchiha Tajima. Tajima, you still haven't gotten rid of your conceited problem. As the old man's voice sounded again, Uchiha Tajima felt a strange breath passing from his shoulder to his whole body, and a violent thought gradually rose in his mind. His mind began to blur, and his scarlet eyes were gradually stained with a thin layer of black mist. Don't even think about controlling me. Uchiha Tajima, who felt that his will was about to be eroded, roared and urged chakra to flow into his eyes. In the eye that had not yet been stained black, three Megatama quickly rotated and merged to form a new pattern. You are still a little brother when playing brainwashing. End of this chapter. Chapter 99. No wonder it is so skillful, it turns out that it was rehearsed. After many years, Uchiha Tajima's Mangekyo Sharingan finally saw the light of day again. The windmill-shaped pattern rotated rapidly, and the overflowing cold pupil power slowly dispelled the black air in the other eye, and the control of the body was also taken back. Koda Amatsukami, what a troublesome ability! After taking back the huge force that was backlashed and made his palm numb, the old jailer who was possessed by Uchiha took a few steps back, raised his head and stared at the pattern in Uchiha Tajima's eyes, and said slowly, "Hi." After a long sigh of relief, Uchiha Tajima moved the body he had just taken back, and looked at Uchiha with his charming eyes without giving in, and said, "All your methods are in vain in front of my eyes." Uchiha Tajima, who regained control of Koda Amatsukami, raised the knife in his hand very proudly, ready to make a break with Uchiha. Originally, I decided to release you after this matter, so that Jin can reunite with you. Uchiha Tajima, who waved the knife forward, said in a calm tone. He had decided on this matter before, but he didn't expect that Uchiha would be restless in prison and try to seduce Uchiha Jin to turn against him. Haha, then should I fight against Jin? The old jailer merged into the shadows again to avoid the attack, but Uchiha Yu's voice came from all directions, full of sarcasm. What a rat in the gutter! After losing his target, Uchiha Tajima did not panic, but commented on Uchiha Yu's behavior. As long as I can avenge Jin, I am willing to sacrifice myself to the devil. Uchiha Yu stretched out half of his body from the shadow behind Uchiha Tajima, and controlled the old jailer to wave the dagger and stab him in the back. Ding! The sound of the gong sounded, and Uchiha Tajima, who did not look back, slashed the sneak-attacking dagger with his backhand. The collision of the iron produced a huge impact force that bounced the dagger in the old jailer's hand. Seeing that the situation was not good, he shrank into the shadow again and hid. As long as there is a shadow, you will never be able to catch my body. In the shadow of the trees not far away, Uchiha manipulated the old jailer to stick his head out, and said with a hint of pride in his eyes. Shadow? Hearing Uchiha's words, Uchiha Tajima's eyes flashed, and then slowly put away the long sword in his hand. Humph, it's too late to repent now, drown in the shadow of Wang Liang. Diving into the shadow again, the black shadow on the ground began to stir, rise, and blend together as if it had life, like countless sticky tentacles, sweeping towards Uchiha Tajima. How can the glow of rotten grass compare to the bright moon in the heart of the sky? Facing the tide-like shadows, the feeling of suffocation came to his face. Uchiha Tajima, who stood there, did not show any panic. He lowered his eyelids and said proudly, "Let you see the glory of the god of the sky. This is the ultimate illusion." As Uchiha Tajima finished speaking, Uchiha Yu in the shadow found himself unable to move. Feeling that he was being watched, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky through the shadow. In the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds, a full moon with kaleidoscope patterns rose at some point, scattering endless light that pierced the clouds above Uchiha Yu's head. What is this? The old man who was caught by the invisible force showed a panic for the first time. This scene in front of him had never appeared in the ancient books recording Koda Amatsukami. At this time, he found that the situation was slightly beyond his control. Koda Amatsukami light. A ray of golden light flashed in Uchiha Tajima's right eye, and the golden light scattered in the air illuminated the entire battlefield. Countless golden swords fell from the sky, defeating all the shadows controlled by Uchiha. The tentacles formed by the shadows melted like spring snow, and disappeared between heaven and earth in a moment. Hoo! As the last beam of shadow disappeared, the full moon in the sky slowly disappeared into the clouds, and the heavy pressure on Uchiha also dissipated. The light dissipated, and Uchiha, who was lying on the ground, looked pale and gasped. His pupil technique product was actually disinfected by the golden light. You actually have such a trump card. I underestimated you. After losing the power of the shadow, Uchiha lay flat on the ground, his one remaining eye flashing with a complex light. He stood up with difficulty, his tone couldn't hide his weakness, and he looked like he was going to die soon. Teacher. Looking at the listless Uchiha Tajima, as the winner, had a flash of pity in his eyes. He didn't know what misunderstandings there were between the two that made his teacher hate him so much. Thinking of the years of teacher-student relationship, Uchiha Tajima walked over, wanting to hear if Uchiha had any last words or wishes. Tajima, you. As if he had expected the other party to come over, Uchiha, who seemed to be about to die, had a flash of obscure black light in his eyes, and tremblingly said, "What?" Thinking that the other party was going to say some last words, Uchiha Tajima put down his guard and leaned down to listen. You haven't finished yet. The weak old man's eyes burst into black light, and the eye with spirit flashed red light, and the three Megatama turned into a regular triangle, and the obscure and gloomy pupil power instantly poured out. Uchiha Tajima's heart tightened, cold sweat broke out all over his body, and it was too late to dodge. A black and white figure suddenly emerged from the shadow behind him, and put a dark hand on the back of his head at lightning speed. He, you can't dodge this time. Wang Liang's familiar voice sounded in his ears. He turned his head with difficulty and saw the old jailer with black all over his body. His originally dull eyes were now full of mockery, and there was even more pleasure of revenge. Uchiha Tajima had just used another posture of Koda Amatsukami at full power. At this moment, his chakra was not enough to support the consumption of the Manjikyo, and he was suddenly attacked by someone, so it was inevitable that there would be a flaw in his heart. Finally caught it, he. Wang Liang caught the flaw in Uchiha Tajima's heart and finally detonated the hidden thunder that he had hidden for many years. As a ball of black mud deep inside the skull was activated, countless negative emotions burst out, and violent and dark thoughts filled the entire brain. The black Wang Liang broke away from the grey old jailer and took the opportunity to turn into black mud and drill into his body. After the invasion of the clan land 12 years ago, Uchiha Tajima, whose eyes had been cooling for a long time, was in the weakest period. At that time, Wang Liang took advantage of the opportunity and injected a strand of clone into Uchiha Tajima's body, waiting for the right time to detonate. This is why Uchiha Jin once sensed malice in Uchiha Tajima. Uchiha Jin, why don't you save them? The controlled Uchiha Tajima was like a madman at this time. After scanning around, he stared at Uchiha Jin, who was eating melons in the distance, recalling the scene of his wife and children's tragic death. After being possessed by Wang Liang, the Twisted will only have hatred for Uchiha Jin. He, that's it, go kill them. Wang Liang's face emerged from Uchiha Tajima's body, urging him to quickly deal with the remaining people present. Wang Liang, are you going to disobey my order? The Uchiha, who had just pretended to be dying and took the opportunity to attack Uchiha Tajima, found that the script was wrong. He shouted and stood up staggeringly. With a deep sense of doubt in his one eye, he looked at Uchiha Tajima, who was entangled in black mud. Who is Wang Liang? Isn't your Wang Liang there? The black face who possessed Uchiha Tajima finally stopped acting and occupied the body of the strongest man in the audience. He felt that he could do it again. The old man turned his head in shock, only to find that the grey old jailer was standing quietly in the shadow behind him, with a dull face without a trace of human life. Wang Liang, tell me, who is he? End of this chapter. Chapter 100. The little boy felt a chill on his back. The grey old jailer was stunned, and faced with Uchiha's questioning, he still looked lifeless. The old man felt more and more uneasy. He tried to activate the only remaining eye, and the grey Wang Liang began to move. Finding that the use of the Mangekyo could only control the old jailer and could not communicate with him, Uchiha had a very bad idea in his mind. Why don't you speak? Aren't you my wool clone? Recalling that he accidentally discovered the truth of his son's death, everything he did after awakening the Mangekyo seemed to be controlled by a pair of invisible hands. For some reason, a feeling of irritation surged in his heart, and he began to question the puppet like Wang Liang. Old dang, if you ask him again, he won't answer. He has no self-awareness. Uchiha Jin, who had been paddling for a long time, saw that Uchiha Yu was a little crazy, and couldn't help but came over while eating melon seeds, and reminded the anxious old man, can't you see it now? That dark guy is not your wool clone at all. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uchiha Yu was confused. He was usually known for his rationality, but at this time he was a little at a loss. He didn't dare to face the facts in front of him. If I guess correctly, the real ability of your Mangekyo should be to create a clone. This clone can manipulate shadows, spy on intelligence for you, and assassinate you, and you can possess this clone and use all the abilities of the clone. Uchiha Jin guessed Uchiha Yu's ability from his fighting style just now. The real ability of the clone created by Lao Deng's kaleidoscope is a bit like the secret technique of the Nara clan, plus the spatial ability to shuttle through the shadows at will, and the host's possession ability. The so-called self-awareness is simply a fake by a sleazy filial son. Anyway, the real Wang Liang is just a combat puppet, stupid and dumb, and won't tell tales. Then I have always been controlled by that guy. Uchiha Yu, who forced himself to accept reality, had a serious problem with his mentality. Visible black air came out of him, making Uchiha Yin, who was standing next to him, retreat. The old man gritted his teeth and raised his head, looking at Uchiha Tajima, who was entangled in black mud, and said hatefully, "Why are you lurking around me, you guy? What's the point of explaining so much to you, a dying man? Just accept death calmly." A black head stretched out of the black mud that controlled Uchiha Tajima, with mockery in his eyes. Facing Uchiha Yu's questions, he had no intention of answering them. Hey, you keep talking nonsense here, can't you have a real fight? Uchiha Yin saw that the master and servant who once respected each other turned against each other, and his desire to watch the show became stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but start to add fuel to the fire. Fight, fight! Anyway, I have many treatment methods, so it is also very good to let the unique prosthesis help my uncle to stretch his muscles. Noisy kid, worry about yourself first. The blackhead turned his head and looked at Uchiha Yin, who looked leisurely, with a cruel expression. This kid can actually use the power of Asura, which will become a big problem in the future. If this kid is not eliminated, I can't sleep at night. Hehe. Wang Liang, the choice is you. Uchiha was like a Pokemon master, waving his hand to command the genuine Wang Liang behind him. The grey old jailer dived into the shadow expressionlessly, controlling a group of shadows to rush towards Uchiha Tajima. I wanted to give you a quick death, but I didn't expect you to die. Don't blame me for ignoring the friendship over the years. Seeing the blackhead coming to the shadow, not only did he not show a panic expression, but he shook his head with some sighs, and his words were full of contempt for the old man. Ah! The old jailer who was originally going to attack Uchiha Tajima and the black-headed one who deceived him suddenly stopped when he was about to kill him. The reason was that his manipulator Uchiha was holding his head and screaming wildly, as if he was experiencing extreme pain. Seeing that Lao Deng was in a state of abnormality again, Uchiha Jin continued to retreat strategically, because his perception radar could clearly detect the monstrous malice in Uchiha towards him. Good guy, does this Jujutsu have no other moves besides mind control? Is there anyone present who has not been controlled by him? Ah! Uchiha Jin sighed, looked at Lao Deng with black air in his eyes, threw away the melon seed shell in his hand and clapped his hands. It seems that this battle with Lao Deng must be fought. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin reached out from his waist and took out a strange kunai that had just been used. He blew away the dust on it and said calmly, "Hurry up and call it a day. There's soup on the fire at home." A few question marks flashed across the face of the girl behind him. "Jin, who is stewing soup at your house?" Unable to suppress the doubts in her heart, the cloaked girl couldn't help but come over and ask. "Sister, your focus is a bit strange. Let's drink together when we get home. Fish soup is very fresh and sweet." Without an explanation, Uchiha Jin had to promise the girl to drink soup together afterwards. Looking up at the sky, Uchiha Jin turned to the eager girl and said, "Help me hold my uncle back, but don't hurt him. I'll come after I deal with this old man." Hearing the command of her lover, the girl readily agreed. She was about to get up to fight the possessed Uchiha Tajima, but was stopped by Uchiha Jin. "Put this on. I'm afraid you'll run out of mana if you use your pupil skills too much." As he said that, he took out a blue vortex-shaped pendant from his bag and stuffed it into the girl's hand. Blue Tyrant Talisman increases the chakra limit, speeds up chakra recovery, and has a chance to release it again after the skill hits the target, only once. The blue pendant feels cool when you touch it, and you can feel the surging chakra like the sea from it, which makes people feel very relieved. When she put on the pendant for the first time, the girl couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts in her mind. Jin actually gave me a token of love. Sure enough, I am the most important person in his heart. Achu. In the barbecue restaurant of the Uchiha clan, Senjuitama, who was crazy about barbecue, had just swallowed a big mouthful when he felt an itch in his throat and sneezed hard. "Sisters Hilly, I don't have a cold either. Why do I feel a chill on my back?" The confused kid wiped his nose and turned his head to ask the purple-haired girl who was chewing slowly like a lady. "Maybe someone missed you." The purple-haired girl, who squinted her eyes to enjoy the delicious food, turned her eyes slightly and answered casually. "Forget it, let's improve the food while that guy is on a mission. I don't know if the curly-haired gorilla has brought me any souvenirs from his long journey." The girl wearing the blue hegemony talisman felt that she was floating when she walked. She squinted her eyes and smiled silly. After a few breaths, she flashed in front of the controlled Uchiha Tajima. Jin asked me to hold you back, so can you please stop running around? The girl's face changed, and she stared at Uchiha Tajima, who was entangled in black mud with her big watery eyes. He, how dare you, a weakling who can't even subdue Uchiha Jin, speak so arrogantly here. The blackhead mocked the seemingly fragile girl with a savage look on his face. The Uchiha Tajima he possessed now was the strongest among these people, and it was easy for him to control a little girl. Although I am not good at speaking, I know a little bit about fighting. End of this chapter.